especially it jumped, it got acceleration only after the World War, right? And the topic which Erik is going to cover today, that is the value proposition. You know, the concept of value has also come from US. The concept of value. The thumb rule says the value definition is benefit upon cost. Remember this, benefit upon cost. Say if you are having a mobile phone and that is having features, say 10 features are there. So these 10 features are the benefits you are going to give to the customers. And what is the cost? Say 10,000 rupees is the cost. Then in that case, what is the value? Benefit upon cost. Some unit with 10 features divided by the cost. Now if you compare two products, which product is having better value, it means that which product is either having better benefits or less cost. It doesn't mean that a quality product we are talking about. Right. So this is the value. Whenever we listen about any business idea, it is emerging to what? One product. Maybe some product, maybe some services. And that service is going to give some value to your customers. And that value, people will buy your product because they are getting some value. And that value is ultimately, in our word, what we say that it is a value proposition. What value proposition you are going to deliver to your customers, to your lighthouse customers, starting from till your, then after to the first group of customers, then after to, you all know about the diffusion of innovation. Huh? You all know about the diffusion of innovation. At every stage of diffusion of innovation, you will find that what kind of value you are going to deliver to your customers. You also know about the pitch deck. Pitch deck, you know, it is basically a file using 10 to 20 slides. What we show that this is about your business idea, this is about your startup. At the end of the business, at the end of the pitch deck or otherwise also, there is one more thing which is known as the business canvas model. You all know this. The format of business canvas model, there are three types of format of business canvas model. One for at the idea stage, one for the startup stage, one for the startup at when they are looking for some other round of funding. And what is common in all these three kind of format is this, that in the center you are getting value proposition. From the left hand side you are showing that what is the cost is going to occur. On the right hand side you show that what your benefit you are going to give.
That's not what it is. It doesn't have to be Bluetooth, crypto, graphene, nanotubes, deep tech. That's not what it is. It's anything that has some kind of innovation. So we'll talk a bit about that. But I think we're waiting for other people, but that's my very brief introduction. I've been here about 5 years now. I've been happy to work with about 16 cohorts of startups. So we've graduated 199 startups so far from all sector agnostic, from all over India. I won't get into my background also, that's in PowerPoint. But while we're waiting, more than happy to just ask if you want any general questions about me or the program or being a young lady entrepreneur. We'll wait, we've got time. I'm happy to talk to you and listen to what you have to say.
2-3 minutes I will okay, 2-3 minutes. Actually, I joined this university in the year 2017. And I think I was working here for a few months only. The first person I met from any international organization, that was Erik. Erik came here with the reference of our previous Vice Chancellor, ma'am, Lokul Prakash ma'am. And he was very well connected with her. And means first time I realized at that time that what we have to do in our ecosystem, not only the ecosystem of the university, but the ecosystem of complete Delhi NCR. Actually, the world requires startups. You know about this. The world requires startups. Everything is changing. Every year by year, decade by decade, century by century, everything is changing. What the businesses were there 50 years before, 100 years before, 500 years before, 3,000 years before, those businesses are not here now. But at the same time, those businesses were required at that time. So what will happen after 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, we are not knowing about it. We don't have any guess for that. What could be? What will be? So with the time, the cohorts which are run by Nexus Incubator, and total 16 years, total 16 incubation cohort we have already done. 17, I'm also mentor with them. So sometimes I get some applications also that I want to. And I think I was initial 2-3 in between among initial 2-3 I was also there. So you think very beginning, in the beginning, from the beginning I was associated with this. We have also signed an MOU with Nexus Incubator Center, University and with that MOU, what the benefit we got at one of our incubating, she was selected for 2 weeks program with the University of Texas, I guess. Yeah, that program she was selected, and she also went there. Now she is doing her masters from IIT Hyderabad. So this is the background of Erik, and this is the background of his talk. So Erik, now you can have interaction with them. So I think some more people will be coming, and if they come, let them come.
Well, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
I always appreciate that. But it's true, you know, the university, one of the very first contacts we had with Nexus, and DK was one of the first people I met in year 1, so we really appreciate that connection with the university and being able to work with women entrepreneurs like yourself. So, oh, there it is. Look at this. No, can everybody hear me or no?
Yeah.
It's fine, I think, right? We don't need the mic. No, it's okay? Cool. No, we just over the video. TED Talk here. Wow. Good? All right, now I feel like Steve Jobs or something. Oh my gosh, that's really loud. Is that okay?
Can I say some नीचे कर देंगे please? Volume को. ये थोड़ा down है थोड़ा.
Yeah, it might be a little bit too loud or no? Is it fine? I think that's what I thought. It's too loud, yeah? Yeah. What do you want to do with that? It's got a big echo.
Is it right or not?
So I'm assuming we got, what, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 ladies here, right? All of you have startups, or you're thinking about having a startup, is that correct? Or not correct, yeah? You do have a startup, okay. And some of you are thinking about the startup, right? So, is that, am I correct in that? Okay, and are you've already registered, you're already officially, you're going, right? Most of you haven't actually started yet, you have an idea, but you haven't actually formed a company, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, well let me tell you a little bit about me and about ACIR, and then we'll get into the value proposition. That's my nonprofit, ACIR. We do programs like this all around the world, incubation, entrepreneurship. The biggest program we have here is in India, where we talk about the Nexus program. Oops. There we go. So we do entrepreneurship programs and incubation programs and startups, Central Asia, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, United States, and here in India we do a lot of these things. But anyways, you can ask me about that if you're interested. Go to our webpage. Well, whatever you want to do. Nexus is our program here in India. He mentioned this very briefly. So that is a incubation hub that we do a 9-week, very intensive program for startups. We call it a pre-incubation program because it is only 9 weeks. On the one hand, not very long. On the other hand, extremely long, right? Depending on how you work with it. So we work with startups, and it's a physical presence, not during COVID, but now we're back to physical, of 9 weeks. We're about to start our 17th cohort. We've graduated 16 cohorts, that's 199 startups. They've gone to raise $40 million in funding. That was at like 320 crores, something like that. Anyways, we can talk about that. If any of y'all ladies, after you have your startup and you go through the university training here, if you want more incubation and you think you're ready for that, please take a look. We'll be more than happy to look at you. There's the webpage. You can take a look at that. The good thing is this is funded by the U.S. government, so it's free. That means no equity, no commission, nada, which is very nice. We have international and, of course, next. Anyway, enough about Nexus. You can, again, take a look on the webpage if you're interested. Happy to talk about it. Oh, that's me. So, Master's in Technology Commercialization from the University of Texas. I'm an entrepreneur myself. I started and sold 2 companies. ACIR, the nonprofit, that's my organization as well. Blah, blah, blah. There's other things. If you want to talk about, I'm happy to talk about it. I speak Spanish, I speak Russian, I like triathlons. If any of that's interesting, I'm more than happy to talk about that. But the point here is not to talk about, ooh, Erik is so cool. That's not here. It's just more to let you know what my background is, how much I've been working with entrepreneurs, so that when I talk about something, you understand my perspective. So it's not just in the United States, companies saying, I'm from Silicon Valley, it works in the United States, it will work in India. That's not the case. We know that. So working a lot internationally and being here in India, hopefully I have a little bit better perspective on what kind of these methods work and what don't. So again, just for your effort. As we go through this, it's really not a monologue, shouldn't be at least. So please, if you have questions, if you have comments, if you have complaints, do not be shy. Just tell me, right? If I speak too quickly and something you didn't understand, just let me know, okay? So this is very casual. This is not something very formal. No, I mean, the whole point here is not for me to get up and talk at you. Hopefully this is interesting. Hopefully it's relevant. Entrepreneurship, I'm an entrepreneur. If it's not relevant, it's not practical, why am I wasting my time? And why are you wasting your time, right? So if you're like, I don't get what this means to me, stop, and we'll talk about it. Because entrepreneurship, that's all it is. It's practical, right? We all have enough theory. Still lasts for 2 lifetimes. It's about actually doing this and making our companies grow successfully. So, again, please do not be shy, right? Just tell me if something's not going right. Is that? Okay, here we go. Value propositions. And describing the benefits to the customer. That's the topic that VK asked me to do, so I'm happy to talk about this. Everything you need to know about value propositions. Because value propositions, like many things in entrepreneurship, there are entire books on this. There are entire courses on this. We could spend a week on this. We don't have a week. So I'm going to tell you everything you need to know. I'm going to save you an MBA money by talking about value propositions for about 2 hours or less. And not only do you get value propositions, you get the bonus of also we're going to talk about benefits versus features. We're going to, bad scripting. Elevator pitch and technology descriptions. Some of this is, I think you already familiar with. And then finally, market validation. Because it all rolls into the value proposition. Many of these things, not many, I would say all of these things are so tightly interconnected, it's really hard to say one or the other. So we'll talk about this. We'll go through this and find out. At the end of the day, entrepreneurship, you think is kind of simple, right? I have a product or a service, I go out and I sell it, I make money, everybody's happy. On the other hand, it's like the tip of the iceberg, right? That's the good part. And there's 400 pieces of information that all feed into that. Well, your market, your business canvas you're talking about, or a lean business model, all these different, there's so much jargon, there's so much TED Talks, there's all this kind of stuff about that. I'm trying not to talk about that. All of those are tools. If they're useful to you, great. If they're not useful to you, it doesn't matter. The fundamentals are the same. And hopefully that's what I'm going to be talking to you about, the fundamentals, you can understand that. Later, if you want to talk about this company's tool that they use, or this, like I said, a lean business model, or I don't know, Porter's forces, or these different types of things, that's fine. Again, from an entrepreneur's point of view, if it helps you get to the next step, that's practical, wonderful. If it doesn't, it's no value to you at all. So, anyways, we'll talk about this. Stop me if this is something that you've either heard or you have questions on. Make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So, this is what we're going to talk about for the next, it's already 11:30. So that means what? I have another hour. Right? It's 1 o'clock. Right, but I thought what I would do, even though we're going to ask questions, I would leave specifically about 20, 30 minutes for questions from now. You're going to talk to BK about that, but okay, so here we go. Value proposition, what is it and why do I care about it? VK, we're talking to y'all pretty much get this. The point of value proposition is, why should I buy what you're selling? Product service doesn't matter. Right? Why do I care? What value do I get as a customer? And why should I buy your product service versus somebody else's? This is so much linked to everything that we do. Whoops. Hello. We'll put this in my pocket. This is so much linked to everything that we do that I'm going to talk about this for a little bit of time here. There's one thing of having a value proposition. And hey, we can be here, we can all have our missions and our statements and our value proposition. This is what I do. It's another thing to be able to communicate that clearly to your customer. And one of the top problems I see with startups everywhere is being able to just clearly, concisely pass on information to the customer. either orally or in your packaging or whatever, understand why should we be buying from you versus somebody else. And people will talk about product market fit, right? It all boils down to the same thing, that you're not getting customers because they don't understand why they should be buying yours, whether it's cost-wise or benefit-wise or whatever it is. So this value proposition is an intensely, seriously, and critical part of what your startup is. And how you differentiate yourself. And as we start talking about that differentiation, from what? From competition. The value proposition, now he was talking about pricing. I'm not even going to talk about pricing. But we'll talk about other ways of value and about benefits and about bringing that, making sure that's clearly addressed to your customers. And how do you do that? Through technology description and or elevator pitches. I'm not going into the full investor pitch. I think maybe Ty is going to do that later after this. They're going to give you some things about pitching specifically to investors. So I'm not going to talk about that. But I am going to talk about elevator pitch. Isn't it? Excellent question. And I'm about to talk about why the big difference in your mind, and you should absolutely have this clear, that benefits are very separate from features. Okay? As engineers, is everybody an engineer here? Who's an engineer? Yeah, okay. Say it again? Computer science, yeah, sure. Engineering, okay. Engineering, we talk about process, we talk about flow charts, we talk about features, and as an engineer, we're never done. We can always tweak this and improve the efficiency or do something else. Startups, you don't have time for that, right? You talk about minimum viable product, you've heard that, right? It's the good enough. You've got to have it good enough and get into the market and see what they say. That's where we get into design thinking. Get the customer and redo it. So I'm going to be talking all about this, but from an engineering perspective, we've got to kind of put that aside. How do we get to the next level? How do we get this better and tweak it? Finding your value proposition and saying, this is good enough for my customer, that differentiates me from the other customer, from the competition, and getting out there and seeing what the market says and validation. And that's what we're going to be talking about. That make sense? Kind of? Yeah. So when we're talking, we'll go through that and how we do that in an elevator pitch. We'll talk about that, how to do that in a technology description, which is a written elevator pitch. We'll talk about benefits versus features. As an engineer, I don't want you to be talking about features. Oh, I can add this, I can add this, I can add this. From your customer's perspective, which of those are a benefit? So we will be talking specifically about benefits versus features and how that works in a competitive marketplace. Does that answer your question or not really? Yes, very much so. Okay? And we'll talk about why. If that doesn't make sense, I'm going to talk about why. So, let's see. This is exactly it, right? Your features versus your benefits. Features do not equal benefits. Features do not equal value. They do help you deliver. But let's talk about why that is. And so I don't want you, when you're doing elevator pitches or investor pitches or talking to competition, talk about the features that you have, either in your software, your product, your service, your piece of equipment, your hardware. It's not about the features. Right? And we at Nexus, since we're more technology-based, we say it's not about your technology. I get that you spent your whole life and come up with a new technology that does something. That's great. The hard truth is nobody cares about technology. All they care about is how you solve the problem. So if you can do that with Bluetooth nanotubes that work on, I don't know, geocentric orbit with a new type of material science, fantastic. You can do that with a pen and a piece of paper and a rubber band, I don't care, right? Because the idea for them is just solve it. Okay. So sometimes we get involved and talk about the features so much that we lose sight of why we have those features and are those relevant to the customer or not. Technically, absolutely cool. As an engineer, look what I've been able to do. From a customer's point of view, they're like, man, that's not what I'm about. Make sense? Right. So when we talk about benefits here, these are the questions you should be asking. And if you want to talk about the features that's going to add value to your product, you should be going through these questions and saying, is this worth it? If I'm going to be developing this new feature, why am I doing it? Because that's cost and time, right? Time to market, cost of developing, other cost for you as a startup to add these new features. So you should be asking these questions to yourself before you add these new features. One, what are the problems this solves?
And this is actually the number one question in regards to the feature about your startup in general. What problem it solves? Now, this could be a technical thing, business to business. It can also be a consumer good. That's one of the consumer goods, and we'll talk about that.
So, if it's a technical solution, I have a problem, like this is the problem which I am facing is I am trying to explain it to a customer. How do I dissociate it from the features that I am providing to the benefits that the person is getting? So I really am
Absolutely, that's exactly what we're trying to get to. How do I describe this without getting into the technical parts?
Because something I end up talking about.
Of course, and you should. That's totally natural because that's what you're doing, right? You're spending all your time working on this and getting those technical things. So you've got all those up here and you can't wait to talk about this, right? I'm not a technical person, so I'm going to sound very stupid when I do this. But, you know, oh, I can't tell you about the 376 megahertz of the radio wave that goes through here. And by the way, that's the third bandwidth that can work. Nobody cares. Right? You care because you've been working on this the whole time. And you say, by the way, I've got this new manganese tungsten alloy that carries the current that much faster, and blah, blah, blah. And like, the customer's like, so what?
How does it help me?
Yeah, how does it help me, right? I don't care, that's all great. But, and so how do we get you, as technical people, to step back and think more like a business person, right? And how to be able to talk to the customer and say, I have all this information. If you have a question, happy to answer it. But what matters to you is that you can upload your data 5 times faster. I just made this up, right? But these kind of things, we'll talk a little bit more about that. And that is very hard to do from a technical engineering perspective. It's all around the world, United States included. But you have to separate yourself and think of it from a business perspective or a marketing.
I'm not from technology. I'm a government expert.
Oh, which first?
I'm a government.
Government.
So my US customer walk matter is the price.
Maybe not.
What matters is how much duty they are saving on the government.
Maybe not. I mean, we will talk about this. In India is a very, how do we say this? Very price-sensitive country.
It is.
Yes?
It is.
But India also is one of the richest countries in the world. Right? To say that Indians only care about price, I believe is not true. We know this is not true, right? You can have a beautiful sari that I can get at Sarojini, right? For what? 1,000 rupees. And it's gorgeous. The fabric is
I'm
beautiful.
really happy that you know this already. That you know these details. That's very good. That's actually very good.
So 5 years and some stuff, right? But you can go to the market, right? And you get some beautiful stuff done, right? Market, you get 1,000 rupees. You can also go to, I don't know, kind of store, I don't know, Fabien is kind of cheap, but you can go and get some absolute great saris for 40,000 rupees, right? Somebody's paying 40,000 rupees for those saris, right? Are they 40 times better than the other side? I don't think so. I mean, I'm not a big fashionable guy, as you can see, but it's not always about the price.
Which market you are selling to and whom you are
Exactly
selling to.
right, right?
Maybe if I'm selling to Walmart, doesn't the wallet sell from where and what? Maybe the volume.
It's all about what is important to your customer and how do you know what's important for the customer. And there's nothing wrong with saying, I'm the most price competitive size, right? Fine. That is your value proposition. You go with that, right? And that's what you do. What I don't like is I see a lot of entrepreneurs, even with government, or with a product or a service, and they say, hey, I'm doing this, and this saves my customer this much money, this much time, I'm better. And they explain why. And then they say, and the current competition is selling at 1,000 rupees. So I need to sell at 800 rupees.
Yeah.
What you're really saying is all the stuff about how great it is doesn't matter, right? Because at the end of the day, you said you have to get your price at 800 rupees, 200 rupees. So you're saying the customers you're going after are price for the Walmart. All they care about is price. If that's true, then why bother with all this other stuff?
So here, it is always better to know your customer and what price factor they are.
And we will talk about how you do this. Why? How do you find out what is interesting? But you're exactly right. This KYC, know your customer, right, is crucial. Absolutely crucial. Because I guarantee you, not everybody cares about the price compared to that. Right? For garment, it could be style. It could be ethnicity. It could be, if your hand moves from, Madeline or something like that. And people are willing to pay more for that. Now, that doesn't mean 5 times more, but they could be. We don't know. How do you know? You go ask.
I have a range of customers who are like more into an Indian market, like Indian value additions, like hand embroideries, tie-dyes and all, which is a different sector, which are ready to pay me like $40 to a garment, $50 to a garment. But again, I'm also working in Walmart.
Yeah.
literally.
And that's, problem is, you've got to be careful that you segment that out in your company. Because if you have one company, I'm Erik Azulay, right? I'm selling to you for 40,000, I'm selling to you for 1,000. Somebody's going to come and take a look and say, wait a second, why am I paying 40,000? Now, maybe it's a little bit better, maybe high embroidered, but you have to be very careful with your branding to make sure that those are separate. Sometimes we spin off companies, right? Called Erik's Startup, Erik's Startup versus Azulay and Co. Startup, right? And you'll see companies do this all the time. One company, they put in and say, here's the value brand, right? And here's the expensive brand.
So within the same brand as well. So for me, one of the principles would be giving services on design consultancy. That's there for sustainable housing. Let me just put it out. So there are two types of people who are coming in. One who have a small budget, the other who have a, of course, they have a bigger budget. How do I segment my services?
Yeah.
Because I can't have a different brand for this. It
Yeah.
needs to be within the same. Do I have to separate it out in terms of services?
This is really difficult, right? Especially as a startup, every rupee is a good rupee, right? And then you want to have high rupees, but at the end of the day, somebody comes, I'm only willing to spend, I need an hour of your time, I'm willing to spend 1,000 rupees, and your normal fee is 40,000 rupees, right? And you're like, well, I'm not busy, I'll take 1,000 rupees because I need that. You've got to be really, really careful about that. Because I understand in the beginning, and like I said, hey, you need to pay the bills, right? But sooner or later, as your company grows, and we all hope your company's going to grow, and let's say 5 years from now, you have 10 people working for you, very legitimate establishment. People who are member. I came here 5 years and I bought it for 1,000 rupees. Now I want to pay 50,000 rupees, your brand is ruined. If you're trying to go premium, right? Say, hey, I deserve it, I'm an expert, I can give you this, I can even give you this, I can give you these savings by consulting on this. I don't care. I remember that you're paying 1,000 rupees, I'm not going to pay 40,000 rupees. I don't want to get too much into pricing because it's a whole new question, but you have to make a decision now when nobody knows you, nobody cares. And it's not only about knowing your customer who you're going to accept. The painful decision is who you're not going to accept. Right? Now again, there's exceptions because you're a startup and you need every rupee. But if you're especially consulting, it's extremely hard to be able to say, I apologize, my base rate is X. That's it. We can talk discounts, right? We can talk, here's a coupon, here's your first customer, first time, the base rate is this, you've got a special deal here. Because you say, sure, I'll do this, then this is the rate. And it's very hard to go back up. So again, there are ways you can fiddle with that, saying, my base rate is this. Tomorrow's Republic Day. 50% off Republic Day, whatever.
So if you sign up within this time,
Well,
you
you
have
can do that,
this,
right? But the expectation in the mind is one thing. This is not for you. This happens with big companies, with Coca-Cola. Those do these things. So you've got to be really careful with that because in the beginning, we talk about the branding and what your vision is. And it sounds kind of foo-foo, it's like, blah, blah, blah. Nobody cares about it now. But this is where we build it. And you can't be the premium and the low cost in the same company at the same time. It just does not work. They fight each other. And it will erode the customer's believability in what you do. And if they don't trust that, then they're always going to go to the lower price. And you do not want to be there as a commodity, unless that is your business model statement. There are companies that say, that is what we do. We're just this, and we're cheaper, right? Some airlines do this. Some pharmaceutical companies in Mexico, just in Mexico, and there's a pharmacy that says, similar, they're called pharmacy similar, just as good as the rest, but cheaper. That's their whole brand. Right? They do generics and stuff like that. Not fancy stuff, but you need this is what it is. Okay. If that's what it is, your whole structure is based on that. Fine.
I'm having
Oh, when we get to this lady first, then we have a first.
So, in some companies, like if there's a interior design firm, and they offer different levels of services. So the cheapest one would be just giving consultation and telling you, like you can design like this and all. And then they have different levels with different
That's
prices.
fine, because you've established that, right? Silver, gold, premium, whatever, right? And so, hey, what you're saying is, you're silver, cheapest, you get X amount of service. You don't get this,
Yeah.
right? So you differentiate already in your customer's mind. You want this, that's worth this, right? So I don't have a problem with that if you lay it out straight. But you've got to make sure those differences between those types are evident to the customer. Because if there's not that much difference, they're like, I'm going a little more brand. Right? Is my Walmart brand that much worse? No, I'll just buy that for 4 rupees a kilo or whatever. Because Walmart, they can They don't care, right?
Okay.
I'm sorry, go on, you gotta do it.
The product I'm working on is an idea where we are providing a sustainable solutions to the farmer. Okay, so the thing is when we go and we have been to the market and researched it, our problem is that they ask us why you, like why should I change? You know?
Yeah, that's what.
Why should I change? Whatever product I'm using, I'm comfortable with it. Maybe your product is equal in pricing and all that. Cost-wise, it's
Sure.
okay.
So we're saying,
It is sustainable. It is sustainable. It is everything. But why should I change? I don't want to change. I don't want to get
Absolutely.
technology.
and especially in agriculture, that's really difficult. Farmers are very smart. Okay? If it's not gonna help me right now, you get, oh, don't worry, in 5 years you're good. They're like, what do I care? I need to know right now. Why should I buy yours? I'm happy with this right now.
Yeah, they say that why should I change? Either you give us for free, you know.
Yeah, and some of the things, because they're heavily subsidized, they're not
Yeah.
free. So this is something with a value proposition, knowing your customer, just saying, I'm a very eco-friendly kind of person, I think, but it is hard to sell something eco-friendly. And saying, look, I'm going to send you this kind of fertilizer. Right? Pricing is the same, so you don't have to worry about that. But this is much more eco-friendly, and the results are the same. Let's assume all that's the same, but it's eco-friendly, right? Farmers are so what? I mean, that's nice, good, but why should I change
Yeah,
to
that's
this? Right? And so this idea with environmental technology, I don't know how many you have this stuff, that this is good for India, this is good for the community, but you need to make the change. So it's a public good, but a private change in cost. Very, very difficult. Because again, farmers are like, don't care. Now you may get somebody, you don't want to depend on somebody's goodwill. Yes, I'm ready to do this for India. Or the United States, it doesn't matter. So that is why we talk with a lot of environmental technologies and farmers, and you have to say, look, and it is possible, I don't know your particular technology, not only is it the same price, but you're going to get 10% higher yield on this, right? For example. Or, let's say it's sustainable, right? This pesticide depletes the soil of nitrogen, right? Over 3 years, you're going to have to use twice as much pesticide because, well, the soil is not good. With ours, it replaces it. So there's a cost there. Unfortunately, for a lot of these things, farmers particularly, at the end of the day,
money is
right? It may not be money in your pocket right now, but like I said, hey, in 3 years, your soil is going to be depleted. You're going to have to leave that field fallow and work another field, right? Which you can do when you switch crops, but when you've got a whole field working for zero, for one set, well, it regenerates. With our fertilizer, we don't have to do that. What does that mean? I get to roll on the crop. What does that mean? So you always have to put this back to, again, what is important to your customer. Because, hey, what you're doing sustainability, that's really important to the United Nations. That's really important, maybe, to the state government, Haryana, right? That's really important, maybe, to the Modi government. Are they buying it from you? They're not. So, who's buying it? Now, if you get a subsidy, and there are things like this, government schemes, right? We want to do this subsidy, here's 10 lakh, you subsidize this, great, that's wonderful. Because then the farmer says, oh, I will change it because now it's 50% the price. And it's good. So you are doing good and it's cheaper. That's a great place to be. Does that make sense? I mean, basically I'm just saying, I understand that, I sympathize, it is really hard. But there's very difference in going back and knowing who your customer is, because some people say, this is great, we love sustainability. Who's paying for it? At the end of the day, the customer who's paying for it has to recognize that value for them. And some people may say, I'm all about sustainability, I'm willing to change. But you've already recognized it. That's not enough to build a business on. You might find one or two people. And you never want to depend as a business on goodwill. You want them, their economic interests and their goodwill interests to be the same. Then they feel good about it and they save money. Just feeling good? It's not just anything that happens everywhere.
So ultimately, we cannot change customers' mindset if he or she doesn't prefer something, maybe being eco-friendly or.
Technology, I'm a late adopter, we say that, right? Apologies. I wait until everybody else has tried it, and then I will try it. I only tried Uber like 2 years ago. I'm like, I don't need this kind of stuff, right? And I'm like, fine, I'll try it once. I'm like, oh, this is kind of convenient, right? It works. So can you change people's minds with over time? Yes, it's possible. But in the short term, you can do it, but it requires a lot of money because that's advertising, right?
Yes,
did you know that?
entities
White sweaters, that's so last year, right? You're wearing a sweater from last year, please, right? You gotta buy a white sweater from the pink sweater from this year because that's the fashion thing. Fortunately, I know a lady can sell it. That's advertising, right? Making you dissatisfied with what you have and changing your mind about something else. We do not have those kind of budgets. You can change people's minds, it's hard. So either time, as these evidence comes up, or marketing, advertising, by showing them or telling them that we don't have that kind of money. Usually, I don't think y'all do either.
Even if we have budget for advertisement, for marketing, for example, if I talk about a cafe or a restaurant which is newly opened, so what we do, there are pamphlets which are available in the newspaper. So it's very cheaper and convenient for us to do marketing. But if I talk about the value that it gives, result, that's not result oriented.
Correct. And so therefore, did you waste your money?
But if I talk about a billboard, that's expensive. Right, that's out of the budget.
Sure.
But yes, if it's there on the billboard, many, or I should say more than what we expect, more people would see, and eventually, there will be more results.
And this is the whole class I do on marketing, right? And I don't want to get too distracted, but marketing is much more than advertising. And I don't know if anybody else talked about that. Maybe I'll talk to DK, I'll come back and do a whole week on marketing and target segmentation, etc. And at the very end, the tip of the iceberg is advertising. And how do you advertise? Advertising all depends on knowing your customer and knowing what's important. For example, you say, okay, I'll put a billboard up there, very expensive, but maybe I'll get more people to come to my cafe, as opposed to brochures where I'm easy and cheap, but nobody came. Question is, I don't know who you're advertising to. Are you advertising to me as a cafe? 50-year-old American guy. Right? Maybe you are. Okay? What do I want in a cafe? Do I want electric dance music? Right? Do I want, the special types of cafe? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. This is all dependent on you. Are you going for college students where they want to do their homework and have free Wi-Fi and cheap coffee? Fine, right? That will all drive how you advertise. Right? Is a college student going to stop at a cafe because they drove by and saw a billboard? Maybe. I don't know the answer to that. The whole point of knowing your customer is knowing them what kind of advertising will work for them. You might say, forget the billboard, because you don't make a decision going to coffee on a billboard. But you know what? She follows Instagram. I can put up, for search engine optimization, I can spend 1,000 rupees and get it promoted on Instagram with people TikToking and dancing, and that's really cool. Maybe. Right? These are things that there's not one answer to. That you're really going to know who your customer is, to know the channel to get to them. But that's all about marketing. As you can see, as I said, how these are all totally interrelated. We've now covered about 10 topics in the first slide. And I haven't even got to the new conversation because it is all interconnected, right? It is connected to pricing and to marketing and to, convincing my customer how to do this and how do I get the tech. All these are interrelated. It seems so simple, but it's really, really not. And knowing it requires a heck of a lot of work and research on y'all's part because there's no easy answer, right? A cup of coffee for a college student, are they willing to pay Starbucks for, 400, 500 rupees for a flat white espresso latte? No. Eric? Sure. I don't care. Right? Knowing your cup of coffee is the exact same. The product hasn't changed. How we do that for knowing which is premium, which is not, is a Walmart or versus the thing. That's the secret. And then targeting everything to that customer. Make sense? And I'm talking about marketing now.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No,
What's in this? Basically, how many repeats you get is also a cup of coffee maybe every time I
Yeah, absolutely. These are all things, right? I'm a foreigner who came to Delhi, and I'm worried about eating the food in Delhi. I'm the first time in India. So do I want to go to a local cafe coffee day? Probably not. I want to go to something that feels comfortable to me, so I'll go to Starbucks.
Yeah.
Fine, right? I'm living, and there's a coffee place right next to me, and every day I'm going to go to, barista, right? Okay. These are the kind of things you need to know about your advertising. Am I attracting local people who want to do regular things and have repeat customers? Or do I don't care? I want one-time customers because it's an experience, right? I don't know if you know the case study for Starbucks. It's not about the coffee, it's the experience. Right? Again, if you first came in with a big plan for a coffee place and said, I'm going to make a coffee drinking experience, I'd be like, eh. But they'd be extremely successful. Anyway, we're getting off topic because that makes sense what I said. And I apologize for talking about many, many different things without going into depth. Hopefully we'll have time. The point here is circling back. We started talking about features. Make sure you ask these questions to yourself about, is this worth it employing this feature here? Do I need hand-embroidered gold Rajasthan embroidery, or does Walmart not care? Right? You think it's better, and it is better, but from Walmart's point of view, they don't care. Maybe I'm just making that up.
Yeah, I got it.
Right? Same thing with any field. Should I have my app that talks to the farmers and make sure that they're on the cloud and every time they upload data about the soil and whatever it is? Sure, that sounds really interesting engineering-wise. Do the farmers care? Maybe, maybe not. Is that worth another 3 months of your technical team working through that to get that work? These are questions you have to ask.
Again, in this, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Is it always better to educate your customer? Because at times,
Yeah. The best customers are the ones you don't have to educate. Right? If you have to educate about why this is interesting, you're spending marketing money on telling them about a problem that they didn't know they had. Right? What we want you to do is like when they come up, because you know your customer, they say, I have this problem. You can solve this problem. And if you show them that solution, please come on in. They're like, oh my God, this is what I've been waiting for.
That's the
Boom.
youngest entrepreneur that we have.
Please come on in, Miss Entrepreneur. Good morning.
The youngest.
So please, don't worry about it. That's it. So if you have the budget to educate your customer, sure. I like it customers that I don't have to educate. That I already know them so much that I've tweaked my solution that they're like, okay, this is perfect. This is exactly what I want. Okay? Educating my customer, I don't like
We
it.
cannot create problems for them. We have to
Well, of course, you don't want to create a problem, but hopefully you recognize the problem they have, right? And your solution is solving that problem. If I have to educate them, and there are things. Again, let's talk about advertising, right? I don't know in the United States, there's a huge amount of advertising from pharmaceutical companies. And they're saying, did you know, I don't know, my nails are too short, right? That's a chronic disease, right? Oh my God, you have the advertisement, people can go, oh, Eric, you've got such short nails, that's horrible, I'm not going to get a date or anything like that. Proving to you that you have a problem that you didn't know you had a problem. And don't worry, here's the pill, right? And now you have long nails. This is educating the customer about a problem that they didn't even know they had.
yeah, but then in my case, what I'm saying, that maybe it's a hand embroidered garment, and it's wearing from one hand to another hand. So 10 garments having a different set of, same kind of model, different set of embroideries, right? So if I send it to my customer and say, there, see, each garment is different to each other, having the same motive on them. So it is always to educate our buyer, saying that, see, it's a hand embroidered.
Who is your customer? Who is your customer? Walmart? I guarantee you they don't want 20 different types of hand embroidery.
We do put disclaimers on the.
There's one thing where, hey, these are handmade, so there's slight differences.
Yeah.
And that's, we know that, hey, if it's handmade, it's not going to be exactly the same.
Maybe sometimes tie-dye, so two
Maybe,
garments.
yeah, but I get that, right? There's a different thing saying this is a benefit in the future because it's handmade, so this one has got a little different design, this one has a different design for boutiques or individuals who want to stuff. That is a great thing. It's hand and it's individual. That's great. That's not Walmart. Walmart, we want quality and we want standardization. Now again, it'll be different because they are hand things, so it's not everything is exactly the same. You put a disclaimer, that's fine. But Walmart, I don't think, I'm not a closed person, because their customers don't care about, ooh, I want this individual one, this individual, this individual. They want 40 shirts that are embroidered with a certain look at cost of this, and I sell them. I hate repeating myself. I don't want to repeat myself all the time, but all coming back to knowing what your customer wants. Right? You go to an individual boutique store in New York City, yeah, they love that. Right? You can see the hand embroidery, everyone's slightly different, or everyone has a slightly different color. That's a good thing. For other customers, I don't care. I'm certainly not going to pay more for them.
I do have a question. I'm waiting whether I should ask in the next segment or not.
Ask and I will tell you about the company.
Yeah. So one of the major challenges in our industry is like when we quote for designs or when any of the architects or consultants quotes for designs, generally what happens, they ask for a huge money as an advance before even the design discussion starts.
Okay.
And this acts as a barrier for many. It is like right now it's a very big challenge from whoever the customers are, saying that why should I pay say a 5 lakhs or a 3 lakhs rupees even before I know what you're going to give me as a service.
This is for the designing of an architectural design.
Concept, or even having a discussion where you're moving towards, going towards creation of the design. So in my mind, I was thinking of architects as professionals parallel to say lawyers or doctors who have certain services where you have consultancy at fixed rates, and the rest of the, if it is a more detailed, say an operation or you need to go for bigger investment of time, you charge a lump sum. But other than that, even for conversations, you have some entry money so that you are at least getting committed from the either from the client as well, and for the user also, like for the designer also, they feel okay, we are getting some money, and the client does not feel like we are giving out, sharing out too much money in the initial stage. Should I be testing it out in the market and putting a bit hitch in the place? Because I realized the challenge in the space is the entry barrier to pay the initial cost through middle businesses. Like if I look for an NI client who is coming, who has the money.
I'm not an architect.
Yeah.
Right? I understand why people charge up front, because you're doing the work up front. You're designing the building, or they constantly don't say, here it is. So I understand why they're doing that. I understand also from the front people saying, what if I don't like design? I don't want to pay $5 lakh up if I don't. I get both. I think it's different conceptually than a lawyer, because there is a innovation, there is a imagination, design component to that, which has value. If you say, look, the average is asking $5 lakh, I can use this as a standard and say this, and then we can add time on there on a certain basis. You can certainly try that out. The only concern would be, especially in India, is they say, okay, I'm paying for the basic of $1 lakh, and then we can add some features if I want to change the kitchen here or whatever. Well, you've sold your basic service, the amount of work you've done for $1 lakh, and you're not going to come back later and pay the extra for that. But yes, I like it. Now I'll pay the additional $4 lakh. It's very hard to do that.
Right.
People don't want to pay when they think they've already got the product and service. So you want to be careful about delimiting or delimiting, that's not a good word, lowering the cost in the customer's mind that your services are a commodity.
Okay.
Right? So you have to be careful. Again, but I'm a broken record here. It depends who your customers are. Right? Are you doing for an average SME who just needs a basic layout, they don't care? Look, it's kind of standard. I'm price sensitive. Or are you talking about crypto who wants his new vacation house in the Maldives, and money's not that important as long as it's fantastically individual. I don't know who your customers are. So again, it would go back to what your customers care about. But I would be careful about just saying I'm going to lower the first price, because you're not going to get that back. You might be able to get a couple hours extra funding, but that's not the same as that first $5 lakh. Does that make sense? So I just want to make sure again that we are so focused on price in India. And it's important because people do that. People focus on that, customers focus on that. But we always want to start up with one value, not based on cost plus another 10, or let me just be the cheapest. Unless that is absolutely a cognizant object decision to make. I know Walmart, I'm going to buy bulk, I need to sell low, and that's what I'm going to do. As long as you make the decision, but I don't want you default saying, it's India, I could go low, because that's not always the case. And you're going to be a commodity, and that's not where the money is for a startup.
We are into discussing solutions, and is it okay that if we ask from client about the budget, that we will give you the solution as per your budget?
Yeah.
Is it okay?
You can. What if they say my budget's 100 rupees? I mean, there's a question like this lady said, hey, we have freestanding packages. Silver, gold, platinum, right? Here's the basic thing, but we can customize it to your needs. Sure. If you just ask the budget, and let's say I do have a budget, I'm ready for 5,000 rupees. If you ask me the budget, I'm immediately getting into negotiation mode, right? I have 5,000 rupees. My budget's 2,000 rupees. What can you do for me? Worst that happens, you say, I can't do that. Okay, I'll go to 3,000, maybe 4,000. Right? This is not a bazaar. You don't want to be in that position where basically you're just undercutting your own price. At the very worst, for the customer, I can only win here. You could agree to 2,000 or 3,000 or 4,000. At the end of the day, fine, I'll pay you 5,000. We made each other a little bit angry, we're not so happy, I paid you the price, fine, you finally got the money you need, but you're stressed, right? Is that where you want to be? So just be careful that when you're asking them, be prepared for a very low answer. If you have some baselines, say, here's your cost of the package A, B, or C. If you need some add services, those can cost extra, we can talk about, negotiate, blah, blah, blah. That's a different thing. You want the customer to recognize the value. Pricing comes after that. If they price them first, that means to them the value they don't see. And they're all caring about the and so all this extra stuff you've done doesn't mean anything to them. At least that's the signal. So if once they recognize the value, then we can talk pricing. Go back to teachers. Ask yourself these questions before you add this to your software, to your programs, to your services, right? How are these solving the market now? You said, well, right now it's a big money that's up front, right? Is that an opportunity for me? Or am I going to be just undercutting my own company, right? Undercutting my own business? Don't know. Right? So you're always, and this brings in competition. So the value proposition, we're going to talk about competition as well. Who suffers in the problems? This is knowing your customer. I never want to see a competition. You come and pitch to me, and you're saying, I'm an architect. Architect? I'm an architect. I design buildings. My target market is anybody who wants to have a building. I never want to hear that. I never want to hear that my market is everybody or everything. That's never the case. And because that directly relates to pricing, to your value proposition, et cetera, et cetera. So if you say, hey, everybody who's a farmer, everybody who wears clothes, don't get rid of those words. Make sense? Knowing who you are selling to. Extra benefits. We want to talk about the number. When we talk about your value proposition, it should be one or two things. And then there's extras. Let me just use an example of the iPhone. We all have an iPhone. Smartphone, we all have a smartphone, I assume. Okay? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, again, I'm an older guy. There are 4 million apps on here that come pre-installed. I use about 5, right? If I'm buying a smartphone, what do I need? It has to be a phone. It has to make calls, right? It has to be data. I mean, I use the internet. Internet covers a bunch of things, but that's what I need. All these other things, my fitness app, right? My TikTok thing, GarageBand, there's a bunch of them. The PDF scanner, those are nice. Those are nice to have. But the value proposition is, it's got to be a phone, and it's got to have data. Without that, I don't care. You can have all those other extras, and those are extra technologies, those are extra little benefits. Great. But if you don't have those basic ones, it doesn't matter. Make sense? So you need to figure out what those things are for your technology. Then you can add other things. But the main reason my customers come to me is this. That's what your value proposition is. Also, if people hear about unique selling proposition, unique selling point, same kind of thing. What is the main value they get from you that you're not getting from somebody else? And it could be price. And if you make that conscious decision, yes, we are the price person. Okay. Lean into that. And everything that you do will be then based on lowering the price cost, so that you can lower that price to the customers. But then you shouldn't be going to think, okay, how can I add this feature, add that feature? Because now you're adding cost, adding complication, and it's not your value branding of I am the value master. Value producer.
So can we say that we all need a USP for our brand?
You absolutely mean unique selling point, right?
Yeah.
What makes you different from somebody else?
Yeah.
Okay? You're selling clothes. Great, good for you. And I'm sure they're wonderful, beautiful clothes. Why am I coming to you in India where I can see 4 million stores that sell other types of clothes? There's got to be a reason. Now, if not, it doesn't mean you're not going to be successful, but it's really hard to promote saying, I make saris and they're nice. I mean, okay, everybody says that. I help farmers. Okay, everybody says they help farmers. Why am I investing in you? What makes you, that's your unique selling proposition, which is slightly different from your unique proposition. Okay, let me use this example about like the benefits and what is the most important for your value proposition. The difference, and I use this in my classes, you need to figure out, are you the vitamins, or are you the aspirin, or are you the antibiotic? My wife, she loves vitamins, I guess you say. Vitamins. You say vitamins too?
Yeah, vitamins.
Okay, I thought it was British English was like vitamin. So vitamins, right? I'm not a big fan of vitamins, I don't care. My wife is a huge fan of vitamins. So every day she comes with a handful of vitamins, here's your C, here's your iron, here's your Cox 10, whatever, like, you know, happy wife, happy family. So I say, yes, of course, right? I will take these vitamins and I'll eat them every day. Fine. What happened? And hopefully they make you healthier, right? That's the whole point of vitamin supplements, is they make you healthier. I'm not a big believer. I think I don't eat badly. So if I don't take those vitamins, what happens? Now maybe long term, right? Maybe 6 months I have lower blood count of iron, or I need some more vitamin C. I don't know. But in general, you're not going to notice if I take the vitamin or I don't take the vitamin, at least in the short term. What are aspirin? Right? You have a headache. You have a headache, you want the headache to go away, you take an aspirin. 30 minutes later, the headache goes away. I'm the kind of guy who doesn't like to take a lot of medicine in general, so unless it's a really big headache, I prefer just to drink some more water, maybe take a rest, right? And it'll go away by itself. But if aspirin works, take the aspirin, my headache goes away. Do I need to take it? No, but it's nice. Also, that solves a problem. What's an antibiotic? You get bit by a dog. You get your blood with a cut with a piece of metal, gets infected. You don't give an antibiotic, what happens? You die. If you have an infection, it swells, you die. Why am I telling you all this? You have to figure out what the antibiotic is. You want to be an antibiotic. You do not want to be a vitamin. Because take the vitamin, take the vitamin machine. Maybe you're a great saleswoman. Great, I'll buy it. If not, aspirin. Hey, I found out I have a problem. I could do it, but I don't really need to.
Become an antibiotic so that
You've got to have an antibiotic here to say, look, farmer, your problem right now is that you don't have any money, you're not supposed to use this inputs, I will save you 50%. Right? That's really interesting. That's now something like that solves my problem. Right? I don't have 5 lakh to put up front for an architect. I just don't. I want something good, standard. I don't need town hall. I need something interesting. I don't have 5 lakh. I can go and get personalized architect service from you at 3 lakh plus extra. It's a flexible system. So it doesn't even have to be the product. It could be the business model. But you've got to work on the antibiotic. You don't want to be a vitamin or you don't want to be an aspirin.
How is it that some luxury goods, for example, there's a company that sells personalized or like they get flowers from temples and they make agarbatti out of that.
They make what?
Agarbatti, incense.
Oh yeah. And one of our startups that does that. You know the company called Fool?
Yeah. I was talking about that. So, yeah, how do these luxury brands, how do they create a market?
I wouldn't consider that a luxury brand, but and it doesn't matter. What is Fool doing, right? Temple waste, temple flower waste. So it's not they're buying flowers. They're taking the waste. So from a social impact, cleaning the rivers, that's good. Does it cost the temples anything? Nothing, right? Provide labor for underprivileged women, good thing, right? So they're kind of a financially profitable, but very big social impact. So they have 0 costs, processing costs, but there's 0 cost of the product. They make incense, plus they have a social impact, and they're getting lots of nice grants and all that. They've done very well with that. What problem do they solve? That is kind of one of those common problems. Hey, reducing pollution, helping the temples get rid of the waste, etc. But they're not asking the temples for anything. Right? They don't say, you pay us to clean up your temple. No. So the temple's like, sure, go ahead, use it, right? And the religious part has been done, we don't mind this, and it's good for them. So Fool, I think, has done a great job of taking a social impact company and making it into a very large, profitable startup. So for them, they've been able to take that common problem, but there's no minus from the customer. So sure, go ahead, do it. Doesn't matter what else. Do you have something like that? Is that right?
No, I was just thinking about something.
The question is, how come they become, famous so quickly? I mean, in short span of time.
If you ask them, they would not say it's quickly, right? I mean, for us, we think it is, but it's been 5 years.
marketing, their marketing is penetrating in the mind
Well,
of
I
the
mean,
consumer.
how many of you would consider yourself you're a social impact company? Really? Architecture, your social impact? Why?
Our aim is, if I get to the essence of it, right now for architecture, and when we design, most designers only look at the cost part. We are trying to look into the environmental impact part of it.
I guess maybe my question is not correct.
No, I'll just add on to it. So we are also trying to promote locally sourced products which are being done by, I would say, vernacular manufacturers.
For what? For the design pieces or the actual manufacturing of the house?
Manufacturing.
So So they have full concrete and stairs.
Instead of concrete and stairs. So this type of helping those communities still sustain by using the space.
And this is, I mean, Fool's got a very nice story, right? From social impact, and when you're more social impact, you've got to have a story. And their story, the bad word, but I use it in America, it's very sexy, right? Temple waste. We know how much goes into the river Ganges, right? It's a horrible problem. Nobody's taking care of it because there's no money there, right? They do it, they repackage it, plus they help the women. It's a great story. There in the beginning, they didn't have any marketing. It was their own, but they were able to get some NGOs, right? Hey, this ticks a lot of boxes. These companies are going to do that. As a social impact, if you decide that's where you're going to go for the story aspect, do that, right? If they came to me and said, let me see the ROI, the return on investment, right? Let me see the money on Fool, it's not there. Right? Now they have, now they're doing quite well. But in the beginning, it wasn't there. You know, I'm not going to invest 3 crore to that company. It's not going to happen. Now they're doing very well. But from a social impact, again, you know who your customers, from their point of view, the customer is actually not the temples. Right? But yes, they're selling incense, and that sells fine. Right? But I think the larger, who are their customers? NGOs, governments, foundations, right? They've gotten wonderful money from them, which is great because there is a social impact. Once they got that, they also have a platform that just said they're still bigger, and it got bigger and bigger and bigger. And they understood that, hey, am I going to go out there and talk about how fantastic my incense is? I mean, sure. But I mean, there's plenty of incense in India. Right? And some incense organically sourced and sustainable. So do I fight that battle? They could have. Or do I go for the larger aspect as a social impact? And they chose that and it was very successful. So I'm saying, you know, when we talk about your value proposition, when we talk about your antibiotic or your vitamin, it doesn't even have to be the product itself. You decide what is the most important part. Are you going saying, I'm going to you as an architect and I'm selling this cheaply at a lower cost so you can now design these things? I happen to be eco-friendly and I happen to have all these other things. Those are nice to have, those are extras. Or is it, I'm revolutionizing architecture design in India. All of our designs are zero carbon and net thing use individual. And by the way, we're pricing that, right? There's a difference there. Right? There are different customers. You need to know. You can't go after everybody at once. Decide who your value proposition is, decide what your antibiotic is, and you go there. It's really hard in the beginning to go after all. Once you have the money, sure. Then you've got a marketing budget, you can do this, this, and this. But right now, as a startup, you don't have the money, and you don't have the team. So you've got to find the one thing that matters to your customer, and whoever that customer may be, and go with that. And go strong with that. If it doesn't work, and 80% of the time it doesn't work, that's why startups all talk about pivoting, right? We tried this, it didn't work, we pivot. You have to decide, is it because my product or service is not good, I mean the market does not need it, or did I just target the wrong market? Mostly it's that. We didn't choose the right market. So, antibiotic, I hope everybody's got your antibiotic.
Yes, this is quite interesting.
Let me talk about features and benefits more, because it doesn't have to be business to business. It's easy to talk about business to business. I will do this for your farmer, I will increase your yield 10% on your crops. I will reduce your fertilizer cost by 5%. I will, right? I mean, those are very strict business quantification numbers that you can do. On business to business, and most of the companies at Nexus are business to business, it's pretty straightforward. And we want you to focus on it. It doesn't have to be. It can be for consumer goods, so let's talk about the watch. Right? And the difference here, engineers, between the feature and the benefit, and what you're focusing on. The features are on top. What the illuminating numbers. The benefit is telling time at night. That's what we want, right? So how do I do that? That's a feature. So we can talk about fluorescent paint on the numbers, right? That glows in the dark. At night, you look, you can see, fine, you can do that. But that's a feature. How else can I tell time at night? Well, you just have a light, right? That is the light. You can do that. I mean, that's another feature. Because from the customer's point of view, the benefit is, how can I tell what time it is at night? Now, with smartwatches, you can probably, Siri, what time is it? It's 10 o'clock. Right? You can do that too. These are all features that get you to the same benefit. And so I want you to, why is that important? Number one, the battery, same thing. Right? Lithium ion, I don't know, different batteries that weighs 400 hours, et cetera, et cetera. But can it also make sure the reliability that whenever I look at my watch, my watch works. Well, normally, with my watch, you wind it, right? Now, again, we're not talking about whether this is better or worse. Because, hey, a winder, if you forget, it runs down. Well, I mean, there are different benefits, there are different pluses and minuses to each of these. But you should recognize that these are all features. That there are different ways to get to this goal of what you have. And you have to make sure what that goal is. Right? Because if you're too much focused on the features, you're losing yourself because nobody cares about what the benefit is to the customer. Finally, like I said, it doesn't have to be a specific thing that mechanically or, I'll just say mechanically, those kind of features for a watch. It could, again, depends on your customers. What is the benefit of a gold case? Gold band. Right? Mechanically, there's none. But if you know your customer, then you know the benefit is prestige. And that's extremely important. Right? Rolex watches, do we know Rolex? Everyone knows Rolex. Right? I remember I had a startup, I can't remember, was it in the United States, I think it was Mexico. And they were saying, look, I've had a watch company in my family for generations. We will make a very high quality watch. Quality-wise, timing, precision, same as Rolex. And we can make design, we can copy the design, basically, if they're not protected, but in general, make them look like that. And we can sell it. Rolex cost what, $20,000, right? 10 lakh, 12 lakh for a Rolex. We can sell it for 1 lakh. Right? It only costs us $100. We'll make 900% profit. And now we can just take 10%, maybe 5% of the Rolex market. That's what we're going to do. He has fundamentally misunderstood his customers. Because people who buy Rolexes do not buy Rolexes to save money. It's the exact opposite. The more money they spend, the better they like it. They want people to come in and they see a Rolex and they're like, that person's got a Rolex. That person's got to be important. The prestige is all about it. If you have a 10, anybody? What's a 10? You tell me. Would you rather sell, let's say we've got about the potential, total potential market, let's say total market of, we're not going to say 1.3 billion Indians, but let's say in Delhi, let's say 100 million, right? People. No, but how Delhi's what, 25 million people? Yeah. But again, let's just say 1/5 of those. Let's say 5 million people. Total market that need a watch. You're going to sell a watch for $20. You make $10 a watch. Okay. Or do you want a total, your addressable market, your target market of 1,000 people in Delhi that you're going to sell a watch for $20,000? It's your decision. I mean, there's no right or wrong answer here, right? But you need to decide that. And if you're going for those Mr. Kohlis, right, then it's not about, oh, I can save you money. It's a status symbol. It's a prestige. Right? Same thing with these cases. Not my case, obviously. But there's a company in London that sells gold smartphone cases and diamonds and platinum. Right? Who are they selling to? Middle Eastern sheikhs, right? Donald Trump, right? These are the people that buy these things. Do you think they care that they want to buy this at a cheaper rate? The whole point is when it, oh, let me check my phone. Right? Everybody's like, ooh, look at that, right? That's the whole point. You've got to know your customer here. So here, when we're talking about benefits or features, don't worry about the gold case. Or you can make a case that's cheaper out of steel. Well, your customer doesn't want that. Know your customer. Prestige for that target market is extremely important. That is the antibiotic for that target customer.
In my case, I would like to have one Chanel in my wardrobe,
Sure.
one Gucci in my wardrobe. But how many repeats would I have?
That's the thing. I mean, and the question is, do I buy a fake one for 100 rupees at Sarojini, or do I buy a real one? Now, that's, again, you have to know your customer, because if you're saying, I'm going after middle-income women, right? It will never be able to afford a Chanel or a Gucci. So you say, okay, I'm going to pay, I don't know if you guys know this, but there are different levels of quality of fake. I mean, there's some very good fakes.
I mean, the same factory is making Adidas, and the same factory is making Adidas for coffee.
So, I mean, you can say, look, I'm going to sell good quality fakes of Gucci's, and they're going to cost, let's say, $100. Right? It's not $5,000, but for a upper middle class woman, they'll say, this is good, I'm not going to be ashamed, it's not going to look terrible, and somebody's going to go out of thing. It's good enough. That's what I'm talking about. Fine. Knowing who that is and where you're going is the whole game here. Now, I'm not going to talk about fakes because we want intellectual property and all that, but the concept is the same. You get that? Know what I'm saying? Yes, please.
Again, making those 100 gold cases and making 1,000 duplicate gold cases, the exercise is the same. The R&D is the same. The manufacturing cost may be different, but the process is the same. So, is it wise to sell those gold cases, or is it wise where the market is very, but the results are same?
So, unfortunately, you've only been having, fortunately, or unfortunately, I know, I'm only here for 3 hours. If you saw me during the 9 weeks of Nexus, you would understand that my #1 answer to about 90% of your questions is the same answer. It depends. It depends. Because there is no one, I mean, if it was like, oh, you've discovered the magic answer, this would be easy, right? There's not. It all depends on your customers, what their price sensitivity is, what they want. You know, when I was younger, I went to Turkey, and there was in Turkey, and the guy came up, and the next to the Grand Bazaar, he says, "Here's your Rolex," right? Obviously a cheap Rolex. I mean, it was obviously a fake. I mean, not obviously, but nobody goes out and sells real Rolexes. I'm like, okay. It's like, wow, $50 for a cheap Rolex? And that's really great. Now, I was extremely cheap, so I'm like, no, blah, blah, blah. But I thought, hey, here's my chance to have like a Rolex, right? Not gold, but it was solid there. And I said, all right, so marking down to $20, got my Rolex watch, brought it home, started wearing it, took it to my brother. That was really cool. And he said, look, all it does is undercut the brand. And I can say, hey, I have a kid who wants my Disney thing. I'll just wait 4 months. Wait 4 months, next season, get this for 50% off.
There is a limitation that you cannot sell it to this country, you can sell it to that.
Again, if you have got it done, I have 0 questions. Fine. Again, I assume it's all on the up and up. I have no questions. Skeptical, but sure. So the question is, again, know your customer. I'm not going to get into supply chain issues, but it doesn't have to be strictly business to business. It can be these things like prestige. Be aware of that. However, if you are business to business, when you're doing these pitches to investment competitions, wherever you can, you should be quantifying. I don't want you saying, I am better because I'm greener. Greener is one of those words that means everything, it means nothing. You need to tell exactly, especially because this is we're talking about the value proposition. What exactly is it? So don't tell me we're more efficient engine for a car. You're a more efficient car. You say, I improved gas mileage by 17%. Because you should have that data. Why? Because then I can get a basic idea of how much money I'm going to save or time. Same thing there, energy consumption. We've seen this before in India a lot. We do like energy audits of houses, or I build construction materials that are maybe more sustainable, but they're also more thermal isolation and they help save money. Don't tell me that. You pick a general status and you give me an example. So, for example, engineers tell me all this time, well, I have this construction material that will save energy costs, it's more efficient, and it's greener. That means not, right? Give me a sample case and calculate the numbers. And usually, these engineers say, I can't do that, Eric. There is no sample case. A house in Rajasthan is very different than a house in Nagaland, right? A 5-story apartment building in Delhi is not the same as a house in Kerala, right? Is it 2 stories, is it 3 stories? The customer does not care, right? You are making a point, especially like an elevator pitch, we only have like a minute. You've got no time for all the caveats and the ifs and the buts and the theirs. You take a case and you say, a typical one-room apartment using our materials will save this much in electricity. You can figure that out. Now, if somebody says, yeah, but that's in Delhi, what about Rajasthan? You absolutely know why. Yes, this is the case. We use this as a sample case to give you an idea. In Rajasthan, it would be even more because of the temperature, blah, blah, blah. Okay? So all those extras, caveats, the numbers. So at least up here, they get what the value is to them. Well, you don't have to standardize, but I mean, because again, you could, I'm just using the example of architecture, you could build these houses in all the different ways that they do. And each one, the numbers will be different. But for communicating that value, you just need to take one case. So pick, if there is a standard case. If you're in Delhi, choose Delhi. Right? If you're in Tamil Nadu, choose China, whatever it is, the closest they can see. And you can say, each case will be different. But here's a standard. Because I don't know, are you going to save me $1 or are you saving me $100? I have no idea. Give me something, some context, so I understand the value. Don't use better, don't use quicker, don't use greener, don't sustainable. We all love sustainable, but again, these words, because they become popular, they become so generic, they don't mean anything. So, because some people use them in a bad way, right? Well, I've seen technologies that they just throw in the buzzwords, right? We're using Bluetooth. Well, why? You're selling food. What do you need Bluetooth for, right? Or, why do you need crypto blockchain for this kind of stuff? But they think it's interesting, so they'll throw in there. And it's sustainable, or it's last mile. All these terms that we hear all the time, sometimes they're actually part of your technology, sometimes they're not. So if they are actually part of you, and they are, then be specific so they know that you're not lying. Not lying, exaggerating. Make sense? So when you can, make sure you quantify. What time is it? All right. Obviously, we're not going to get through the whole term, right? It's now 12:30. I can stay for a little bit longer. Questions to you is, we finished one section out of 4, which is good. I mean, that's the whole point, right? It doesn't matter about me getting through my section. The question is, do you understand and can we get through this stuff? I was then going to transition from talking about the benefits, talking about value proposition, to how we can do a technology description / elevator pitch. One second, on film. And then after that, I was going to give you the template. Wrong way. Dang it. Sorry. Then I was going to talk about the template for the value proposition. So you can actually have a template. How could I have a basic template to use my value proposition? You can do that. Right? And then I was going to wrap up and talk about, okay, now you have the value proposition. You know what your antibiotic is. You think you know what is important. How do we make, this is a hypothesis, this is a guess. How do we make sure that our client, actually, our customers, actually think the same thing? So a little bit of validation to get to market. But obviously, we don't have time for that. So my question to you is, we're a democracy. Do any of those sections sound particularly interesting? Or do you want to just kind of stop and we'll do some more Q&A here about different things? Up to you. You want to talk about the template? The value proposition template? Okay. Can we put this back up? I apologize. Can we make it the big screen? Oh, yeah, fine.
I'm just coming.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the mouse is good for that. Look at you. That's why he gets all the big money. Okay, so I'm going to go straight through to value proposition. This is where we were. We're not going to pass that. Here we go. So, we talked about the value proposition. I hope you understand the concept of that. I think everybody does. If you're having trouble communicating this, here's a sample value proposition template that you can use to get you started. Picture, I can leave these slides for everybody. Let me just run you through this. There's basically 5 sentences? 6 sentences here, which you fill in. So the first sentence is for. Who is this for? Who is your customer? Customer segment, as we call it, right? We're segmenting our customers. So who is this for? Then, who have? You talk about the specific problem that they have. Then, you just got what you have. Don't go into the huge thing here. What it is. Is it a process? Is it a software? Is it a hardware? Don't give me a paragraph here. None of these are long. Okay? So, for this customer segment who have this problem, very short, distinctly, our product is this. Could be clothes. Hey, we do clothes. Right? Shirts. Sorry, whatever. That provides what? Here you're going to mention one of your top benefit. That does this, process-wise, whatever it may be. Unlike, here's your chance to talk about competition. Unlike, name your top competition. Whether brand competition or what we call functional competition. Unlike this other thing, unlike these other architectural companies, unlike these other fabrics or clothing companies from Bangladesh. We create a product that does this. So you're talking about your differentiation. Right? So unlike clothes that come from Bangladesh, the quality is much higher, the sewing is much better, whatever. Again, we're not asking for 4 or 5, we're talking 1. So you gotta really narrow it down.
Does it give a good impression on the listener, be it an investor or a customer? If I talk about like I am better than XYZ, so it means.
Would you rather not say we're the same as every XYZ?
No. See, but instead of demeaning someone.
It's not demeaning. Right? The whole point here, this is competition. Marketers are competition. Now, again, I said better. You're not going to say better. You're going to say 17% more better, right? But the whole point is why you versus somebody else. If you're not willing to contrast yourself, you're not being mean. You're not saying those guys are stupid. That's not what we're talking about. But this is why for the customer, it is better. Whatever better means, right? So you absolutely have to differentiate yourself. This is not a good feeling. Again, I'm not talking being aggressive. I'm not saying it's being insulting. It's just what differentiates you from everybody else. And so here, unlike this other thing, the name, again, it doesn't have to be a brand. It could be almost a lot of time. You're not lying, right? And people ask you about that, you will tell the truth, but this first 30 seconds or 40 seconds to talk about what's best about you. Does that make sense? Right? It's like, does anybody use dating apps here? Maybe not, I'm married. But does anybody use dating apps? Nobody uses dating apps. Are you all married? No. Okay, good, you should not be married. You should not, right? But I mean, let's just say you use a dating app, right? You are aware of dating apps?
Yeah.
Yes, the kids are all using it today, right? I liken this when you do an elevator pitch, right? It's your app, it's your profile on a dating app. Right? You're talking about, you take the best picture of you, right? You don't have a picture with your finger in your nose, you're sitting around in your underwear watching cricket. Nobody wants to see that, right? That is you, men, not women, but you always talk about the best things. You're not lying, right? But that's not what you want to talk about in the first thing. They will find out soon enough all the other things that are bad about you, right? That, you have stomach problems and you can't see very well and you're poor. They'll find out about that. That's not what the first app is for. It's not lying. It's just focusing on the best parts of you, right? Same thing here. So, this is the value proposition. Let me show you how this works. Let me show you an example. It's old, because does anybody remember what Amazon did way back before they became the gods of everything? What did they sold books, right? Remember that way back then? So this is when they first came out with their value proposition. And you know this is old because they specifically say for World Wide Web. Nobody says that anymore, right? We just say internet people. So let's go through this and talk about how the value proposition for Amazon is in the very beginning when they just did books. For World Wide Web users, now we say internet users, right? For internet users who enjoy books. Fine, that's kind of general, but that's really what that is their customers. Amazon.com is a retail bookseller, not wholesale, retail, right? They're selling small loads. That is what they do. That is what they have. Fine. That provides instant access to over 1 million books. This is true. They were the first one to do online, right? So 1 million books and it was instant access because you do it here. That is also true, and that is a very good differentiation. Unlike traditional booksellers. You remember we used to have a lot of these, right? Just book sales, you walk in, you go see these. Barnes & Noble, Virgin, in India, I'm sure you have plenty of those. You still have some in Connaught Place. But unlike traditional book retailers, Amazon.com provides a combination of extraordinary convenience, low prices, comprehensive selection, and exceptional overall customer delight. So that's their bonus. Now, for me, exceptional overall customer delight, that's sales talk. Right? That's not objective, that's just that's it. Fine, we'll take care of that. But the other ones are actually true. Extraordinary convenience. You don't have to go anywhere. You click on the internet, it's there. Low prices, because they have 1 million books, they have no inventory, their prices were low. That is why they became so successful. Comprehensive selection. Again, if you were a store, you only have space for so much, Amazon has this. So this was a very good example of India using a value proposition for Amazon. Pretty much, they didn't talk about the logistics. They didn't talk about the procurement system, which is really the backbone of what Amazon does right now. You can deliver anything from town to town for 50 rupees on Amazon. They don't talk any about that because the customer doesn't care. Customer support too, right? They don't even talk about that. They talk about, hey, you like books? We can give you the most for the cheapest. What else they say? With a selection. unlike everybody else, and online. Retail, not even business to business. So in 4 sentences, they really tick through several boxes here. They talk about what they are, they talk about their competition in general, why we're better than the competition, and their value proposition. Okay. Instant access to 1 million books, that is basically, now of course today, the value proposition will be very different. But this is an example of what that works. It works pretty well. So if you use this template, it'll get you started. You don't have to, none of these are rules, but if it helps you kind of craft your value proposition, absolutely use it. Make sense?
Yeah.
What else? What else? But I think we're going to put our cameras on right now. And the validation, we'll talk about that. Simple explore the market. All right. And we'll go to the questions now, but tell me, what do you think? You spent a lot of time, we kind of been a little bit distracted, but these are good distractions. If these are actual questions you have about problems your business is facing or challenges, that's what we want to talk about. And I hope you can understand, even though it's a little bit spread around, all of these things are interconnected. We can't talk about value proposition without talking about knowing your customer. We can't talk about knowing your customer without talking about benefits versus features. We can't talk about benefits and talk about qualification, right? And knowing what exactly matters to them, their point of view. Point of view versus what? Context, that's competition. Right? We talk about value pricing versus cost pricing, and knowing your customer, there is no right answer. It depends on where you're going. Don't know. I've been talking too much. Questions, comments, thoughts? That's it. More
Can you share
complicated.
some of the books that a startup or a founder must read?
Sure. There are 4 million books out there, right? Pop psychology books, 0 to 1, blah, blah, blah. One of the books that I like is by a venture capitalist in Austin. Rob Adams is his name. Can't remember it. So it's called A Good Hard Kick in the Ass. And it's good hard kick in the ass. And what it talks about is, again, the validation process. All of this is a hypothesis. You then have to test, like a scientist, we need to test that hypothesis with the market. And that we're talking about market product fit, finding out if what you think is the same thing as your customer thinks is the #1 thing that comes to startups with that. They don't understand their customers. And so this book is all about that. He's a VC, a venture capitalist in Austin. When he invests in startups, because I didn't talk about this, but we ask our startups to go out. It's called get out of the building exercise. Get out of your building, get out of your dorm room, and go out and start knocking on doors and making phone calls and talking to your customers. Whoever those customers are, we've already determined, we've already gone through marketing, so segmentation, targeting, positioning, all these things we talked about. So you now know who your customers are, you need to go out and talk to them. And there's a process that we do that. He requires, before you come to him to ask for money, that you show him, document your evidence that you've gone out and spoken to 100 customers. Now, this is not 100 customers like, hi sir, can I help you? Can you fill out this? No, this is a sitting down, actual asking detailed questions about the problems they have, perhaps the solution you provide, in a general sense, not like, will you buy this, but understanding the problem. Once you have 100 of those, you start seeing what we call bell curve. You start seeing in the middle, the majority are talking about the same thing. That's when you know that your value proposition is real. Right? There'll only be people on both sides that say, oh, this is too expensive, or this is not good, or I love this, or whatever. We want that majority. Now, in Nexus, we don't ask that because we don't have time for 100. But we do ask for 10. Right? And that'll take about 2 to 3 weeks. And again, I'm not asking you to go and talk to your classmates, talk to your mother-in-law. Those are your customers. And it's easy, but that's not what we're looking for. We're actually talking about people who are design builders, people who are buying different types of fabrics, farmers who may or may not have that problem or care about sustainability, I don't know. And then you'll come back and you'll see. And we always say that there is no bad information here. If you go out and you ask the questions, and let's say you talk to 10 farmers, well, what's your business?
So I'm a dental surgeon.
Dental surgeon. So you talk to dentists, right? And again, I don't know if it's children or adults or whatever, but you talk to them, you got a new technology for dental surgery, and all 10 said, this is a terrible idea. I would never pay for this. This is stupid. Whatever. They all give you negative information. That is actually more valuable than everybody says, oh, I love it. I would pay 4 million core for this thing. Because people usually like to be polite and they don't tell you the real things. So if they actually give you negative and you're like, wow, it is much better to find it out now. As opposed to you just raised a Series A fund, 15 lakh later, 6 months you spent your time, and then you're ready to launch, and then you realize nobody wants it. Find out now you're failing fast when they come. So when you do those interviews, don't be disheartened when the information's bad. You could pivot, or you might say, you know what, this is a great idea. It's not a good business idea. That's okay. So, anyways, one of the books, that was one of the books that I really like. There's several others. It really depends on what you're looking at. Again, there's so much pop psychology about business. 10 tasks that Elon Musk does in the morning to make him a millionaire, right? You see these stupid things on the internet all the time. 5 things that every billionaire must do to blah, blah, blah. Personally, I think it's all not right. I won't say the wrong word. But it doesn't matter. That's what you think. And if those 5 click lists help you get out of the day and do that thing, wonderful. I'm not saying any of that is wrong. It's a big world. We all have a different opinion. We all have different situations. Whatever helps you, motivates you, gives you some lessons, great. But there are some good books out there. I think 0 to 1 is pretty good. If you know about the lean business canvas model, you know about design thinking, these are concepts that can be very useful to you. I like that one particular book. If you're more advanced, you're actually going to go raising investment for venture capital. I think all of you are too early for that. There's some very good books that I can also recommend. But considering I think most of you are early, it might be too early for you. But anyways, I mean, if you have some specific things like I want to know about marketing, I want to know about scale, I want to know this, write me an email and I'll give you some answers as well. Cool. Any other things?
So, regarding scale, I'm already doing something.
Well, if you're working with Walmart, you're probably pretty scaled pretty big.
So, during COVID, I was like traveling and I was getting my orders from US, Mexico, India also. Oh, I have a lot of friends in Mexico.
I just came back from Mexico.
It's a good city. It's a good country. Beautiful country.
It is.
So, see, my own business was like traveling, carrying my bag, showing my stuff, moving orders and coming back. So, also this war has affected a lot. It is cutting the earlier.
Because you were sending a lot of stuff to Russia or Ukraine or what?
Yeah, because see that purchasing power for the end customer have come down.
I mean, the war you're talking about, Ukraine, Russia, that war?
Oh, US.
What war? I'm not sure what war we're in. Are we in the war?
US, as in like my friends which are living there, visited from last 7 years. I have not seen the price hikes on the items in the normal stores also, where you see such a hike on the prices that we also can't even buy them.
I'm sorry, I think you said war, like battle.
Yeah, because the price hike is there, the petroleum cost, every cost is going up. I'm also getting a lot of queries where my buyers are saying that you cut down your cost, we cannot sell it at that price, we cannot sell it at that price. So there's a lot of backward costing on like every operations that where I can just cut down my margins from 25% to 15% and even working for 7% with Delhi 21. So it's very difficult for a mediocre place for a survival. What do you suggest?
I suggest you identify the market because everybody's always going to tell you to reduce your cost. I've never met an exporter yet that says, this price is fine. Matter of fact, you can add 5% to the price, I'm fine with that. I've never heard that. The fact that 7 years the prices have gone up and so demand is greater, I don't believe. I mean, is there been inflation last year? Yes. But that is now also reduced. And I have not seen it for the fact, especially for, I would say, a luxury good, like handcrafted shirts and stuff from India. I would assume these are not t-shirts. These are choosable fashion items.
Yeah.
That market, and I don't know your customers, is much more less price sensitive and more stable during ups and downs of inflation.
See, but to keep ourselves sustainable, we need that market also.
Again, I don't know the visibility market. I mean, the fact that we have to keep on cutting, have they over 7 years, right, 2014, through 2 administrations, there was a price hikes with oil, now it's coming back down, huge, but still, that had never come back and said, hey, this was a temporary cut, and now we're back to normal. There were some supply chain issues, yeah, we get that, right? But they keep on saying that. I mean, again, I don't know enough about your business, but I would say the more you know about the market, you know about other distributors, other channels, the more you can find out if what they're telling you is true. So, are they... Well, again, I don't know the government industry, right? But I mean, if you're doing distributors in New York City, let's talk about California or Texas or Mexico, right? Sure, Mexico is a little more price sensitive because they're not in the States. With who? Oh, okay. So again, I don't want to get too low, but when we talk about inflation in the United States and prices in the United States, there's also been quite a lot of talk that, interestingly enough, although inflation was high, it's now coming down, but still was high, prices were high, corporate profits were at a record profit for the last couple of years. And people were buying back their stocks. And some people were saying, wait a second, it seems like some of this inflation was not inflation. It was just using the opportunity to keep the prices high. And I'm not saying good or bad, and that's a different ethical question. But then if your suppliers come to you and say, what can I tell you, right, we need pricing, there's questions there. And I'm not saying your distributors are bad, but you as a startup always want to have choices. You don't want to be beholden to 1 or 2 distributors or buyers that have too much control over you. The amount of companies in the United States that have gone bankrupt after they got the contract with Walmart is a lot. When you chase that big dog, we call it a dog chasing the car, right? Sometimes when you chase and you finally get the car, you realize that that's going to kill you because you have to now produce 10,000 units a day, right? And the price has to be this. So you dedicate all of your manufacturing to that, so I have that customer. Not work on high profit, you work on volume and a small percentage. That works. One thing goes wrong, you're screwed. Right? Walmart decides to hold your check for a month because budget issues. You're out of business. Right? Just be careful. And you're playing both sides of the same thing. Okay, that helps maybe hedge some of that risk. But I would be very skeptical saying that, oh, the last 7 years, prices have gone so crazy that nobody's afforded luxury imported Indian garments. I don't buy that. 7 years it's not been a
No, exactly. That's the proposition we are working on. It do we need to sell it or should we make the pilot project first?
Well, I'm trying to understand whether you, at the beginning, let's say you're starting off and you want to do a pilot. I'm a very big fan of doing pilots with industrial partners. Whether the pilot is for free or you pay, that's up to you. Sometimes it's important just to do it for free to get that relationship going and get it foot in the door. I totally get that. If you can do it and just pay your cost, even better. But whether you do a pilot for free or not is not the question. The question is, theoretically, once that pilot works, we all are optimistic it works, then we'll get the business model, right? So, are we going to sell it to the farmers? Are we going to give it free for the farmers because we make up money? What is the business model? And who is benefiting from that? So, what the pilot you do for free is really not the question. I mean, that's a temporary issue you need to solve.
Because since you don't have anything anything to compare.
Well, so I would dispute that because that's what I'm trying to figure out what exactly you do. If you're saying at the end of the day, 6 months from now, you've done the pilot, everything works, fine. At the end of the day, you are selling biofuel to the farmers. Okay.
At the end of the day, we actually want to work with organizations and including governments for solid waste management of money.
Okay. So here's the question. Right. Well, here's the question. I get that. What is what you do? Are you solving the question of solid waste management, or are you selling biofuel? I mean, you're doing both, right? But what is your company doing? Because if you say, I sell biofuel, And I'm solving this other issue, I get that, that's perfectly fine. But I sell biofuel, you cannot tell me there's no competition. I can list 20 pieces of competition right now. If you're saying I'm dealing with solid waste management, the way I make money is selling biofuel, but my focus is solid waste management.
Yeah, my focus is solid.
Okay. I can also tell you about different ways of getting the rice husks or material. There are other different types of competition. And this is a good example of like, hey, there are kind of two foci. Neither one's wrong. But when you go to an investor, you have to say, this is who we are. We are a biofuel company. And show me the numbers, how that works. By the way, we also, this is the extra clean up the environment, we get rid of social waste management. Or, I'm working on bio-waste. Right? I'm clearing up these mines. Who's that problem for? How much is that money that's spent on that? Who pays for it? And by the way, because we get that free waste, we also get biofuel that covers some of our costs. But your focus is on solid waste management. And from an investor's point of view, even though you're doing the same, you're doing both. From an investor's point of view, they need to know where is the money for the flows. So that's something you just have to clear up. I mean, it's not, neither one is wrong or right, it's just, I need to, for investors, you just gotta make it extremely simple about where the business is coming from, where the numbers are going from, and what you're focusing on. Especially as startups when you don't have the resources to do many things at once. So I call it investment for dummies, right? Dumb it down. Don't assume just because they're investors they get everything that you've been working on for 10 years. You make it very simple. And so when you come and say, I know biofuel company, working with farmers, and have free waste, and here's the numbers, and I can make a liter of biofuel for 5 rupees. And right now they buy regular gas at 7 rupees. Plus it pollutes the environment, plus it does this, plus okay. That's a perfectly good argument. Or, no. Right now, we pollute the waste, and it costs them 20 rupees a truckload to get rid of all this bio-waste, and I will take care of all that, plus I'll provide employment, and plus I have some biofuel that will cover the cost. Okay, that's a different argument. Does that make sense, though? I mean, you've got to really choose one half or the other for investment. And then finding yourself as you're branding what your vision is for your company. Yeah. Even if you're not there yet, this is for the future.
Yeah, that's what we are still working on that.
Yeah. And this is not an easy thing, by the way. These are big decisions because you can't change your branding halfway through. Right now, nobody cares because nobody knows you. Right? So you decide what it is and you go forward with it. 10 years from now, you're like, I'm going to switch and I'm going to be the price competitive. Or I'm going to switch. I was price, now I'm going to switch to value. That is extremely hard because now you have to change the thinking of how your customers think of you, and you can't do that. Well, you can do it through huge amounts of advertising, but it's really hard to do that. So think it through, kind of establish where you are and where you want to be, and go with that. If it doesn't work, you can change, but I mean, you shouldn't be switching back and forth just because. Find out what that is and what that vision is for. Make sense? I'm sorry I'm taking so much time. It's already past the clock. Huh?
Thank you so much for your time. Just last question.
She had a question too, and I'll take both of your questions, so go ahead.
This might be a bit of a deviation, but
Everything we got is a deviation, but that's okay.
where does brand designing come in all of this?
Yeah, actually, the design of the brand, your logo, your trademark, that kind of stuff, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, setting the tone for the brand and how you communicate with your customers,
Yes.
all of that.
Yeah. So I'm not going to talk about the design of the logos and trademarks, but how you see yourself as a company, what more do you want to grow up?
Yeah.
That is what your brand is, right? What is the mission? What is the vision of your company? And everything should flow from that. I'm going to be the low-cost provider of architectural services. Okay. Now knowing that and who your customers are, who are most price sensitive, that is your brand. That is your mission. Right? You'll put that. We're an architectural company that does this. And your brand should be consistent. Everything should flow from that support that idea in your customer's mind or what you stand for. Brand right now costs you nothing and is worth nothing. Right? Once you get big, brand is huge. It not only differentiates yourself from other companies, but sometimes it can be worth money in and of itself. Water Landfill, they make motorcycles, right? They sell clothing, they sell t-shirts, they sell stuff because it's a cool brand. So your brand can be huge. University of Texas, where I come from, they make like $7 million a year just in brand. T-shirts, anything. So, your brand is important to how you see yourself as a company. Everything should go to support your pricing and all that. Right now, you just kind of need to sit yourself in the dorm and think about what you should be. Am I the buyer, right? Am I Walmart, or am I the customer? You've been very fortunate. You've been able to kind of keep those separate and do both at the same time. Wonderful, right? Most of us don't have the ability to do that. And most startups would say, go with the one, try it, figure it out there. So it's really a personal preference, but backed up hopefully by the research where you think there's a gap in the market that you have the most impact on. Sure, if I answer your question about it.
Yeah, I think I figured out how. You need to figure yourself out first and then.
Yeah, I mean, again, it'll take all of these aspects to talk about. The customer, the pricing, and all this kind of value, the customer, and about all these things will come in, see where you feel there's a gap in the market. It's okay. This is what we're going to go.
Thank you.
Any tips related to marketing? Because these days there are various ways to do advertisement and marketing. So anything which is
Yeah, so the number one tip I can give
the
you
most
is do not confuse marketing with advertising.
yes, I told you.
Right? Advertising is the tip of the iceberg. To use advertising correctly, there's the whole iceberg under the water. And if you have that, if you have your segmentation, your targeting, your positioning, all of these terms, and you know your target customers and how that's going, then the advertising kind of naturally flows through there and how you're going to reach those people. You can absolutely go to a marketing company and say, I'm ready for a marketing company. They have to do it and charge you $50. Right? The more you know, the more targeted you can be, the less you have to spend on it. And you will find out what is appropriate. Again, Facebook, right? Who else doing? Maybe they're doing direct to consumer products. You're doing clothes. Maybe they're doing direct to food products. Maybe no, nobody. Everybody else doing business to business kind of stuff. Anybody selling directly to customers, fast moving consumer goods, food, clothing, because you are, right? What do you say?
Organic staples.
Perfect. Organic foods, right? Staple produce. Okay, anybody else? That does what? Chocolate. Perfect. That's exactly what. Okay. So let's assume you are selling to youth, young people who care about the environment, young people who love chocolate. Everybody loves chocolate. Young people love chocolate. And you say, who do I advertise to? Hey, social media might be a very easy and cheap way. And let's say your demographic is, you would know this, you should do your research. 22 to 35-year-olds who are out of college, not poor students, they've got their first job, but they've got a little bit of money, right? And they're willing to buy some organic because they believe in this. Or they just like chocolates, maybe it's for Valentine's Day, maybe it's for themselves. Fine. Do you advertise on Facebook?
Instagram.
Why? No, I mean, again, I'm a company, I'm a marketing company, and you come to me and say, I want to sell chocolates, and I want to use social media presence. I'm like, great, we can set up, I will do the work for you. And I will set up a campaign for you on Facebook. Yes or no? Same thing with you. Sure. We're talking about advertising and what's the most effective. And so I'm saying, let's assume you know your demographic you're going after is young, 22 to 25 years old. Not, maybe they have a graduate from college, they have a little money, and they're organic, and they are environmentally conscious for you, they just love chocolates, and they're willing to spend money. So you say, I've done my research, or you've done my research, I'm ready to go with my advertising. So you come to me, I'm a marketing company, I say, great, I'm going to advertise, let's go to social media, let's do that. And I will set you up with Facebook, and ads and all that. What do you think of that?
So this is something which we go ahead with Instagram because I know that that kind of audience is there.
Which audience? The audience want on Facebook. I mean, you said Instagram.
So
Okay, fine.
these days, Instagram, it's more.
No, but you're, how old are you? Excuse me. How old are you?
How old are you?
18. How old are you?
I'm 40.
Okay. So let me just ask you a question. Instagram, not Facebook, correct? What do you say? Use Instagram. Why? Why wouldn't you want Facebook? Facebook is, Mark Zuckerberg, known all around the world, one of the largest companies and largest social media platforms in the world. Why not Facebook? Is what?
Easy way to reach out to people.
Okay, I mean, it's easier, but again, I will handle it for you. I'll do the whole campaign. I'm a marketing company. 1,000 rupees, I'll set you up. Interested or not?
I would rather want more on the results than more sales. So
Absolutely. That's the whole point of
I'll
this.
get them to decide
The whole point of results.
you know.
So I'm asking you, this is a very real thing. You put 1,000 rupees. Spend it on Instagram, spend it on Facebook. Which is it?
Sales on my website, I'm more than happy to get it from wherever.
No, nobody will guarantee you. Right? I will say, look, I will get you 50,000 hits. Right? I mean, they can tell you likes, they can tell you clicks. Nobody guarantees sales. They just never will. So the whole point for you is sales. We get that, right? This is okay. This is where these are real decisions you will make as a startup. You have 1,000 rupees. I'm a marketing company. I like you. I'll do it for free. So you don't have to worry technically. You say Instagram, not Facebook. What do you say? Why? Why is this? Because the question you need.
Target audience is Instagram. On Instagram.
Why is that?
As well.
Why is it not Facebook, Instagram? What is the difference between a target market on Instagram versus Facebook?
Instagram users are younger. Most not
Right.
Instagram.
Are you saying there are no young people on Facebook?
They are here, but
These
they are-
days, sir, usage of Facebook is lesser than Instagram.
For who?
Especially for, you can say, age bracket.
This is the answer I'm looking for, right? Don't be shy here. This is your business. No, I'm an old person. I still use Facebook. You're a young person. Do you use Facebook? No, you do not. If your target market is 20 to 25 years old or 18 to 20, they are not on Facebook. Right? Do not be shy about this. Right? I was provoking you to see. Instagram, you both said that would come up with the correct answer. Maybe now. I don't know. But it's not Facebook. Right? And you said, what are the things I should be using? The point is, you need to know. Right? And when I say, why not Facebook? Don't be shy. We all, maybe we all know, maybe we don't know. Facebook now, the youth has left Facebook. Right? It is not on Facebook, it's on Instagram. Right? It's on, what other people do you have? Just Instagram? Anything else? Snapchat maybe? Right? But I mean, yeah, these are kind of things influencers all over. It's not Facebook. Right? So if you came to me and I said, I'm a marketing company, I'll put you on Facebook, your first answer was like, you don't know what you're talking about. I know, I'm an 18-year-old, I'm not on Facebook. If my demographic is 22 to 25 years old, don't tell me it's Facebook. You, marketing company, don't know what you're saying. So the question was, give me tips on marketing. You know these answers. Right? If the market is the same as you know. Now you're not 18, you're 45. Okay? If you're marketing with people 45 or 50, maybe it is Facebook. Right? Because I'm not going for 18 years old. I'm going for people like me. I'm not on it. I am on Instagram, but I don't use it. Right? I use Twitter because I have to. Right? I don't do Snapchat. So if your target market is me, don't go on Instagram. Right? The channel matches your customers. Right? So I was provoking you intentionally to try to see if you have the right answer. If your target market is 20 to 25 years old or 18 to 20 years old, you know that. So there is no one universal, put up a billboard and you win.
My question was this. These days, physical advertisement through billboards and those brochures and all that. So, is this still in, or if I talk about the
What do you do?
result? Right now, I'm planning for a YouTube channel.
YouTube channel.
Yes.
Okay.
But actually, I have something else in my mind. Again, there is a,
Tell me what you think for your startup there that you'll be using.
yes, for example, there is a cafe.
Okay, cafe. Great.
Yes, which I'm
Who
going
do you plan to, who is this cafe for?
again, for youngsters.
Okay.
Age bracket will be 18 to 40, or you can say,
18 to 40?
yes, 40.
That's this bracket.
Yes. Because these days, 40 is new 20, so these days it's not that people. I mean,
I'm joking, but if you came to an investor and said,
Yes.
everybody likes coffee, I'm going for 18 to 40, that is a huge spread. Right? And that's not to say, I mean, it's not like when you go to Starbucks, like, are you 18, sir? You cannot come in. Nobody says that, right? But again, advertising is driven by your customers, right? Who your customers are. You would post on Facebook if you're talking about executives or 50-year-olds, right? If it's a funky 18 to 20-year-old, you might do Instagram, right? So it depends on who you're looking for. You can't go everywhere. As you're never going to refuse a customer, of course not. But the majority of the money that you're coming from a customer, how do you spend your marketing dollar wisely? You can send out email lists, right? I can buy you in China 500,000 email contacts right now, and you can send a blind email to either, hey, 10% off, come to our cafe, right? Your hit rate might be 0.01%. Is that the most effective use of your money? No. Right? I'm not going to go to a cafe based on the email I got. This is what you're going to know. So from advertising, it's all about the efficiency. It's not about how many you send out, how many likes, it's how many people actually buy the chocolates, buy the produce, go to the cafe. So you want to use your money in the most efficient way possible. Because we don't have unlimited funds. Exactly. So you say, look, I'm never going to refuse 40-year-olds, but if my target market's 18 to 21 or 18 to 23, and my cafe has the look and feel and music of 18 to 23-year-olds, which will absolutely have different music playing above than it's 40-year-olds, even if 40 is the new 20, then you're going to go after them. Now, if I'm a 40-year-old and I need a cup of coffee, of course, you're welcome. But when we're talking advertising, you've got to make the most efficient use of your money. And the most efficient use of the money is knowing who they are and what channels they do. We had a customer in Russia. They were using ground up waste from livestock, chicken factories, pig factories. They had the waste, and they used the pieces of the meat. They grind that all up, and they put it into feed for other chickens, right? And so it was waste. So it was a very good waste that has no expense. They rent it and they put it into the feed for livestock. So good, protein helps the livestock grow faster. The cost was zero. Good business. And so we asked, okay, so what are you going to be, in this technique, this technology they had, they were going to sell to these companies. Fine, all very good. How are you going to do this? And we asked them in our form, what is your outreach? What is your marketing campaign? He said the same thing. Social media, Facebook, and we're going to do billboards on the roads. That's how we're going to sell this. I'm like, okay. So if you are the head of a livestock industry company, right? Probably not a 20-year-old, right? Probably something more old like me. You're driving the car, and you go down the road, and you see a billboard. Is that the most efficient way? Am I going to buy a new technology because I saw it on the billboard? Right? And how much can you put in there about the information? By the way, we use ground things and have this in there 50%. Maybe. I doubt it. I'm on Facebook. Other people on Facebook. Am I, as a director of a factory, going to change my process by something, a post I saw on Facebook? Absolutely not. I mean, I am on Facebook, so that is the right thing, but is that going to be convincing to me? Absolutely not. So for that technology, hey, you go to a conference and you have brochures. You talk in the yearly livestock journal, right? And you do an ad there, physical. That would make sense because I'm an executive and I read those and it looks like pure. That makes sense. What's my point here? There is no right or wrong answer. You know your customer is listening. A billboard for a cafe or chocolates? Nah, probably not. Right? Instagram post for right before Valentine's Day with some young influencer? Yeah, that might really work. It's all about the efficiency. Don't think about the numbers. It's not what we call the spray and pray. I spray out 1,000 emails, I pray that I just get 2%, and I'm fine. That never works. So, using the most efficient is good. It all comes back to your customer and where they are and how they get influenced. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So, I pushed you to say, why, right? This is your business. Don't be shy. So when you say, look, Instagram's not for old people like you, Eric. It's Facebook. That's your favorite. Say that. I mean, not that way. But I mean, when you talk to an investor, they say, how are you going to promote this? You're going to say this, and you might get somebody like me, right? That's interesting. I like the chocolates in there. You should definitely go on Facebook. You got to push back on this stuff, right? Because it's not true. I'm 55 years old. I do not have the same interest or connections as an 18-year-old buying chocolates. Now, organic produce, maybe not. Maybe you're saying these are for households, upper middle households that are 45 years old and children. Much closer. Okay, we get that. These are how things that work. Does that make sense what I'm saying? And I'm not saying it because it's a theoretical tool, because these things work. You put the research in, it will save you money and time. And for startups, it's all about saving money and time because we don't have either one of those. And we've gone way too much. Thank you so much. I appreciate your patience. all of you on the E-SDP Times as the next 400 crore business, right? Congratulations again. If anything was started next, we can help you, or if you will let you know, please. But good luck. It's exciting, and I really look forward to seeing you succeed. So thank you all.
What's that? Yeah.
I drove from St.
Today's
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
आपको भी आदत है
और
Gracias.
No, gracias a usted.
So, what should be the perspective? It should be from the customer point of view, or it should be from our point of view? Means what we are trying to give, what value we are trying to give. We are digital marketing.
Digital marketing. Okay. So what kind of tagline?
Right now, because we started with only graphic designing, so that at that time it was essence of creativity.
But now, so should we change, or now we are into website, SEO development and writing, video editing and creation and all everything. So now we have to change the tagline.
You don't have to. I mean, it's totally up to you. Of course, that's your decision. Has it not been working for you? You don't like it? Or?
No, we think
Sense of creativity
is it like it sounds something
Designing
creativity, designing.
Again, all you guys is just one person's opinion on how efficient it is. That's everything that sounds kind of nice, no matter what you do. There's still a creative aspect to it. I mean, SEO. What was the new tagline you're thinking of?
We haven't thought about it.
We are working on it.
The idea, and I don't know who your customers are, they know companies or
Corporates and international.
I mean, it really depends on what they're looking for from you. I don't need to design a web page. I don't need creativity. Just give me the standard basic web page in 10 minutes, and then you can say, whatever. I mean, that would be emphasized with what you do. That's what we do. Very nice. Creativity is no longer the main thing that you do. The cultist
What we were thinking is maybe it might sound something related to only designing, so we should change it or not.
पैसे तो नहीं है
I have a lot of friends who keep coming home to Indian खाना बड़ा spicy है.
बुलवाई का की करके
जरूर सर जरूर.
जो पता हमारी कुछ इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर काम है
जरूर जरूर.
Nobody looks.
नाम किसका आपको नहीं पता मुझे
आपको पता जो आ नहीं रहे.
हाँ, और जो आ रहे हैं उनका नहीं पता.
मुझे ना मैम मुझे इस चीज में मैं बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं मैं भूल जाता हूँ
जाते हैं गलती से.
वाइफ का याद है, बच्चा का याद है, जो लकी
Not
मैं
irrelevant.
शुरू में ना उसके नाम से बुलाता था काफी समय में
बहुत सारे क्वेश्चन उठ जाते हैं उस टाइम पे लगता है I was so thrilled कि बनी है इसका भाई
I am too much of a lover of garlic naan.
Okay.
I don't need anything else. I can just have garlic naan and I'm happy. But oh, thank you so much.
We don't have garlic naan here, but we do have naan here.
Oh no, I'm not saying here, but every Indian food is just. I don't do enough exercise and I eat too much food here, so that's my problem.
Erik some
Getting
salad
fat.
Erik some salad onion
It's all very tasty. Thank you.
yeah there are actually two very old organizations. One is MEN and second one is TIE, who are working in this Indian startup ecosystem. So when we all the incubation centers, total 11 incubation centers, as I was mentioning in my previous interaction, when these were established by Delhi government, then TIE came into the picture and they have started supporting all these incubation centers. So the executive director of TIE New Delhi, that is Geetika, amazing personality, and she is also very hardworking and doing a lot for the members of TIE. Ma'am, as you are also a member of TIE, you were saying. Yeah, so what opportunity TIE is come to you that they are also helping individual startups and budding entrepreneurs. Why any incubation center? It is always good. Many times means around the year what we get applications or the requests or the suggestions which are coming from TIE office, that if you are having a number of incubations, a number of incubators, you can ask them to come for any demo day or some that kind of pitch day kind of session where you can have an interaction with investors. So for getting an investor, this is a very good platform. So right now today we are having Nitin also with us. Nitin is joint director of TIE, working with Geetika, and Stanley is also working as a director with TIE. I don't understand, I don't know actually that who is deputy to whom, who is director is at his position, upper position or the joint director. So that
so basically the thing is in TIE, we work like a startup itself. So right now we can be directors or joint directors, whatever, but at times required we are janitors as well. So we the whole ecosystem in the life cycle of a company. So that's what happens. So during conference we have to go and stick newspaper, we even go
that also.
So
that is the kind of startup. That is the kind of startup they are working. You understand it, na? As you know, Erik was saying, if it is your baby, you need not to shame of it, or you need not to shy of it. You will have to go and you have to do it by yourself. Right? So that way they are also working. For this, Stanley has also worked with one of the investor company, venture capital firm, that is Rukam Capital.
before that I was Indian Angel Network.
Before that he was also working with Indian Angel Network. Have you heard? Must be heard about IAN, Indian Angel Network. Right? So I hope that you will be getting very good exposure. The topic would be about the pitch deck, how to make a pitch deck, what is the right time to pitch, and what the contents you should show, what the contents you should not show to your investors. So thanks Nitin for coming.
Thank you so much for inviting us. Thank you everyone.
It's not working. Hello.
फोन करो आगे
Entrepreneurship में कहते हैं ना, जिसने करी शर्म उसके फूटे करा.
यस शर्म नहीं करनी चाहिए.
You're not able to get money, you're not able to get what you want. You have to be really after. So, just to introduce TIE. TIE stands for the Indus Entrepreneurs. It all started in Silicon Valley about 20 or 30 years back, where some of the people in the ecosystem over there, the Indians primarily, everyone used to go from India to US looking for funding. And that's when they thought of creating a self-help group that people should be able to support each other, and thus the region, the Indus Entrepreneur. So anyone from the Indus Valley civilization, so it would carry from Pakistan, India, and so on and so forth. But it has grown quite beyond. So we are 61 chapters across 18 countries. So anything related to entrepreneurship is of interest to us. It all started as tech, because that's where most of the entrepreneurship was. But now we talk about food and agri-business as well. We talk IT, tech, this part, still part of it. We're talking about sports and fitness as an entrepreneurship area. Food, no one ever considers restaurants as businesses, but what Beer Cafe has done, or Chayos has done, has shown. And then there are entrepreneurial opportunities over there. Social impact is another space we talk about. But as TIE, we will talk about businesses which are social, working for me, staying with me and grow. If I have to expand, right now I'm talking to 12 women over here. Like now tomorrow we need about 100 women I need to be able to touch. My resources have to go. So that is where. So that is where TIE all started. All chapters are independent units. People in those locations, we have membership, we have charter memberships and regular membership members like you, equity professionals who have an idea in mind but they don't know how to go about building a business, to someone who is already into business and is now the growth scale. And charter members are people been there, done that. Successful entrepreneurs like Dean Kalam, my tips and who are also the board of TIE. That is where they come and they contribute a lot of their time and energies. Someone who was in 2 years back or 3 years back can also be a great mentor because from him or her you can learn better as to how to manage. Someone has gone through the cycle of COVID, and when he started just a year before COVID, a company like say Lake could have managed very well, cash flow or whatever. But maybe as someone in travel industry who started just 6 months before, now that's a story you may want to learn because you are kind of that stage or you may get into stage. So how do you manage through the black swan events when it comes? And that's something really which shook everyone. So that's where the TIE is. Women entrepreneurship has been a major focus area for TIE. We've been working on that for quite a number of years. And again, there are 2 concepts over here where people talk about women. So there's one set of people who say, do you call any man entrepreneurship? If not, then why is a woman entrepreneurship? But then there's another set of people who say that, hey, there's a different set of needs I have, and I need to really cater to me. And hence there's something called women entrepreneurship to a certain extent, after which she's just like anyone. So there's nothing women on that. Then she's an entrepreneur. And there was a very beautiful analogy given by one of our members, Manisha Rawat. She used to run all-women fitness store called E-SDP. And she said, when Metro got introduced in Delhi, all women had an experience of DTC bus. She talks about crazy, amazing experience she had on those DTC. DU special. DU special. So everyone had that experience in mind because of which they were little wary of coming into Metro. So Metro started all women compartment. Some started taking a step and coming into it. When they started coming into it, it gave them the confidence that hey, there is something separate, close space, safe space for me. Should anything go wrong, I have someone to go and talk to, and it will be addressed. One is you can go to, the other is also addressed. Now many of those women don't find any difficulty in running into any compartment now, even if it is full, because they have that confidence coming up. Now that compartment is women entrepreneurship, and rest of the train is entrepreneurship. So to a certain extent you get and that is where this women entrepreneurship as a group, we have been, as a special interest group, we have been focusing on and been continuing on. We have done small meetups, get-togethers, women specific only. We have founders and funders meet coming up on 1st of February. Please connect with me. I'll be happy to share with you the invite for it. It's in Sanket Social, Sanket District Center. 5 to 8, there will be some founders, there will be some investors also. Just a pure networking between the two of them. Come and talk to people, there will be some senior people from the industry as well, so you can discuss your ideas and get a feedback, because that's more important than business. Getting feedback. Mentorship is very important. Suno sabki karo. But then you need to have your different perspectives which are required. So without much ado, let me just call my colleague Stanley over here and talk about from the pitching perspective, how to pitch, right? Because that's very important. He has been from an investor side, so he knows. And so he can give you, and you can ask as many questions as possible and take all the cheat codes. That what should you say right to an investor and how should you say right to an investor? What does he or she want to hear? And before that, when Stanley comes in, if you can just do a short round of introduction so he knows your business, what you are into, and the stage of your business. So he will be giving much deeper insights. Stanley, please start.
Good afternoon, Anveshan. I'm from a company called Project Silver. I went to export from 2011. My company was registered in 2005. So we exported to US and Europe. But after COVID, my all business was fixed. I was on B2B. So after COVID, since it was traveling was cut down for 2 years, my legs and everything is really cut down. Also, this war has impacted. My idea is to explore the Indian market, but my consensus only to G2B because I have tried Amazon and others. See, I do shipping like 2,000 pieces to 200,000 pieces and into a safe net. like shipping one piece and again, there's like a lot of returns B2C is again a drawback to me. And it's very disheartening, like you're sending a shipment through Amazon and other platforms, and there are returns coming back, and then you have to pay the courier charges also and everything. So, keeping in mind for such a long time working as an full-fledged exporter, exploring an Indian market is yet new to me.
What is your product?
I'm a garment exporter.
Garment
So I'm as of now into ladies wear and kids wear. In India, I'm going to touch the plus sizes and kids wear, which I'm also doing at present, and which is like from last, say, about a year I have started doing, and I am on Amazon, Meesho. We were on Mantra, but then Mantra asked for 25 SKUs at one time. So again, it is a lot of investment, and you never know that, and fashion changes like this. So Indian platform is yet to explore. Again, I'm looking for market in India, B2B, not B2C, because I think it's a kind of a failure when you put a lot of efforts on 25 SKUs and return keep coming and it's not, you have to roll on that onto the new SKUs also.
I come to the question and answer. Just quick intro about you guys. So I can also what is your audience?
My name is Selma and I'm providing customized
Customized?
chocolates.
Chocolates. Okay. So how long have you been doing it?
She's the youngest entrepreneur. She's 18 years old.
It's good.
Just part of it.
So, but when did you start?
After 6 months back.
6 months back. And at what value?
Place one.
Any revenues? Revenues. You haven't started selling it? Have you started selling it?
Yeah.
And how do you sell it?
From Instagram also and offline also. अभी
What figure?
फिर भी
5 crores.
830,000. No, I'm asking from 1 महीने का.
About 30 to 40,000 per month.
Good afternoon, my name is Vidya. Currently I am working with Gen Platform, supplying stationery to government organizations. But I have an idea of making biofuel from the waste of my land. So that is my idea on which I am working right now. And it's still at the ideation stage and we are working on the tech, how to do it. And I'm here to learn more about the business.
So hi, I'm Pallavi Srivastava, the founder of Miracle Creations. So we are into digital marketing solutions. And we have started 2 years back. I'm co-founder of Miracle Creations.
My name is Nitin Agarwal. My company will be Fledglings. It will be a YouTube channel which will be converted.
Hi, I'm Devita. I'm currently a US designer, but I'm planning to establish a product design firm which will focus more on the digital products and helping early stage startups design their products.
Hi, I'm Shaivi. I'm an architect. I've been working for almost 15 years. The last 2 years we built a tech platform and our service is to help build sustainable spaces. The service is targeted both towards end users and professionals who need certain tools to save their time, find new products and technologies to help them build sustainable.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Pooja, a new entrepreneur rather. I actually started 2 years back, but then full on into entrepreneurship like last 7 to 8 months. So I started off with a responsible lifestyle store in Noida, and now currently it's transitioning into a D2C organic brand. Organic staples, so it is pulses and
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Dr. Jasmine. I'm an dental surgeon. So, being doctors, we are never taught or we never discuss about business. So, I'm here for the insights. I'm very at a bigger level. So, except opening up a clinic, I have an idea, but it's still cooking.
What's this idea?
So, I do observe the gaps. So, how to come up with, how we can proceed with it. So, that is
In the dental
in the dental industry, it's healthcare.
years we are given into
कितने सेशन हो?
very first session.
7. This one is?
This one is 9. About how many hours? It's the 7th session.
कुछ किसी ने
7th day or, but if we talk about session, so 6 plus 6, 12 or 12th or 13th session, 7th day.
So just coming back to the point here, what is it that you would like to listen from us? I understand what are you guys here for, but you all are from different stages of your each mature growth, idea, and all.
Again, like you said, how to reach the investors, what to tell, what not to tell, how to tell, and what is the smart way to tell.
And what kind of investors are there who can, believe the ideas? And if the plan is ready, everything is ready, but we need someone who can help with the funds.
So are there anyone looking at how to start? They're technocrats,
And what
but
is the
the business
perspective
element
of the
going on.
investor also, that they will just
How to
say
smartly tell your story
fair
to
point.
people so that, maybe even to
Smartly tell
understand.
story over here would be towards probably to investors, because
Yeah, so for me also, like just before this session, we had a discussion on benefits and features, difference between the two. While pitching it to an investor, what to focus on. So what I understand, I get into the technical part when I am speaking, and I don't know how to go ahead and say it in terms in which the investor would understand about it. So how to focus on that instead of, because I have been reading something on the technology part, I end up talking more on that, which I think is not of interest to me.
who took the last session?
Mr.
Erik Azulay from Nexus.
What he said is right. See, everybody here is an entrepreneur कुछ ही है, वो visiting card नहीं रहता है basically. You don't have your own website. So it's very difficult to build a product brand for yourself. B2B में क्या अपना brand नहीं बनता. B2B में क्या month end में पैसे आगे खत्म होगा. But in a B2C business, you are creating a brand. Like if I go Dabur, Himalaya, any brand that you pick up, Sleepy or any brand that you pick up, you know that brand is why you trust it. Whether the product is good or bad or ugly, that's secondary. But you know that brand is, there's a trust around it. And it's very difficult to get a brand, visibility, brand authenticity among the customer, because people don't pay. Free में तो सब ले लेते हैं, pay कोई नहीं करता. And the authenticity of the business comes in when people are paying, and there are repeat customers, there are loyal customers who are coming back again. Lifetime cycle of a customer, कि कितने टाइम में वापस आता है या नहीं आता है. So these all data is something that entrepreneur should have in hand. I know my customers, I know my market, who will be the right TG, what is the salaries or what is the income level of these guys who are actually going to be my customers. So you should understand the geographical space when do I launch my product, how do I launch my product, whether Facebook, Insta, offline, wherever. So you need to figure out where are your customers to get some revenues around. So investors largely see what have you done from starting to get revenues. If you say I've been running around my idea for 2 years, then there's a problem. They see what is the churn rate. 3 months, 6 months, 8 months, okay, product bun raha tha. They did some market survey and got the final product ready. Now they're selling it on the platform. But then again, margins, what are the numbers? Like gross margin kitna hai? Loss hai, that's acceptable. But what are the numbers like? Gross margin kitna hai? What is the salaries that the founders are also taking? Usually look at when you go for an angel investment round, depends whether you're taking a 25 lakhs round or whether you take a 3 crore round. So 25 lakhs obviously people don't nudge that much. But if you go for a 2-3 crore type of an angel type of a round, so what happens is that at an early stage you guys, none of you guys will be withdrawing any salary. आप सबके पास private limited या proprietary company होगी, right? So when an investor comes, definitely you need some portion of your salary to sustain yourself as well. Minuscule, high, that's secondary. But usually you don't take that salary because it's something that you're churning within your own money, right? So all these numbers are also taken care of. Because when there's a diligence done on a company, your numbers will be haywire. Because you're not taking anything. आप अपना ही खर्चा उसमें होगा. So financial diligence में there will be a lot of question mark. तो वो दिखाता है कि that the entrepreneur is very loose. He's not running a business and a personal thing separately. जैसे आप लोग यहाँ आए हो, technically officially आए हो, तो वो अपनी personal cost लगेगी. So technically It is an expense of your company. So these all things matter. So how good are your books that you are maintaining and managing is what I am trying to say. Everything matters. Because when they see, when you say I took 6 months to get my product in place and all those things, तो 6 महीने लगेगा. ये सब चीजों से ही prove होता है. हमें नहीं पता ना 6 दिन लगे, 6 घंटे लगे या खरीद के लिए आया. So these are all diligence that comes after an investor actually shown interest. यहाँ पे ज़्यादा सवाल आएंगे तो यहाँ पे भी टूट जाएगा. You may have pitched perfectly, like Shark Tank. बतेरे पिच करते हैं, कमिटमेंट लेते हैं, डिलीजेंस होती है, आधे कट जाते हैं. Yeah, because these are all transactions. And these are all financial transactions. You must be paying somebody, someone like you said, COD deliveries, returns and all. So that you must be accounting for. But there are a lot of cash elements that comes in between. That goes unaccounted. कौन डालेगा 20 रुपए 50 रुपए? In the year end, it is a multiple of a good number. But that will also be, they will be scrutinized by the financial diligence. So at an early stage, because books are not maintained, so investors तब भी घबराते. I don't know if this founder is actually ethical. One. Second, is he loose or is he just careless? So careless is a better thing that they want to stay away from. We are careless to them. आपके पास अकाउंटेंट है जो उसका खर्चा है. For you it would be there, but for other like the chocolate, इनका टैली वैली भी नहीं होगा. Because you are already running a business of because you are importing and exporting something, right? Because there are certain guidelines that you have to certification of those things. But for early stage guys, these are the major problems. It all depends,
People are not aware of
नील पैन कार्ड है तो नील की रिटर्न जाती है.
आपके डॉक्यूमेंट तो चाहिए ना, आप दिखाएंगे 2 साल से 3 साल से.
So all these things have to be taken care of. So investor not only look कि आपने कितना बढ़िया वो स्टोरी सुनाई, स्टोरी राइटर की तरह बोलते तो हर कोई ज्ञान सागर की तरह है. पर the authenticity of the business, your interest level, how well are you controlled with your numbers in terms of product बनाने में क्या खर्चा आया, बेचूंगा कितने का, and what is the quantity you sell, or what is the numbers that you will reach. Like 10 lakhs की सेल करूँगा, that is the time when I will break even, or even EBITDA positive, contribution margin level positive. Like मेरी जेब से कुछ नहीं जाएगा, आएगा नहीं कुछ जाएगा. These numbers should be handy because their question is upfront. अब आप बोलोगे मेरे को देखना पड़ेगा, I have to get back to my finance, I have to get back to my numbers, मैं देख के बताऊँगा. Interest level कम होता है, simple सी बात. Nobody is interested for a long waiting time. If he finds your idea good, he will ask you 10 questions about it. Your numbers are good, means the founder is actually on the tip of the business. इसको पता है. And you would have seen, all these startups actually have one person from the team who handles investor relations. Because they are aware of whatever questions are being asked. So these are questions which is a very general question. I'm not even going to deeper side of the question. But pitch perfecting comes largely with the product and how well are you good with your numbers. Even if you have no numbers, idea stating out, fine. Then what is your market size? अगर मैं बोलूँगा 100 करोड़ की मार्केट है, पूरा मार्केट को एक बंदा नहीं ले सकता. And what is the split of that market? Who are the leaders in that market? And how are you better than them? Because they all are largely deep pocket guys, or invested guys, or early stage guys also. You can't capture the market overnight also. So how do you plan to capture the market? Even if you are at an earlier stage or generating, that's also fine. But what is the larger audience that you are targeting? How will you reach out to them? How will you reach out to the end customer, or even B2B? So how will you make sure that the agreements are being repeated year on year? So these are very important things which you should know. Most of you don't even think of these things. वो तो बोलेंगे यार मेरा प्रोडक्ट रेडी है, मैं इसको लॉन्च करूँगा. लॉन्च में 40 सवाल होते हैं कि आपका रेवेन्यू रेशियो क्या है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, if I put 5 lakhs in Facebook or any social media app, what is the ROAS? ROAS is revenue over advertisement spend. तो उसका मल्टीपल क्या है? मैंने 5 लाख लगाया, मुझे बिजनेस कितने का मिला?
Like all these stories on Instagram that you see, people are advertising heavily. Google, each keyword is sold at a high price. So you have to buy that price. They are sold for hours, weekly, daily, and on those basis. You must be doing marketing. So people look out for ROAS. What is the multiple? Basically 5 lakhs लगाया तो at least 3x तो मिलेगा ना, 15 लाख का तो business करेगा ही. Then they say 3 महीने बाद आप 5 लाख मत लगाओ. Let's see the authenticity of the business. कौन brand को लेके आता है. So that is also the pull. Basically to see the authenticity of the business. But not at an angel level, but yeah, at least you'll be able to manage 3x है तो कम से कम 1x तो मिल जाएगा. जितनी लागत है उतनी बढ़ेगी. So these numbers, these thoughts, ROAS, gross margin. Gross margin is something very important for any investor. That is the crux of the business. अगर आपको gross margin नहीं पता, then there's a problem. Like for example, if you are doing a revenue of 10 lakhs, 20 lakhs, 50 lakhs per month, it is a GST component, 18% flat. तो 50 लाख का business है, तकरीबन आपका 8 लाख का तो GST चला गया. तो 42 का business हुआ, उसमें gross margin अगर 50% हुआ, तो बचा ही नहीं. इन केस में आपके फिर खर्चे चलेंगे, ऑपरेटिंग एक्सपेंसेस. ग्रॉस मार्जिन इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. तो इन्वेस्टर्स को कभी भी नंबर्स बोलो ना, तो नेट नंबर्स बोलो, टैक्स लगा के मत बोलो, क्योंकि टैक्स इज समथिंग दैट्स नॉट इवन गोइंग टू योर पॉकेट और द कस्टमर्स. ही विल नॉट काउंट दैट, बट ही विल आस्क यू फॉर श्योर कि ये ग्रॉस है या नेट. ग्रॉस 50 लाख सुनने में बड़ा अच्छा लगा, तो ब्याज तो खड़े बैठ नहीं. उसके बाद आप माइनस करो 8 लाख इज टू बी टैक्स्ड. ऑर्डर इन हैंड लगा सकते हो, नहीं वो कैश इन हैंड लगा सकते हो. एक्सपेक्टेड, नथिंग विच इज नॉट देयर इन द बैंक इज नॉट एक्सपेक्टेड. Which is all right, ठीक है. It depends upon how authentic, their payment sector will be with that B2B bank. If you're confirmed कि मिल ही जाएगा, तो see that's the minuscule. That's 1 महीने का ट्रांस. 1 महीने में कोई नहीं देखता कि 1 महीने की सेल का. Then larger see कि 6 महीने में क्या है, 6 महीने से क्या हिस्ट्री चल रही है, मंथ ऑन मंथ ग्रोथ कितना है. If you stick to only 50 lakhs per month or 5 lakhs per month, then there's a problem. कि ग्रोथ ही नहीं हो रही है.
I am working through that right now. I had a problem because of gross margin thing. Working a trade system, you have to pick the lowest, and then you have the GST also, your overheads also. It turned out to be that sometimes I was taking out of my own pocket for the courier thing, and the gross margin was a big problem for me. Then I calculated the not good for this.
Then you're calculating the gross margin very low.
Yeah.
Gross margin थोड़ा बढ़ गई हो. जैसे भी का फाइनेंस यार, because gross margin is something कि आपको प्रोडक्ट बनाने में क्या खर्चा है.
Because I am looking at retail.
रिटेल में अगर आपका सामान 100 का बिकता है, आपका बनता कितने का इज द क्वेश्चन. अगर आपका 50 रुपीज़ का बनता है, then your gross margin 50%, 60 रुपीज़ का बनता है 60%, 40% बनता है. तो वो gross margin है. उसके बाद ओवरहेड एक्सपेंसेस तो अलग है. दैट इज व्हाई लार्जली एबिटास आर नेगेटिव स्टार्टअप्स में, क्योंकि ओवरऑल एक्सपेंस तो नेगेटिव में ही जाए. तो ग्रॉस मार्जिन शुड बी हायर, क्योंकि हायर द ग्रॉस मार्जिन, हायर चांसेस ऑफ यू गेटिंग इनटू अ प्रॉफिटेबल कंपनी. तो जितना ग्रॉस मार्जिन ज़्यादा होगा, आप उतना नीचे जा सकते हैं. तो इसलिए दैट्स व्हाई कि ग्रॉस मार्जिन जितना ज़्यादा है, उतना आप अपने आप को नेगोशिएट कर सकते हो. यू कैन ट्रिम दैट बिकॉज यू विल सी अ लार्जर क्वांटिटी देयर, एंड द गेम बिकम्स अबाउट क्वांटिटी. लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल मिल्क, minuscule amount of margin is there, but still they have been sold, and people have to keep it. It's very simple. They keep it because every departmental store keeps it because they want customers to come to their shop and at least take the milk. If he comes to take the milk, he will buy 10 other products. It's very simple. That's why they keep it outside, क्योंकि फ्रिज का खर्चा भी नहीं निकलता. So it's like that. So gross margin is very important for any founder. अगर आप लोग ये numbers नहीं बोल पाओगे, तो काटा ही करते. Simple thing. Because it's very simple. If you don't know if I'm selling this hall, मुझे नहीं पता कितना स्क्वायर फीट है और those things. It's very basic. पता ही क्या है, इसमें कुछ पता ही नहीं. ये देखने की यही है. ऐसा होगा नहीं. प्रॉपर्टी जल्दी समझ में आती है लोगों को, इसलिए मैं उसका लैंग्वेज देता हूँ. So you should know your number. If I ask you how many windows, doors are there, because you don't know what you're selling. It's like that. So be good on the numbers. Product तो क्या है ना, देखो, if you're selling a product तो सामने देख के पता चल जाता है कि यहाँ चीज है, अच्छी चीज है, बुरी चीज है, वो तो आपसे बात करके, कस्टमर्स की देख के, रिपीट रेशियो देख के, लॉयल्टी ऑफ द कस्टमर्स देख के पता चलता है. बट ऑन द नंबर साइड, बिकॉज इन्वेस्टर्स को नंबर से ही मतलब है. उन्होंने आपके इन्वेस्ट करी 5 लाख रुपए या 10 लाख रुपए एट अ सेल ऑफ 1 लाख रुपीज पर मंथ, एंड इफ यू आर एट अ सेल ऑफ 1 crore per month, so his exit is easier. उतना ज़्यादा मल्टीपल मिलता है. But you should be good with the numbers. If you're not good with the numbers, then what is the exit that you will give them? अपना तो छोड़ दो. So one is the numbers side of it. Numbers are very crucial for any business. As I said, idea stage में भी चल जाएगा, but then you should know your market very well. कितने पैसे लगा के कितना मिलेगा, and आपको क्यों लगता है इतना मिलेगा? Facebook, digital media. Because see, digital media is like a jua. You know, you throw money, you get audience, right? फेंको, तो वो भी नेगेटिव हो जाता है.
So when something is an ideation stage, all the numbers will go to projections.
Projection क्या था? Excel में drag. Projection हर 15 दिन में बदलते हैं, हर weekly बदलते हैं. Every projection changes. It's not static.
But how would any projection convince an investor?
It will convince your founder's capability, your execution capabilities, your background of what you've done. Whatever in terms of studies, yeah, your education background, your whatever career span that you had in the past, being part of colleges, how active you've been in colleges. If you've been a studio student, okay, 100 marks, 90 marks. But if you've been part of many other activities like sports and other things, then also it all counts. I have athletic market, a lot of things count. Parallelly, they also do a Reiki here, कि सब लोग एक दूसरे से जानते हैं. They'll do, for example, if somebody is from this college, तो इनका alumni होगा. So somebody will call Mr. Agarwal, Mr. Agarwal, and just to see कि इसके बारे में जरा पता करना, alumni होगा. It's very simple. Everybody wants to do a Reiki about. जैसे कि आप लोग भी पता करो ना, अभी पीछे क्या है all those things. It's very simple and not different. It's very simple. हर कोई करता है. You don't get to know it, obviously. But everybody does it. Because in the end they are investing. So product नहीं है, Excel क्या है ना, it will keep on changing. हर महीने change होगा, 15 दिन में change होता है. So if you're not getting revenues, it has to change. Something is wrong with the business. Like for example, if digital marketing में लोग Facebook में डाल रहे हैं, हमारे audience तो Insta में बैठी है, and vice versa, or whatever basically.
How successful are ideation stage pitches?
Yeah, it all depends upon the enthusiasm of the founder and his knowledge of the market and his aspiration to capture that market as early as possible with some unique ideas and twisting. Largely, idea stage में founders पे पैसे लगते हैं. It's like वो कहते हैं ना, बंदे को मतलब वैसा बंदे पे पैसे लगेंगे, बंदे की जो main goal है उससे. So it's largely, they actually see the zeal of the entrepreneur. इसको करना क्या है? If he is laid back and नहीं लेने परवाह, मैं तो घर से बोल रहा हूँ, मुझे कोई चिंता नहीं है, that gives a question. He's not having that hunger to make a profit.
उस टाइम तो वो भी होगा, how much money the person himself or service put into skin in the game, कितना समय उसका है.
Depends आप लोग कितना पैसा लगाते हैं.
आए स्टैनली के पास में पैसा लेने के लिए, but आपने इससे पैसे कुछ भी क्या करा है? आइडिया तो बनाया है, कुछ पैसा डाला, कुछ करने की कोशिश की, चाहे फेल ही क्यों नहीं होगा, मुंह के बल गिरे थे, पर आपने कुछ तो करा. That's what you करने की कोशिश करा था. So you had tried to take. एक सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट, अगर आप अपना पैसा लगाने को तैयार हैं, उससे पैसा मांग रहे हो, तो उसको सबसे बड़ा डर होगा. You be the first one to run away if tomorrow when difficulty comes. पर आज अपना खुद का स्किन इन द गेम है, तो कुछ ना कुछ करोगे, डूबोगे लेकिन तैरने की कोशिश करोगे. His money also will goes into some. जैसे होता है कि आपका पेडिग्री तो है ही है एक समय इम्पोर्टेंट, बट एक्सेल शीट भी बनी, ड्रैग एंड ड्रॉप है उसमें. बट आप ऐसा दिखा रहे हो कि ना जैसे 100 करोड़ का बिजनेस है मार्केट में 90 नहीं है, उसमें पहले ही पूरा सा सब कुछ आया हुआ है, आपके लिए कितना मार्केट शेयर है, और इट्स नॉट दैट ग्रेट एन आइडिया कि आप ना सब बिल्कुल चेंज कर दोगे मार्केट को, उसमें आप दिखाओगे इतना मैं प्रॉफिट करके दिखाऊंगा यार. सो वन हैज टू हैव अ क्लियर पिक्चर. तो आपकी अपनी खुद की जो रिसर्च गई है उसमें, दैट वुड हेल्प अ लॉट. ऑफ कोर्स एज ही सेड देयर कि योर ओन पर्सन हिमसेल्फ और हरसेल्फ इसके बारे में. हाँ, क्योंकि पता है क्या, एक वैसे हर कोई पूछता है आपने क्या कर रहा है, आप बोलो 50,000, 5 लाख, 50 लाख, 1 करोड़, तो वहाँ पे ये अमाउंट उसको हमेशा याद रहेगा कि आपने अपनी ये चेक करवा है, ये अमाउंट उसको हमेशा याद रहेगा. ड्यू डिलिजेंस के टाइम में वो पूछेगा डिलिजेंस पार्टनर से, भैया देखो कितने लगा है, वहाँ पे कच्ची पर्ची काम होती है. ठीक है, तो दैट इज आपने किए भी होंगे, जनरली किए होंगे, और पता है 6 महीने 8 महीने 1 साल बाद पता नहीं चलेगा किए थे. तो ठीक है, फिर कैसे हिसाब बैंक स्टेटमेंट लेके कोई टैली नहीं करता है, तो आप देखिए हर 10 डेज बुकिंग इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट बिकॉज दैट इट गिव्स ऑथेंटिसिटी ऑफ द कंपनी, द कंप्लायंस ऑफ द कंपनी, कि मेरे पैसे लेके भी भाई सीधे तरीके से चलेगा. If he is not, if he is loose about managing the money, then there's a real question.
So same thing, they have to keep their personal finance and their business finance totally different. Maintain it there.
And obviously, आप लोग accountant नहीं सकते, it's very understood. But there are a lot of firms which give you virtual CFO services at a very trim pricing, 3,000, 5,000. ज़्यादा सस्ते में मत जाना, नहीं तो वो भी लौटा दो. But they can, you can get good guys. With the scope of, other man, grow, I will give you a full business also. So they accept everything. Or you can get in touch with us and direct. We have a lot of virtual CFO.
And if you're part of some accelerator, just in her so they would have some shared resources within accelerator itself. और एक वो वर्क स्पेस में क्या होता है?
5-7 हज़ार जाना है, 5,000 बहुत कुछ होता है, मतलब for your stage. For your stage, उससे ज़्यादा जरूरत नहीं है, इसमें फुल टाइम जॉब, मतलब हफ्ते में 1 घंटे का काम होगा आप लोगों को. On depending on the stage of your company, because you're going to shed so much money unnecessarily.
There is some time should they at this stage of work, they're not taking any salary, but should they book a salary when
They have to.
Charge notionally क्यों नहीं, but the maintain करना.
So you have to book your account. वो आपका accountant आपको बताएगा. Why you have to book your account is कल को books में खड़ा होगा, I have to pay X salary. अगर आपने 10,000 रुपये अपनी salary रखी, I'm just taking a rough numbers. तो आपको बुक करना पड़ेगा. दिस इज एन एक्सपेंस ऑफ द कंपनी. तभी आपको एग्जैक्ट नंबर मिलेगा कि मेरा बिजनेस आ कितने का है. ये नहीं है सेकेंडरी में आप एक साथ दे सकते हो, बट दैट एक्सपेंस हैज टू बी बुक. फॉर एग्जांपल, इफ यू गिव अ लोन टू द कंपनी एज अ डायरेक्टर, इट हैज टू बी बुक्ड एज अ लोन, और दैट बुकिंग हैज टू बी. ऐसे नहीं कि मेरा ही कंपनी है, मैं दे रहा हूँ, वो कुछ और नहीं कहना मैं डाल दूँ. तो इट हैज टू बी बुक्ड ऑन दैट डे. अगर ईयर चेंज हो गया तो आप बैक डेट में जाके यू कैन बुक लोन्स.
For example, startup में तो बिल्कुल minimum है ही.
तो आप अपनी जैसे डालते हो.
तो बैंक में दिखाना पड़ेगा ना कि आप 10 लाख रुपए.
हाँ, तो वो तो बैंक में जाएगा तो ट्रांजैक्शन होता है. What is the document for that? What is the relation of that transaction? Have you given it as a loan? नहीं, मैंने आपने अपने पर्सनल अकाउंट से अपने कंपनी अकाउंट में 10,000 ट्रांसफर किए. What is the paper trail for that? कि आपने क्यों दिया? सैलरी दिया.
तो वो मैंने अपने पर्सनल अकाउंट में करंट अकाउंट में पैसे ट्रांसफर किए, वो सब डाल देते हैं to buy. So once my payment has come back, so that to buy my money, we have to loan me into that.
That depends whether you want to do that, because it should not be repeat history also. No? You can pay as a loan and then keep it for 2 years, 3 years, depending आपको investment banking. And then take it back one. You can't keep it doing again and again. That repeat transaction, because वो दोनों जगह वॉल्यूम बढ़ाएगा. 10,000 और भी बढ़ाएगा, 10,000 भी बढ़ाएगा. तो साल के आखिर में 10,000 आ तो रहे, पर वो मेरे ही पैसे बर्बाद हो रहे. तो 1,20,000 आपको ऐसी फालतू में बड़े हो जाएंगे.
I think लोन के नाम पे डाला, लेकिन लोन के लिए कल को आपको ना इन्वेस्टर से पैसे मिले, अब आप चाहते मेरा पैसा वापस आ जाए, वो कहना है भैया why do you want this 1 lakh? मैंने डाले थे पैसे, it was my money and I gave it as loan. Where is the paper? So whether it was all your money, it was everything was yours, but since it was not booked, when the funding comes in, you can't.
But उसी में अगर सैलरी बुक करेंगे then you could probably take
सैलरी आप बुक करो, you don't need to take a salary, but if you book an expense, then that's an expense that is pending. It's like मुझे किसी को 10 लाख देने हैं. हाँ, तो वो कहेगा आप अपने लाख रुपए की सैलरी को इक्विटी में कर दो. मैं डाल रहा हूँ, मैं डाल रहा हूँ, आप भी डालो मेरे साथ साथ, क्योंकि टेक्निकली यू हैव लिव्ड, आप जीते आए हो ना 10 महीने बिना सैलरी के. अब ले लो सैलरी, पीछे ये जो 10 महीने की सैलरी थी उसको
इसका मतलब मेरी सैलरी 10 लाख दूसरे के खाते स्टार्ट कर दो.
हाँ, वो तो ऑब्वियसली कोई नहीं करता.
हाँ, so based on कुछ लेके something which is justifiable.
So these numbers, perfecting your pitch में ना, the product, the numbers should be the two base things, and your market and your customer.
And all these are
interrelated.
For national and international platforms.
See, platform कोई भी, business है. Whether you sell it at Amazon.us or you sell it at Amazon.in, सिर्फ वो और selling in US is different and here is different. उनके certifications are different basically. बाकी 33%, 28%, whatever the numbers is, will be the same. क्योंकि transaction हो गया, business है. तो product, customers, numbers of your company itself, gross margin of your product, line by line, unit cost, एक पीस बनाने का क्या खर्चा आता है, 10 पीस का क्या आएगा, थोक में कितना जाएगा तो कितना आएगा. तो वो numbers you should be very good at. One is
I have an idea of this area में है. उसमें we have a tech जिससे हम लोग waste को biofuel में convert करते हैं. वो biofuel ultimately want to give it to the farmers so that they use biofuel for clearing up their fields, right? हमारा keen to focus है which is solid waste management. तो अभी मेरा जो product कोई कस्टमर बेस या मार्केट मुझे मालूम नहीं कितना बड़ा है. How will I?
Can you search out how big is the market? How big do you think will be the opportunity? Like clean tech, climate tech, they are still sustaining and trying to get the market in place. Many people are not aware of it. Right? Clean tech maybe there is a lot of plethora of subsectors. Right? So, and this market is actually not known, but as a whole industry there is a number. As an industry there is a number. But subsector में अगर आप जाओ तो नहीं है numbers, अभी नहीं है.
Subsector में नहीं है जो हम लोग research जो कर रहे हैं हमें go to the farmers and ask them.
But you know the audience.
Yeah.
You know the audience.
You know the audience.
Right? You know the capacity of the audience. You know the paying capacity of the audience. So you can make a rough number. You know the population.
But they say that why should we change? This is not our problem. We already have some fuel. So do that. Why should we change? Maybe your fuel is cheaper, maybe it is sustainable तो उनके लिए कहीं पर ले पड़ता हूँ.
See, they need to be educated. It's basic. It's like ये भी हो सकता है कि आप educate कर रहे हो और जो आपके पीछे competitors आ रहे हो वो market को take over कर रहे हैं.
Like I said, when I was teaching each and every villager to use ATM card, it's a ATM card. So you'll be teaching them why, and probably you should go through BIRAC on this. BIRAC is doing a lot of work in this, and some people within BIRAC, some innovators are doing. So BIRAC would be under DST, EBT, Department of Technology.
So one is the product side of it and the revenue and the number side of it. Also, how will you build your team में कौन आएंगे and how will this company go ahead. Second is your numbers on the side of business. Business numbers are well watched. Third is very importantly, which is the legal side. कि what are you going to dilute? Valuation क्या रहेगी? Rights क्या दोगे आप लोग? Exit कैसे दोगे? कब तक दोगे? It's a plethora of things. बड़ा मुश्किल लगता है कि CA भी बन जाए, वकील भी बन जाए, business भी चला जाए, और मोटा मोटी तो सब चला जाते हैं.
As a starter, हमें कितना पता होना चाहिए कि कोई मालूम हो टाइम कितना अमाउंट तक कोई मांग रहा है इसलिए हमें नहीं मालूम.
आपको डिसॉल्व हो.
If we are not aware about these things, ना जैसे rights and all this.
हाँ, तो इसके लिए ये सब you have to be aware. See, as I said, तो सामने इन्वेस्टर बैठा है वो आपसे 4 सवाल पूछेगा. Product, numbers,
numbers is clear, product is clear, but this thing valuation rights and exit.
Valuation rights and valuation is something that आप कितना dilute कर सकते हो इस round में. You have to decide कि मैं कितना देना चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि next round में मैं कितना दे सकती हूँ. कल as I said, founder सिर्फ visiting card पर रहते हैं. 50% ज़्यादा तो लोगों के पास आएगा.
जैसे मान लीजिए आपने कंपनी का वैल्यूएशन 1 करोड़ रुपए, तो फर्स्ट राउंड में जैसे जब आप इन्वेस्टर्स फर्स्ट टाइम गए हैं, तो इसमें आपको कितना इक्विटी इज कंफर्टेबल आपके पास?
वैल्यूएशन के ना कोई सिंपल मैथ कि यार उस कंपनी में कितनी वैल्यूएशन लगी, क्यों लगी. देयर इज नो सिंपल फॉर्मूला फॉर इट. इट ऑल डिपेंड्स हाउ वेल यू कैन नेगोशिएट विद द फाउंडर्स एंड हाउ इंटरेस्टेड इज द इन्वेस्टर टू इन्वेस्ट इन. कई बार डील टूट जाती है. आई डोंट वांट टू रेंट मच, आई वांट दिस मच शेयर्स इन्वेस्टर नहीं होती. बट दैट ऑल डिपेंड्स कि हाउ वेल यू कैन नेगोशिएट विद द इन्वेस्टर्स.
उनकी नीड तो कितनी है आपकी उस समय, रेज फंड्स आल्सो कितनी इंपॉर्टेंट है. कहीं और है नहीं दी है, maybe you have to take to survive.
Investor will ask you how much cash you have in hand. उससे वो पता समझ में आ जाएगा कि कितना मैं इनको दबा सकता हूँ, कि कितनी इक्विटी मैं इनसे ले सकता हूँ, क्या क्या राइट्स ले सकता हूँ. बेसिकली दैट गिव्स यू एन आंसर ऑफ कि कितना सामने वाला नेगोशिएट, उसके पास कितनी पावर्स है नेगोशिएट करने के लिए.
Which is better, grant money or investment?
See, grant money comes simply but only to the limited number. After that, grant is always good, you're free में आने, but उसके बाद क्या?
बट ग्रांट भी आपको सब चीज़ में नहीं मिलेगी ना. आपको जिस चीज़ से फॉर एग्जाम्पल द रीजन व्हाई शी इज लुकिंग फॉर ग्रांट, पायरा का स्कीम में अंडर विच इट वुड हेल्प हर टू रीच मे बी सम रिसर्च वर्क, उनको कुछ मिल जाएगा. बट मे बी आपके लेवल पे देयर इज नो ग्रांट एट ऑल इस फूड उसमें. मे बी एफएसएस है एक आप होल फैसिलिटी यू कैन कम प्रिपेयर फूड एंड सेल इट फ्रॉम देयर. उनको पूरी दे रखी है, some level of money also there. But do you find that also is not really known. वो निधि एक्सेलरेटर DST निधि के अंदर बात कर रहे हैं, वो प्रोडक्ट पे देते हैं और it has to be totally tech. So then you can't just be totally waiting on grant.
ये बहुत important आपने चुना. It's like us expanding MSME के अलावा और क्या है? Where to China is.
So for MSME, for raising money के लिए और क्या हो सकता है? So एक investing है, but what would be debt financing है, grants हैं, और भी
what other MSME आपको CGTMS स्कीम में आप लोग ट्राई कर सकते हैं. While CGTMS is very easily available. MSME if you are registered, CGTMS, SMEs को 1 CR तक CGTMS होता है. बस हर बैंक में आपको मिल जाएगा, स्पेशली सरकारी. मुद्रा अप टू 10 नहीं रहता है, ये शायद 1 CR तक जाता है. Grant money of food product is a very separate story. Grant money depends upon the FICCI or Accelerator Incubator की उसमें इंटरेस्ट कहाँ है और वो लोग कितना दे सकते हैं, या CSR में डिपेंड करता है कि किस CSR से ग्रांट मनी आ रहा है. ग्रांट मनी इज अ वेरी डिफरेंट थिंग. ये जो CGTMS है, जब सी और 6 मंथ बैंक स्टेटमेंट तो महीने का या CC में भी होता है. बट एज एन MSME if you are registered on the B2B space, तो 6 महीने में आपको सामने वाले से पेमेंट मिल ही जाएगी. वो रूल है. If you are registered with us, that's a very good, question. But then there are compliance issue for that company.
इसमें कल बस सिटी में भी they give you directly. Don't have to give the collateral for the loans.
CC payment is right. It's an insured capital. कल वो डूबता भी है, 70-80% is recoverable with the insurance. The risk is only 20%.
For you, for specific for yourself, look around, a lot of competitions are happening where कुछ prize money होता है.
She got one. She got one from you.
So you are ऐसे just go ahead and apply ना. एक तो नाम होगा, you'll meet different people, learning होगी because more difficult question would have been asked. You'll be exposed totally, what all you don't know. आप में growth होगी, जीत गए, पैसे मिल जाएंगे. So go ahead and apply as many competitions which are happening around. That's all, of course, go around building a business.
I'll just quickly tell you about the legal side. What all are very, very important rights that you should always take care of. Offhand, I'll tell you, I'm not a lawyer myself. But one is transaction. कि आप कितने पैसे पे कितना डेबिट कर रहे हो वैल्यूएशन के साथ. वो आप अपने सीए के साथ बैठ के और अपनी कंफर्ट जोन नहीं कर सकते दैट हाउ मच कैन यू एक्चुअली गिव अवे ऑफ योर कंपनी। सिर्फ शुरू में क्या 10-20% देने में बड़ा इजी लगता है, बाद में आधा 1% भी बड़ा बाद लगता है। So to sit with your CA on valuation. How do you calculate valuation is उस इंडस्ट्री में क्या स्केल चल रहा है, 3x ग्रोथ है, मंथ ऑन मंथ 5x ग्रोथ हो रही है एनुअली, उसका एक ब्लेंडेड नंबर लेना पड़ेगा कि व्हाई डू यू थिंक दिस वैल्यूएशन इज गुड फॉर माय कंपनी, उसी तरह मुझे अपना वैल्यूएशन क्यों। तो डिपेंड, लाइक FMCG usually takes 4 to 7x. 7x is the highest, 4x is okay of the revenue that you do, annual revenue. So FMCG is this, tech is 8 to 12% revenue multiple. Same valuation, first valuation एक बारी set होगी, second फिर वो revenue generate करते हैं। On the legal side, transaction में जैसे आपने पैसे लिए and for some reason you are not able to come to a valuation, investor आपकी बन गई, to do a convertible loan कि कम से कम अगर मैंने इतने revenues नहीं किए तो इतने में convert हो जाएंगे, इतने कर लिए तो इतने, तो आपकी भी होगी उनकी भी होगी। कन्वर्टेबल हो कि 6 months 12 months में मैंने इतने रेवेन्यूज कर लिए, तो जो आप वैल्यूएशन वहाँ पर वो नहीं, तो जो मैं वहाँ तो इस sort of get you to a middle area of settlement. That is the last resort. If you go price round तो वो भी बेटर दे जाता है, खत्म करो, क्योंकि होता क्या है, वो कहेगा ठीक है मैं आपको 1 करोड़ दे रहा हूँ, 50 लाख ले लो, आपको पूरे पैसे एक पैर पर खड़े पैर पर नहीं चाहिए। Second tranche you come after 3 months and take it. वो after 3 months ये again evaluate your business, मैं दूँ या नहीं, तो वो भी एक you should be well versed with the term when you're speaking to the investors. उसको पता रहना चाहिए कि हाँ इसको पता है, और आप सीख के आओगे मुश्किल है, होता है बहुत मुश्किल होता है। Then get your lawyer along with you who can actually sit and negotiate, but you should be good with the numbers because investor को ये चाहिए कि फाउंडर से बात, बाकी कंसल्टेंट से नहीं बात करना चाहते।
मुझे ये सब मुझे कब पता चलना चाहिए और कितना पता चलना चाहिए कि अगर मुझे बोलता है 10% इक्विटी में देता हूँ, मुझे कैसे वैल्यूएट करके मुझे इतना 10% इक्विटी को उनको रिटर्न करना है, इसको निकालने के टाइम पता चले मैं नहीं करती।
नहीं 10% में अगर वो 50% भी ले रहे, 49 भी ले रहे, इट ऑल डिपेंड ऑन द राइट्स दैट यू डू। हम कमिंग टू द एक हो गया ट्रांजैक्शन, ठीक है, एक हो गया बोर्ड से, whether you want the people to be on your board, board में decision हुआ है, we are taking the decision, so whether you want to see if an angel investor is investing upon 2-3 CR तो he will come on the board। तो कोई USP कुछ होती नहीं है टेक्निकली, इट ऑल डिपेंड्स कि आप लोग कितनी जल्दी अपना बिजनेस कर सकते हैं। तो बोर्ड सीट, ट्रांजैक्शन हो गया, कन्वर्टेबल एंड ऑल दोस थिंग्स। कन्वर्टेबल इज द बेस्ट अगर नेगोशिएट नहीं हो पा रहा एंड यू वांट टू डू द सेकंड इज बोर्ड सीट, देन प्रेफरेंसेस लाइक आप लोग कैसे उनको राइट्स देना चाहते हो, तो इट्स अ लॉन्ग वन, बट 3-4 चीज़ें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होती है, लाइक नॉन सॉलिसिट कि आप अपनी एमआईएस दे रहे हो उनको, तो वो आगे ना दे रहे हो किसी कॉम्पिटिशन में कि हर किसी को पता लगा कि क्या नंबर हुए हैं। एंड प्रेफरेंसेस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, राइट ऑफ फर्स्ट रिफ्यूजल, राइट ऑफ फर्स्ट ऑफर, लाइक इफ आई एम अ शेयर होल्डर इन योर कंपनी एज एन इन्वेस्टर and you are a founder, if you are selling your share, investor will say कि पहले मेरे को ऑफर आएगा और मैं उसको रिजेक्ट करूँगा, तभी आप आगे जाके उसको बेच सकते हो। तो रोफो होगा राइट ऑफ फर्स्ट ऑफर कि पहले आप मुझे ऑफर करोगे, देन रोफो होता है राइट ऑफ फर्स्ट रिफ्यूजल, यू हैव टू वेट फॉर माई रिफ्यूजल, इफ आई डोंट डू रिफ्यूजल यू कैन सेल, इट्स अगेन यू बी हंग इन बिटवीन। रोफो प्रेफरेंस शेयर्स देना है, लिक्विडेशन प्रेफरेंस, कल को कंपनी डिजॉल्व होती है या आपने फॉर एग्जांपल 10 करोड़ में पैसा रेज किया है, 2 करोड़ रेज किया, 10 करोड़ बॉन्ड नंबर नंबर्स, बट कल को बिजनेस डाउन हो गया, अब मुझे दूसरा इन्वेस्टर मिल गया जो कह रहा है आप में से 8 करोड़ वैल्यूएशन में 2 करोड़ ले लो, तो टेक्निकली यू डू अ डाउन राउंड, तो इन्वेस्टर कहता है मैं डाइल्यूट दूंगा, आप लोग डाइल्यूट करो, तो यू एंड अप डाइल्यूटिंग मोर। तो ये डाइल्यूशन राइट्स बहुत जरूरी होते हैं। सी If a financial investor is there, तो वो समझेगा कि भाई जिन्होंने लगाया वो भी डूब जाएंगे. Let me also come down with them and let them give them a chance again and let grow. So dilution, rights, board seat, these are very very important terms. जो usually पता नहीं होता लोगों को. And they just get it right. होता क्या फिर investor और founders में आप उन्हें फिर बुला लेते हैं. Board seat, every private limited company has a board.
ये सब तो ठीक है at their level. इनको ही बोलो ये सब इनके पास में कितनी बार्गेनिंग पावर है. Can we talk about it? और मतलब अब सब कुछ मालूम है. आप बात कर रहे हो कि बोर्ड सीट होनी चाहिए. मैं नहीं क्योंकि मैं इनको इसमें तो पैसे की बहुत जरूरत है. So at that level what in a real world मतलब what level do they stand on?
See, it all depends upon each other. आप लोग कितना उनसे नेगोशिएट कर सकते हैं. There is no simple level.
जब ये लोग पहुंचेंगे लोग तो उस पे पहुंचेंगे at a do or die level पे कि भाई हमको करना है.
Asking level, please, देखो.
वो आपसे बेकिंग को. वो आपकी नीड देखते हैं.
या उसमें हमें ये देखना चाहिए कि इन्वेस्टर का कितना इंटरेस्ट है और वो कितने लेवल तक हमारे साथ.
वो इंटरेस्ट तभी आएगा जब उसमें you create that interest. Because if you show कि मेरे I'm hand to mouth तो वो नहीं इंटरेस्ट दिखाएगा कि you are coming to the market at the wrong time. मेरे पास कम से कम 6 महीने का बैंक बैलेंस होना चाहिए to run the show and then to hit the investors. Investor हर कोई पूछता है what is the cash balance, what is the runway left.
तो ऐसा भी हो सकता है ना बाद में इन्वेस्टर नहीं वाला आइडिया नहीं मानते हैं.
See, आइडिया तो दुनिया में कोई भी लेके भाग सकता है. वो यूनिकनेस है. Again it comes back to the founder. जैसे आप चॉकलेट बना रहे हो, एक बार खाओ, एक फॉर्मुलेशन एक्सपोर्ट करो, तो 2-4 बार जो पूरे चॉकलेट्स को लेगा फॉर्मुलेशन बना लेगा प्लस माइनस करके. सिंपल. देयर इज नो यूनिक थिंग कोई नहीं बेच रहा हम में से. सब लोग बहुत कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूशन है, कोई यूनिक थोड़ी है. तो टेक्निकली इफ यू सी देयर इज नथिंग यूनिक. इट ऑल डिपेंड्स ऑन द फाउंडर्स.
Are you taking it forward?
आइडिया तो बिक ही जाएगा. वो तो आप आइडिया छोड़ो, आप ट्रेडमार्क फाइल करो, आप पूरी कंपनी का पिटारा खोल देते हो. If you file a patent, trademark, बड़ी चौड़ लोग हो गया. I have 10 patent and
I think chocolate business again take it from that. So this is a member of ours who does chocolates. ना तो देखो गहना है कहाँ की बस वहीं की कोको यूज करते हैं कोका और कहीं के नहीं. Now other chocolates doesn't have it और या उसका blend होता है. But she has created a market where only of that maybe ghana or whatever उसकी कोका use करती है. Nothing else and butter also is of some place. So it's like उसने एक स्टोरी क्रिएट कर ली उसके अराउंड कि why this chocolate of mine is better. और आजकल वो जो फैट वीगन और वो सब में बात कर रहे हैं. तो इट्स ऑल अबाउट स्टिचिंग स्टोरीज एट हर लेवल. अब जैसे आपका डिजिटल मार्केटिंग का है, मतलब डिजिटल मार्केटिंग डिजिटल मार्केटिंग, बट हाउ डिफरेंट इज डिजिटल मार्केटिंग फ्रॉम द अदर्स एंड ऑल, एंड हाउ प्रोबब्ली यू हैव यूज्ड टेक विद इन विच.
Also depends कि आप कितने clients को देख रहे हो. If you have some good clients, good brands, you can speak about people like these are the brands that I'm working for. We started just 8 months back, 8 years back, whatever the time. It all depends on the moment में business कितना बनता है.
और आपके पास अगर 2 साल का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कर ही साइन है, 2 साल मतलब and whatever project products a good clause में.
So basically, can any of you sell your idea in 2 minutes? अगर आप नहीं बेच सकते तो then there's a problem. बाद में बंदा रियलाइज करेगा तो चिपका देगा.
So while this is important, what I've also seen within time and conversation, so you would have great idea on this, आप उसको लिख पाओ, but preparing a good presentation is also very important. While you may have knowledge about all this, Stanley ने जो बताया उसको आप जाके पढ़ लोगे, you make your mind and you're very clear on it, but now how do you present it is very important.
वो उसी में presentation करने की कितने पैसे
हाँ उस समय आपकी फिर बॉडी लैंग्वेज, आपकी प्रेजेंटेशन स्किल्स, एवरीथिंग विल कम इन पिक्चर, एंड व्हाट ही राइटली सेड एट दैट टाइम. उससे कुछ भी सवाल पूछ लिया, इफ यू आर थिंकिंग अबाउट कि मेरे को जाके चेक करना पड़ेगा फॉर दिस, वो फिर दैट्स द क्वेश्चन मार्क.
Not prepared well.
Of course, there certain things could be ठीक है, you may have to, but मोटा मोटा आपको तो the whole of your business should be on your fingertips. That means you are in touch of everything.
Yeah. So there's a lot of things. ये तो बहुत बेसिक है.
अच्छा एक और चीज़ था ना, मैं ये बात कर रहे थे while they are going for fund raise के लिए,
whatever level of business they are in the sense the legal entity, I mean just proprietorship area, what should they start working on from now? कि क्या entity लेके चले और should they wait till the first due diligence या कुछ term sheet कुछ मिले उसी के बाद में change करें? Proprietary company की due diligence कुछ होती नहीं है technically. Private limited company की हो जाती है, but it's a pain because it's a lot of compliance that's there. If Indian, if you don't get capital, you end up paying the CA. Let's be practical. Right? But on a sole proprietor thing, if you're building up a business, so you a chocolate business or anything that you're doing, and people are interested, can you take a convert to the private limited? No, private limited खड़ी करो. Either you buy that proprietorship company or you convert all the revenues to this company. सवाल हम कब करें? वो तो जब इन्वेस्टर इंटरेस्ट आने लगे तब. उससे पहले आप should be ready about it. See, if you get the investor, then you can convert. If he asks you, yeah, ठीक है, okay, I'm interested.
इन्वेस्टर का तो ये मतलब है कि प्राइवेट लिमिटेड है या ऐसी कॉर्पोरेशन.
नहीं तो उसमें फर्क है. ठीक है, स्टार्टअप आप टैक्स बचा रहे हो, आप अपने खर्चे बचा रहे हो, उससे कोई बात है. वो पूछेगा ऐसे ही चलो तो बेसिक तक अगर ये है कि आपका अगर इंटरेस्ट है तो आई कैन स्टार्ट वर्किंग ऑन द तो विद दैट वर्क. देयर आर टू वेज ओनली कि आप या तो सो प्रोप्राइटर को खरीद लो इस प्राइवेट लिमिटेड, बट फिर आप स्टार्टअप नहीं कर रहे हो तो फिर बाय कंपनी. सेकेंड इज अगर आपके एग्रीमेंट्स एम्प्लॉयज या जो भी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स हैं वो सब उस सोल प्रोप्राइटर के नाम पे होते हैं, उसको आपको यहाँ कन्वर्ट करने में कोई दिक्कत होती है. तो वो जब तक सारे इधर कन्वर्ट नहीं होंगे कोई आएगा. ये थोड़ी बहुत ग्लिचेस होती है.
लेकिन उसमें फिर जो पुरानी कंपनी का नेचर है वो कैरी फॉरवर्ड नहीं हो सकता प्रॉपर्टीज में.
कैरी फॉरवर्ड नहीं होगा, बायआउट होगा.
बायआउट करेंगे तो वो स्टार्टअप नहीं रहेगा.
फर्क क्या पड़ता है? वैसे भी आप लोग सीधा 7 करोड़ की बिजनेस तो नहीं करोगे. लेट्स बी जो फैसिलिटीज है उसमें से कौन कितना यूज कर रहा है. लेट्स बी रियलिस्टिक इन एग्जीक्यूटिंग.
गवर्नमेंट ग्रांट वगैरह में तो फर्क पड़ता है.
ग्रांट्स पड़ता है ऑब्वियसली, देन तो इट हैज टू बी अ प्रॉब्लम. वो है, बट फॉर दैट एप्लीकेशन ओके प्राइवेट. आई एम टॉकिंग फ्रॉम इन्वेस्टर पर्सपेक्टिव. वो है, बट इफ यू एक्वायर अ कंपनी, इन्वेस्टर्स को दिक्कत नहीं है. दिक्कत आती है एग्रीमेंट्स में. लाइक आपके अंदर 4 एम्प्लॉइज है तो सोल प्रोप्राइटर में उनके नए एग्रीमेंट में कई बार उसको तो शेयर्स चाहिए. सिंपल सी बात है. It's very understood that you're saving taxes, you're saving expenses, is why you run
But you can always say that you don't have any issue with converting into private limited if you invest.
हाँ वो तो और कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है. वो तो आपको जल्दी बचे.
But will you convince with this statement? Is that enough?
Because
it
depends ना कि why are you doing that? Technically you save taxes. I don't know, I'll get an investor. Even if I get an investor, okay. So आपकी भी जो तड़ी बन जाती है ना कि ठीक है यार आप आओ ना आओ मेरा चल रहा है, मेरा भी चल रहा है. ऐसी बात नहीं कि I'm just waiting for you to come. It's very simple. Okay, you come, we'll give you your merits. Simple.
Yes, that was a very big question. I am into proprietorship. तो मैं अभी तभी इन्वेस्ट करेंगे जब आप उसको करेंगे.
मैम अगर आपने प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कर ली.
मेरे तो सारे कंप्लाइंस कर रहेंगे आरएससी लाइक.
नहीं वो तो दूसरी बात है.
15,000 को देने ही देना.
वो तो आपके कंपनी सेक्रेटरी कंप्लाइंस है. वो तो 10-15 हज़ार का खर्चा. और कल को आपने प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कर ली, इधर ट्रांसफर कर लिया, फिर वो बैकआउट करेगा.
वो भी है.
वही है सबसे
बंद करेंगे तो 30,000 का साइट वाला करना पड़ेगा. किसी
वो सब दूसरी बात है. बट यू नो Indian people just there's a negative verification check which you don't know, and in the end you just say no. That is where this role of SSHA term sheet comes in place, that you can't back out. If you back out, these are the repercussions. कल को आप उस दौरान कोई और बड़ा इन्वेस्टर आपको बड़े वैल्यूएशन में पैसा दे देगा, you can't also jump out. It's like that. So that is how you create an interest between investors. It's like a there are 2 bottles for this whole building. अब बताओ सब देने के लिए तैयार हो जाएगा जितना महंगा है. और मेरी और इनकी तय और रखी कि मैं 10 रुपये नहीं लेगा. तो that is where things change. So you have to be sharp. ये बहुत basic है. See, बहुत basic है. You can't be a full-fledged lawyer and know every deep details of everything. But these are very basic. Very, very basic.
वेरी सिंपल, मैंने भी बताया आपको, समझ में आया। ये तो बहुत बेसिक है, तो मैं घुसा ही नहीं उसमें कि इसमें कितना डीप हो सकता है, ड्रैग ऑप्शन, टैग ऑप्शन, these are very different terms. Like tomorrow if you want to sell a company, you can't drag. मतलब founders, if you get, I don't know, if a big conglomerate wants to buy you, founder बेचना चाहते हैं, इन्वेस्टर कह रहा है कि नहीं बेचो, तुम धंधा चलाओ, तो आप लोग क्या करो? कोई ऑप्शन ही नहीं है आप लोगों के पास। तो there's a drag and tag option. कि मैं ड्रैग करूँगा इन्वेस्टर्स को, ड्रैग इन्वेस्टर होंगे, बट इन्वेस्टर्स के पास राइट होता है आपको ड्रैग कर लेंगे, क्योंकि तो 5 साल में आपने एग्जिट नहीं दिया तो वो बोलेंगे भैया चलो बेचो, इनको बेचो, तो ये ड्रैग टैग ये भी बहुत अलग है।
That also, that would be one of the scenario when all of these big brands are then Villa Group is buying, or we said okay, Pantaloon has been bought by the Villa Group, or Reliance is doing this also investment like that they need
नहीं, इस बार भी हम जो सेक्टर में वो है, वो नया प्रोडक्ट लॉन्च करके मार्केट में जाएंगे, खड़ा करेंगे, खर्चा होगा। एग्जिस्टिंग ब्रांड को दे आर ऑलरेडी देयर इन द मार्केट, सो दे डिसाइड कि यार थोड़ा सस्ते में हमसे पूरा टाइप कर लो, धीरे धीरे अपना ब्रांड बना लेंगे।
और सेटअप तो बना हुआ है,
पूरा सेटअप
कस्टमर बेस बना हुआ है।
And sometimes the company itself wants to sell.
हर कोई जैसे आप मतलब कोई भी फाउंडर परेशान हो रहा है, नहीं हो पा रहा सेल, तो ही आल्सो वांट टू सेल, लाइक दैट्स हाउस ऑफ ब्रांड्स इज देयर ना, मेंसा, गो, हाउस ऑफ ब्रांड, लाइक ई-कॉमर्स में वी आर इन्वेस्टिंग इन अ कपल ऑफ क्लोथिंग ब्रांड्स, बट इट्स अ वेरी हाई बर्न कॉस्ट। COD is the biggest problem. Tier 2 cities में people still use COD, right? और वो कैश आता ही है, और डिलीवरी सामान भी नहीं आता,
तो वो कहते हैं नहीं हमें नहीं चाहिए, अब ले जाओ वापस, आना और जाना रिटर्न,
तो रिटर्न, वेस्टेज, ब्रेकरेज, ये सारी चीजें कम।
तो कई बार ऐसा हुआ कि प्रोडक्ट भी वो वापस नहीं आया, कुछ और ही आ गया।
I didn't know that's what the delivery was.
Separately there बेचना on the area of help you require. There are a couple of members हमारे हैं who are in this business. So Himanshu Vatai. So he used to be CEO of Etsy. अब he's doing his own clothing brand है और Ladusam का showroom है. But he has a great knowledge on this. Okay, I can check it. I can forward him your request. कि इस एरिया में COD और ब्रेकेज, जो आप बात करें रिटर्न्स वगैरह, how to manage, if you can sit with you for some time and help you understand. Nitin at delhi.tag.org and I can delhi.tag.org at delhi.tag. Okay. Very brief में आपका प्रोफाइल, what you're doing, and very brief, maybe in points, bullet points में डॉट ये मुझे हेल्प चाहिए, इस पे नॉलेज चाहिए, वो लोग ज़्यादा लंबी नहीं पड़ेंगे।
अच्छा, मेरे एक और एक क्वेश्चन है, जैसे मेरे को तो बाहर ही काम करने में आता है बल्क में, तो इंडिया में भी ऐसे प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं जिससे ऐसे बल्क क्वालिटी में, लाइक आई एम ओके विद द यूनिफॉर्म, विद द गवर्नमेंट प्लेटफॉर्म, विद ऑल द बल्क थिंग्स।
I think I don't know much about that, but India Mart and यहाँ आपको बल्क ऑर्डर्स वाले आते हैं मेरे घर से।
वो भी बहुत सारे फेक होते हैं।
फेक तो मैम आपके वेबसाइट में भी जो आते हैं वो भी होते हैं, जो क्या COD करते हैं वो भी फेक ही होते हैं। तो that portion will never go.
ये चीज़ आप मुझसे पूछ रहे ना, how to manage. मेरे ONDC जो आया,
ONDC
आ रहा है, but again, just a platform, many more like that.
So how to take care of this situation is the tricky part है। उन्होंने भी कुछ करा होगा अपने तरफ पे।
ये मुझे सुभांशु आचार्य जी ने भी बताया था ONDC का।
ONDC तो गवर्नमेंट का, तो वो तो ग्लोबल प्लेटफॉर्म पे कनेक्ट है।
गवर्नमेंट का Amazon।
बात एक ही रहेगी।
आप एक जगह लिस्ट हो के आप हर जगह सेट कर सकते हैं।
फर्क इतना है कि 33% जॉब Amazon, Myntra, Snapdeal, सब जगह दे रहे हो, यहाँ बहुत ही ट्रेंड है, यहाँ डायरेक्ट हो।
And plus I believe working with government my payments are safe.
Not really.
Not
really, I'm working with government.
Gym.
So why you totally dependent on gym? आप अपना खुद का कहना है कि you are doing everything in gym for you?
No, I'm doing everything through gym only. The reason was I did not wanted to go in this Amazon kind of a thing. So I wanted to because I started in COVID. So I wanted to go into some e-commerce platform only. So I thought gym could be, because my husband is an army officer, so I was aware of gym. So I thought maybe I should try
But
something.
do evaluate other
lot of women during that time B2C businesses where they have that.
Yeah.
It's an expensive affair. खर्चा बहुत होता है उतने
नहीं, because पहले I was doing okay till COVID was on. मैं जब से COVID बंद हुआ और जब से चीजें शुरू हुई opening up, तब से that the government के जो attach होते हैं ना, जो आपको देना पड़ता है वो सब, वो जो है it is killing.
कोविड टाइम में B2C चल गया था और अब ऑफलाइन ज़्यादा हो रहा है.
So Stanley, एक चीज़ और आप बता दें वो about pitching, how to do, what are to keep in mind. They will approach investors, but before even reaching out to the investors for funding के लिए, if you are an investor, वो आपसे पहले कैसे networking करना start कर रहे हैं without asking money and all, that people know you. और एक पहले से एक कुछ relation बन गया है. So when you go and ask, maybe से बात करते करते Stanley जैसे आपने अभी बता दिया, these are the certain aspects you need to keep in mind. वो बैठे बैठाए चीट कोड मिल गया उनको उस इन्वेस्टर ने मुझे क्या करना चाहिए तो बिफोर रीचिंग आउट, तो हाउ डू दे स्टार्ट रीचिंग आउट?
नेटवर्किंग कैसे करनी चाहिए?
दे आर गोइंग एंड आस्किंग फॉर मनी.
So there are plus and minus to both sides. अगर आप उनके सेशन अटेंड करोगे तो you will be able to judge इसको क्या चाहिए होता है, what does he see before investing into any investment. But then if you well network with them, it also depends how you network. If you just tell them I'm working on some idea, I'll get back to you in 3-8 months or something like that. Just wanted to say hi or tell them. But if you network well, फिर 2 महीने में आप उनको इवेंट में मिल रहे हो, फिर 2 महीने में वो कहेंगे कब से चल रहा है इसका कुछ होता है, ये भी होता है. Which is very basic thing. You must be doing wonderful, but एक वो आ जाता है, इमेज आता है, ये हर जगह मिल जाता है. तो it all depends how what is the information you give them. मतलब it all depends कि आपने उनको कब कन्विंस किया अपने प्रोडक्ट के लिए.
So if you are approaching some particular investor, so is it good that you should be knowing him and his company and
If you know him well, you will
past,
sell well.
yeah, the past he has invested in and all.
आपके जैसे किसी बिजनेस में और something related to it, maybe अगर आपको ऑनलाइन कुछ मिल जाए कि why did they invest into it, और जैसे ही saying that there's so many events happening, यहाँ पे investors आ रहे हैं, just go and meet up with them.
Okay.
वहाँ से कुछ आइडिया लग जाए.
इसलिए know your customer, know your investor. You should know who is coming. हर कोई गाली देता है, और वो कौन है देगा? It depends. You just want capital, or you just want some expertise, advice also with him to come up with.
It can be because our idea, we want people who could be joining us for their passion also, their expertise, their market knowledge and everything is also required. Then the value addition to the company.
That is what largely good entrepreneur looks for. पैसे के अलावा उनको expertise चाहिए. उनको business scale करने से तो now company level. So we need good people on board who can actually help them expand the vision, thoughts, the connects, the outreach, everything. Capital will not give you everything.
So Stanley, while they're looking for funding, creating a board of advisors for themselves, a sounding board, how important is that for them? Please answer.
See, sounding board is very good, but not an early stage and without equity. Without equity is better. So for bigger level, obviously there is some added benefits. But at an early stage, without equity, advisory is good.
As far as founders do, someone who is from tech, right? He is getting very knowledgeable, he is the founder member. Someone like me who is from operations and this thing. So, is it better that the pitcher should become the tech side or
Investors are interested in executive. आपका product है, tech है, that's your product. Product तो iterate होगा, invent होगा, innovate होता रहेगा. With time, as you were saying about fashion changes and everything. आपका product भी update, phone update होता है. It's like that. That can keep on updating. But it all depends how you execute all these things. आपने tech तो बनाया, for example, Ola or Uber, it's a tech. But how do you make a business around it? How do you get drivers and customers both on that platform? That is the execution.
me and my sister are founders of this idea. So she is the taker and I am the one who is doing all the operations. So she is not the one who would like I think that since I'm
No, it's
not
not
tech background.
investor अगर techie है, तो he will ask you about tech things, which is understood आपको नहीं पता, क्योंकि आपकी exhibition capabilities है, product matter expert है, oh she is the product guy, so then she will be able to answer, because then he will be asking her language.
Then all the founders should go for the pitch.
हाँ,
Like on Shark Tank also we see that.
founder ही है, तो
ये नहीं कि एक फाउंडर चला जाए और एक लीडर है.
एक भी चलाने चल जाएगा, but he should be able to answer all the questions. अब product का question पूछ लिया सामने वाले ने, 80-90% चल जाता है, क्योंकि हमेशा ये होता है कि product guys a little different, वो लोग थोड़ा back end में रहते हैं क्लास में, क्योंकि exhibition वाले थोड़ा अलग से होते हैं, वो outspoken रहते हैं, वो different, बहुत different है, they can be the same also, but largely. So we'll open up for questions, you will ask, ज्ञान तो चलता रहेगा. आप लोगों को अगर कोई questions है specifically, on your side of the startup or anything, we are happy to address those questions. So you feel that, you came here for something you got at least. But the legal side is a very important side. Get a legal guy to understand these basic terms also. Basic समझ के भी चले जाओगे, investors को ठीक लगेगा. बिल्कुल ही नहीं पता होगा, तो बड़ी दिक्कत होगी.
So let's take one very simple example. I have got 1 lakh, very minimum amount from my investor. So how will he or she get it back, and when? Just please explain this, the whole process. In very simple, or I should say the simplest words, with the example of 1 lakh. You have given me 1 lakh rupees.
See, it's very understood. मैंने अगर आपको 1 लाख दिया है, इन्वेस्ट किया है, तो भी get out of the necessity कि 5 years में आप मुझे exit दे दोगे, 7 years में आप मुझे exit दे दोगे. Numbers are not written कि कितने दोगे. We'll give you an exit. Obviously, it has to be on your side. Sometimes they also write the numbers in 3x, 5x. But then it's more like a fixed deposit. So, but usually numbers डालते हैं. ठीक है? 5 साल बाद, for example, आप see जिसे भी लोग इन्वेस्ट किया 2 साल में रिजल्ट हो जाता है कहां रियलिटी तो ये. और 5 साल में आपने कोई एग्जिट नहीं किया, and the company is doing good, तो बंदा कुछ नहीं हो गया. But if the company is going down, तो कहेगा यार चलो या तो वाइंड अप करो या बेचो.
Okay, down भी जा रही है. So how will I give you the exit? मतलब
You can't give me an exit. In the end, you have to wind up the company. आप मुझे एक सर्टिफिकेट दे दोगे जो मैं इनकम टैक्स पे करूँगा कि मेरे को यहाँ डाला था मैंने, ये लॉस हो गया. There is no capital gain. But it all depends आपने क्या राइट्स दिए हैं. क्या मतलब आपको भी रट रखा है. If you want to start your some other company, but because you have the rights that you given to this angel investor, you can't close the company without his approval. तो आप इस कंपनी में भी पढ़ लोगे और नई कंपनी शुरू भी नहीं कर रहे हो. मतलब इसमें कोई इन्वेस्टर आ भी रहा होगा तो वो कर नहीं पाएगा क्योंकि आप यहाँ फंसे हुए हैं. So it all depends on the rights that you give. Also.
So sir, if he is not doing well after 5 years or something, that our angel investor says, okay, you quit, you exit, I'll take care of the company. So
Then that depends upon the founder. Okay. How easy he actually wants to get out of it, or he can't give it. Again, the investor should have the right to ask it. ऐसे नहीं लोग खड़े बैठ बोलेंगे आप बाहर. So it's a mutual understanding. आपसे नहीं बोला हम ले लेते हैं. फounder भी कहते ठीक है नहीं चलो आप ले लो. But then I'll keep a stake of 5%, keep a stake of 10%, 1%, whatever. That's a negotiation. कि आपको भी क्या चाहिए. So it's again a negotiation. कोई भी इन्वेस्ट करता है 2 साल, maximum 3 years, he gets an idea कि मैं कहाँ कर रहा हूँ. तो 3 साल से ज़्यादा नहीं रहता. 3 साल में तो the company is going up or down. So it's understood. And if the company is going up, and there is second round of investors coming in, then they'll give you an option to exit, being angel investors. You have to exit. But then they don't exit. They plan to stay on. तो उनके राइट्स उसमें खत्म हो जाते हैं. क्योंकि you give an option. उसके बाद कंपनी डूब गई तो आपकी लायबिलिटी नहीं बनती है. ये भी होता है ना कि I gave you an option तो बहुत अच्छे थे, सब चल रहा था, but for some reason चेंज हुआ ना हो सकता है. All these things come under the assessment, the rights, the power that you give.
If we have a proprietary firm, so most of our clients, let's say 95% or 99%, they don't want to give GST, right? So due to GST नहीं देना तो I have to take money in my personal account. Even corporates also, वो भी GST handle it?
See, till that getting an external guy in your company, to say it. But the day you get it, then there's no option. Then you have to trim your price if they want your service. Simple thing.
So actually trimming is very subjective because 100 रुपए वाला भी है उसके लिए भी कभी महंगा हो जाता है कई बार 100 रुपए उसके लिए सस्ता है बट we cannot say कि
But then there's an external investor who's sitting on your capital. नहीं अगर आ जाते हैं
हाँ
अगर आ जाते हैं तो उनको आपको सेल दिखानी पड़ेगी इस कंपनी में उनको पैसा आएगा नहीं तो सेल दिखाओगे कैसे टेक्निकली आप दूसरी कोई साइड कंपनी खोल भी ली हो बट उस कंपनी में वैल्यू नहीं आएगा वैल्यूएशन तो एक ही कंपनी की मिलेगी आपको जो सेलिंग वैल्यूएशन देती है सर्टिफिकेट्स वो एक ही कंपनी की तो टेक्निकली आप बिजनेस कर रहे हो डबल प्राइस का बट व्हाइट में और ब्लैक में करने वाले ऑप्शन नहीं है आपके पास रेवेन्यू आपको दिखाना ही पड़ेगा ग्रोथ दिखानी पड़ेगी
जीएसटी का अपने तरफ से दीजिए इनपुट्स कीजिए उसको
नहीं आप उसके लिए जो अपनी कॉस्ट निकालते हो उसमें इंक्लूड कर रहे हम करते हैं जब प्लीज एवरीथिंग इंक्लूडेड इंक्लूसिव हो कर देते
डिजिटल मार्केटिंग फॉर्म का नेगोशिएटिंग बहुत मुश्किल है
आपका प्रोडक्ट तो डिफरेंट तो सोशल मीडिया मार्केटिंग तो इस पे देयर इज नो
B2B2C Any other questions you have? Yeah, number of
But ऐसे क्यों है क्योंकि कॉर्पोरेट में लोग एडवर्टाइजमेंट दे रहे हैं तो उनका
हर
एक्सपेंस
किसी का एक्सपेंस मिलता भी नहीं है डिपेंड करता है किस टाइप का एक्सपेंस है डिपेंड करता है किस स्टेट सब बहुत सी इंटरस्टेट हो गया क्या हो गया
एडवर्टाइजमेंट तब तो चलो आपको फेसबुक से वो सर्टिफिकेट हम इनवॉइस निकाल के दे देते हैं जो हमारी सर्विसेज हैं लाइक ग्राफिक डिजाइनिंग है आप कह रहे थे कि हम जीएसटी में देना हम कैश दे देंगे
बट ग्राफिक डिजाइन में वो अपने एक्सपेंस तो दिखा ही सकते हैं
जीएसटी तो पे कर दिया ना वो इंटरस्टेट जीएसटी सीजीएसटी आईजीएसटी तो उसका इनपुट कैसे लेंगे वो
Do you have any other question about those course question? You can always reach out to us, type to us, we can always help you.
Nitin at delhi.tie.org is mine. उसमें Stanley करने st at delhi.tie.org and इसमें अगर आप Stanley कर देते STANLEY उसका हो Delhi.tie.org and my number is 98184 777 19 98184 777 19.
My number is 981084. I think 9810658434.
I think इसके बाद है ना you guys should definitely request for a session on the legal part of it. Boring session है ना. But this is going to be very interesting session as it comes out. A presentation आप उसको रख लीजिए, which you can keep referring to again and again these terms and all. इसका मतलब क्या है?
ये जो मैंने आपको terms बताया ना, आप इसको भी सीख लोगे ना, then you will able to stand in front of it.
So this is very much required.
These are very basic things, very basic things. You should always, look into this.
So are you an investor as well?
Yeah.
So what do you look for in startups before investing?
It depends on the stage of the startups. Okay. It all depends on the stage of the companies. At early stage, largely idea stage, founders, credibility, and execution capabilities.
See now, if you have been smart enough in the class today, you know what Stanley wants. Because we gave you a gyan which he believes in.
Yes.
Okay. So now you know how to go and ask money from him. So he's giving you a cheat code. What does he want to do?
Like all angels, like founders. Like Zomato, like Policies Bazaar, any good founder, if you ask me, if you speak to them, they are good executives. बात करके पता लगेगा. इंडिया में धंधा करना इतना इजी नहीं है. पैसे मिलते ही नहीं है. सामान भी नहीं मिलता.
But do connect after for Pyrex, we'll just try to connect you with Pyrex. There's certain things happening with Pyrex. But उससे पहले आप BBT और बायरक की साइड पे जाके just have a look at what they are doing and how does it fit in. If there's something specific comes in, आप उसके हिसाब से मेल बना के भेजिएगा. This is the area because बायरक does give a lot of grants in this field. And I remember there was this lady who was using some kind of a cane or something for filtration device in rural area में. Yeah.
I've heard about that.
Again, Bayrek supported business, but Bayrek has done a lot of other things. It's just not biotechnology, but others also. और एक waste management में भी था. It's very important area. And ये SDG goals के अंदर ये बहुत कुछ आता है. तो India is going towards.
I think the goal
is more. I think many investors are coming into the SDG वाले area में, investing in SDG related companies.
ESG related है. Yeah. ISO certification. इससे आगे चलनी ESG भी economical social governance.
But also it's also important ना because आपको West के साथ में business करना है for some.
Zero carbon shares and all those things they're working on.
Carbon emission and then internationally people are more ethical about environment friendly and all those things. It will take four odd years at least to in India to this is mandatory.
The other founder of mine, she's an environmentalist only, so she knows all these things.
So do reach out to us if you have any questions. We're happy to address them. Technically, as I said, valuation का कोई सरकार नहीं होता. आपके ऊपर होता है हमने कितना देना है फाउंडर्स को इन्वेस्टर्स को और कितना लोग ग्रेजुएट कर रहे हैं and the right station.
So is it true that coming future founders are not investors are not in the scheme are not going to look at valuation? Because I just heard one of them they will not even take it seriously because it's all complicated and
Evaluation को कोई सरकार नहीं मैं पूरी कोई सरकार नहीं तो डिफरेंस की मेरे कितना परसेंटेज चाहिए और आप कितना वैल्यू ठीक अगर आप फर्स्ट राउंड में आपने 3 करोड़ में 10% या 15% छोड़ दिया 2 फाउंडर्स होते हैं उसमें 85% इज व्हाट रिमेन बिटवीन टू फाउंडर्स 10% आप ESOP पूल अलग कर लो 75% 32.5 तो आपके पास वहीं रहेगा सेकेंड राउंड विल बी अनदर 10, 15, 20 crores again you will end up diluting around 15-25% के बीच में कितना रहेगा एक के बीच
But does that also अगर आप MVP और use early stage में तो valuation निकालोगे किस चीज़ का मतलब है नहीं कुछ
कन्वर्टेबल कर लो आपके लिए ठीक रहेगा कि आपने कहा अगर मैं कुछ नहीं कर पाई तो मिनिमम इतने में कन्वर्ट कर देंगे मैक्सिमम इतने में कन्वर्ट कर देंगे 6 months, 8 months is a gap. But if you do tranche, then you have to make sure you reach those revenues or scale.
I think valuation can be used.
It is overhyped.
Overestimated.
Overhyped. It doesn't matter.
It's more of an idea and the founders.
And I think while angel investing ये सब की बात है, venture debt के बारे में as that as an option, is it open for them? Should they look at it or watch it venture debt?
Venture debt comes in here if you have good revenues. आपका revenue हो रहा है, आपका अपना payment gateway से payment आ रही है, आपके अपने banks पे ही आ रही है, तो then they'll put a lien into your account. 18% is what largely people take. But investors are sometimes fine or sometimes not even fine because if there's an existing debt in the company, तो उधारी है.
बंद कर दिए कंपनी तो भी वो इन्वेस्टर डेट देते हैं.
बंद करिए तब भी करते हैं क्योंकि आपके रेवेन्यूज आ रहे हैं ना हमारे तो पैसे बन गए आपके जहाँ बंद 1 लाख हो रहा है 2 लाख हो जाएगा उनको उससे फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा आपको वर्किंग कैपिटल नहीं है आपको भी फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा उनको चर्न चाहिए क्योंकि उनके भी रेवेन्यूज बढ़ रहे हैं
उनका इंटरेस्ट सिर्फ आपके रेवेन्यू में है
ऑब्वियसली वही जैसे कैलकुलेट
है एक ही बात ठीक है ये सब क्वेश्चंस you don't have your own website so it's very difficult to build a product brand for yourself B2B में क्या अपना brand नहीं बनता B2B में क्या मंथ एंड में पैसे आ गए खत्म हुआ but in a B2C business you are creating a brand like if I go Dabur, Himalaya any brand that you pick up Sleepy or any brand that you pick up you know that brand is why you trust it whether the product is good or bad or ugly that's secondary but you know that brand is there's a trust in it. And it's very difficult to get a brand, visibility, brand authenticity among the customer because people don't pay. Free में तो सब ले लेते हैं, pay कोई नहीं करता. And the authenticity of the business comes in when people are paying. And there are repeat customers, there are loyal customers who are coming back again. Lifetime cycle of a customer कि कितने टाइम में वापस आता है या नहीं आता है. So these all data is something that an entrepreneur should have in hand. I know my customers, I know my market, like, who will be the right TG, what is the salaries or what is the income level of these guys who are actually going to be my customers. So you should understand the geographical space when do I launch my product, how do I launch my product, whether Facebook, Insta, offline, wherever. So you need to figure out where are your customers to get some revenues around. So investors largely see what have you done from starting to get revenues. If you say I've been running around my idea for 2 years, then there's a problem. They see what is the churn rate. 3 months, 6 months, 8 months, okay, product bun raha tha. They did some market survey and got the final product ready. Now they're selling it on the platform. But then again, margins, what are the numbers? Like gross margin kitna hai? Loss hai, that's acceptable. But what are the numbers like? Gross margin kitna hai? What is the salaries that the founders are also taking? Usually look at when you go for an angel investment round, depends whether you take a 25 lakhs round or whether you take a 3 crore round. So 25 lakhs obviously people don't nudge that much. But if you go for a 2-3 crore type of an angel type of a round, so what happens is that at an early stage you guys, none of you guys will be withdrawing any salary. आप सबके पास private limited या proprietorship company होगी, right? So when an investor comes, definitely you need some portion of your salary to sustain yourself as well. Minuscule, that's secondary. But usually you don't take that salary because it's something that you're churning within your own money, right? So all these numbers are also taken care of. Because when there's a diligence done on a company, the numbers will be haywire. Because you're not taking anything. आप अपना ही खर्चा उसमें होगा. So financial diligence में there will be a lot of question mark. तो वो दिखाता है कि that the entrepreneur is very loose. He's not running a business and a personal thing separately. जैसे आप लोग यहाँ आए हो, technically officially आए हो, तो वो reimbursement cost लगेगी. Technically, it is an expense of your company. So these all things matter. So how good are your books that you are maintaining and managing is what I am trying to say. Everything matters. Because when they see, when you say I took 6 months to get my product in place and all those things, तो 6 महीने लगेगा. ये सब चीज़ों से ही प्रूव होता है. हमें नहीं पता ना 6 दिन लगे, 6 घंटे लगे या खरीद के लिए आया. So these are all diligence that comes after an investor actually showed interest. यहाँ पे ज़्यादा सवाल आएंगे तो यहाँ पे भी टूट जाएगा. You may have pitched perfectly, like Shark Tank. बतेरे pitch करते हैं, commitment लेते हैं, diligence होती है, आधे कट जाते हैं. Yeah, because these are all transactions. These are all financial transactions. You must be paying someone like you said, COD deliveries, returns and all. So that you must be accounting for. But there are a lot of cash elements that comes in between. That goes unaccounted. कौन डालेगा 20 रुपए 50 रुपए? In the year end, it is a multiple of a good number. But that will also be, they will be scrutinized by the financial diligence. So at an early stage, because books are not maintained, so investors तब भी घबराते हैं. I don't know if this founder is actually ethical. One. Second, is he loose or is he just careless? So careless is a better thing that they want to stay away from. We are careless to them.
Sir, आजकल तो banking system इतना strong है, यहाँ पे by default
आपके पास accountant है जो उसका खर्चा रहेगा. For you it would be there, but for other like the chocolate, इनका tally value भी नहीं होगा. Because you are already running a business of because you are importing and exporting something, right? Because there are certain guidelines that you have to certification of those things. But for early stage guys, these are the major problems. It all depends,
People are not aware of the
नील पैन कार्ड है तो नील की रिटर्न जाती है.
आपके डॉक्यूमेंट तो चाहिए ना, आप दिखाएंगे 2 साल से 3 साल से.
So all these things have to be taken care of. So investors not only look कि आपने कितना बढ़िया वो स्टोरी सुनाई, स्टोरी राइटर की तरह बोलते तो हर कोई ज्ञान सागर की तरह, but the authenticity of the business, your interest level, how well are you controlled with your numbers in terms of product बनाने में क्या खर्चा आया, बेचूंगा कितने का, and what is the quantity you sell or what is the numbers that you will reach. मैं 10 lakhs की सेल करूँगा, that is the time when I will break even. or even EBITDA positive, contribution margin level positive. Like मेरी जेब से कुछ नहीं जाएगा, आएगा नहीं कुछ जाएगा नहीं. You know, these numbers should be handy because their question is upfront. अब आप बोलोगे मेरे को देखना पड़ेगा, I have to get back to my finance, I have to get back to my numbers, मैं देख के बताऊंगा. Interest level कम हो जाएगा, simple सी बात. Nobody is interested for a long waiting time. If he finds your idea good, he will ask you 10 questions about it. Your numbers are good, means the founder is actually on the tip of the business. इसको पता है. And you have seen, all these startups actually have one person from the team who handles investor relations because they are aware of whatever questions are being asked. So these are questions which is a very general question. I'm not even going to deeper side of the question, but pitch perfecting comes largely with the product and how well are you good with your numbers. Even if you have no numbers, idea stage में fine. Then what is your market size? अगर मैं बोलूँगा 100 करोड़ की मार्केट है, पूरा मार्केट को एक बंदा नहीं ले सकता. And what is the split of that market? Who are the leaders in that market? And how are you better than them? Because they all are largely deep pocket guys, or invested guys, or early stage guys also. You can't capture the market overnight also. So how do you plan to capture the market? Even if you are at an earlier stage or generating, that's also fine. But what is the larger audience that you are targeting? How will you reach out to them? How will you reach out to the end customer, or even B2B? So how will you make sure that the agreements are being repeated year on year? So these are very important things which you should know. Most of you don't even think of these things. वो तो बोलेंगे यार मेरा प्रोडक्ट रेडी है, मैं इसको लॉन्च करूँगा. लॉन्च में 40 सवाल होते हैं कि आपका रेवेन्यू रेशियो क्या है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल इफ आई पुट 5 lakhs in Facebook or any social media app, what is the ROAS? ROAS is revenue over advertisement spend. तो उसका मल्टीपल क्या है? मैंने 5 लाख लगाया, मुझे बिजनेस कितने वाले? Like all these stories on Instagram that you see, people are advertising heavily. Google, each keyword is sold at a high price. So you have to buy that price. They are sold for hours, weekly, daily, and on daily basis. You must be doing marketing. So people look out for ROAS. What is the multiple? Basically 5 lakhs लगाया तो at least 3x तो मिलेगा ना, 15 लाख का तो बिजनेस करेगा ही. Then they say 3 महीने बाद 5 लाख मत लगाओ. Let's see the authenticity of the business. कौन ब्रांड को लेके आता है? So that is also the pull. Basically to see the authenticity of the business. But not at an angel level, but yeah, at least you will be able to manage 3x है तो कम से कम 1x तो मिल जाएगा. जितनी लागत है उतनी क्वालिटी. So these numbers, these costs, ROAS, gross margin. Gross margin is something very important for any investor. That is the crux of the business. अगर आपको gross margin नहीं पता, then there's a problem. Like for example, if you are doing a revenue of 10 lakhs, 20 lakhs, 50 lakhs per month, it is a GST component, 18% flat. तो 50 लाख का बिजनेस है, तकरीबन आपका 8 लाख का तो GST चला गया. तो 42 का बिजनेस हुआ, उसमें ग्रॉस मार्जिन अगर 50% हुआ, तो बचा ही नहीं. 21 में आपके फिर खर्चे चलेंगे, ऑपरेटिंग एक्सपेंसेस. तो ग्रॉस मार्जिन इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. तो इन्वेस्टर्स को कभी भी नंबर्स बोलो ना, तो नेट नंबर्स बोलो, टैक्स लगा के मत बोलो, क्योंकि टैक्स इज समथिंग दैट्स नॉट इवन गोइंग टू योर पॉकेट और द कस्टमर्स. He will not count that, but he will ask you for sure कि ये ग्रॉस है या नेट. ग्रॉस 50 लाख सुनने में बड़ा अच्छा लगा, क्योंकि ब्याज तो खड़े बैठ नहीं. उसके बाद आप माइनस करो 8 लाख से वो भी टैक्स. ऑर्डर इन हैंड लगा सकते हो, नहीं वो कैश इन हैंड लगा सकते हो. एक्सपेक्टेड, नथिंग विच इज नॉट देयर इन द बैंक इज नॉट एक्सपेक्टेड. Which is all right, ठीक है. It depends upon how authentic, their payment sector will be with that B2B guy. If you're confirmed कि मेरे को मिल ही जाएगा, see that's a minuscule. That's 1 महीने का ट्रांस. 1 महीने में कोई नहीं देखता कि 1 महीने की सेल का. Then larger see कि 6 महीने में क्या है, 6 महीने से क्या हिस्ट्री चल रही है, month on month growth कितना है. If you stick to only 50 lakhs per month or 5 lakhs per month, then there's a problem. Growth ही नहीं हो रही है. 6 महीने.
I am working through them right now. I had a problem because of gross margin being because being a trade system, you have to pick the lowest, and then you have the GST also, your overheads also. it turned out to be that sometimes I was taking out of my own pocket for the courier thing, and the gross margin was a big problem for me. Then I calculated the not for this.
Then you're calculating the gross margin very low.
Yeah.
Gross margin थोड़ा बड़ा करिए. The same thing of finance यार, because gross margin is something कि आपको product बनाने में क्या खर्चा है?
Because I am looking at retail.
रिटेल में अगर आपका सामान 100 का बिकता है, आपका बनता कितने का इज द क्वेश्चन. अगर आपका 50 रुपीस का बनता है, then your gross margin is 50%. 60 रुपीस का बनता है 60%, 40% बनता है. तो वो gross margin है. उसके बाद overhead expenses तो अलग है. That is why largely EBITDAs are negative startups में. क्योंकि overall expense तो negative में ही जाए. तो gross margin should be higher. क्योंकि higher the gross margin, higher chances of you getting into a profitable company.
That's what when you go to bid system, bid the bid you need to quote low.
अब तो जितना gross margin ज़्यादा होगा आप उतना नीचे जा सकते हैं. तो इसलिए that's why we say कि gross margin जितना ज़्यादा है उतना आप अपने आप को negotiate कर सकते हैं. You can trim that because you will see a larger quantity there. And the game becomes about quantity. Like, for example, milk. Minuscule amount of margin is there, but still they have been sold, and people have to keep it. It's very simple. They keep it because every departmental store keeps it because they want customers to come to their shop and at least take the milk. If he comes to take the milk, he'll buy 10 other products. It's very simple. That's why they keep it outside. क्योंकि fridge का खर्चा भी नहीं निकलता. So it's like that. So gross margin is very important for any formula. अगर आप लोग ये numbers नहीं बोल पाओगे, तो काटा ही रहता है. Simple thing. Because it's very simple. You know, if you don't know if I'm selling this hall, मुझे नहीं पता कितना square feet है और those things. It's very basic. पता ही क्या है. इसमें कुछ पता ही नहीं. ये देख लो जी यही है. ऐसा होगा नहीं. Property जल्दी समझ में आती है लोगों को. इसलिए मैं उसका लैंग्वेज देता हूँ. So you should know your number. If I ask you how many windows, doors are there, you only go with because you don't know what you're selling. It's like that. So be good on the numbers. Product तो क्या है ना, देखो, if you're selling a product तो सामने देख के पता चल जाता है कि क्या चीज़ है. अच्छी चीज़ है, बुरी चीज़ है, वो तो आपसे बात करके, कस्टमर्स की देख के, रिपीट रेशियो देख के, लॉयल्टी ऑफ द कस्टमर्स देख के पता चलता है. But on the number side, because investors को numbers ही मतलब है. उन्होंने आपके इन्वेस्ट करी 5 लाख रुपए या 10 लाख रुपए at a sale of 1 lakh rupees per month, and if you are at a sale of 1 crore per month, so his exit is easier. उतना ज़्यादा multiple मिलता है. But you should be good with the numbers. If you're not good with the numbers, then what is the exit that you will give them? अपना तो छोड़ दो. So one is the numbers side of it. Numbers are very crucial for any business. As I said, idea stage में भी चल जाएगा, but then you should know your market very well. कितने पैसे लगा के कितना मिलेगा, and आपको क्यों लगता है इतना मिलेगा? Facebook, digital media. Because see, digital media is like a jua. You know, you throw money, you get audience, right? फेंको, आ जाता है. तो वो भी negative हो जाता है.
So when something is an ideation stage, all the numbers will go to projections only.
Projection क्या है ना? Excel में drag. Projection हर 15 दिन में बदलते हैं. हर weekly बदलते हैं. Every projection changes. It's not static.
But how would any projection convince an investor?
It will convince your founder's capability, your execution capabilities, your background of what you've done, whatever in terms of studies. Yeah. Your education background, your whatever career span that you had in the past, being part of colleges, how active you've been in colleges. If you've been a studio student, okay, 100 marks, 90 marks. But if you've been part of many other activities like sports and other things, then also it all counts. You know, athletic market, a lot of things count. Parallelly, they also do a Reiki here. कि सब लोग एक दूसरे से जानते हैं. They'll do, for example, if somebody is from this college, तो इनका alumni होगा. So somebody will call Mr. Agarwal, Mr. Agarwal. Just to see कि इसके बारे में जरा पता करना alumni में कोई होगा. It's very simple. Everybody wants to do a Reiki work. जैसे कि आप लोग भी पता करो ना अभी पीछे क्या है all those things. It's very simple and not different. It's very simple thing. हर कोई करता है. You don't get to know it obviously, but everybody does it. Because in the end they are investing. तो प्रोडक्ट नहीं है, एक्सेल क्या है ना, इट विल कीप ऑन चेंजिंग, हर महीने चेंज होगा, 15 दिन में चेंज होता है. If you do, you're not getting revenues, it has to change. Something is wrong with the business. Like for example, digital marketing or Facebook में डाल रहे हैं, हमें audience तो Insta में बैठी है, and vice versa, or whatever basically.
How successful are like ideation stage pitches?
Yeah, it all depends upon the enthusiasm of the founder and his knowledge of the market and his aspiration to capture that market as early as possible with some unique ideas and twisting. Largely, idea stage में founders पे पैसे लगते हैं. Just like वो कहते हैं ना, बंदे पे चलता है, वैसा ऐसा. बंदे पे पैसे लगेंगे या बंदे की जो main goal है उससे. So it's largely, they actually see the zeal of the entrepreneur, इसको करना क्या है. If he is laid back and नहीं परवाह, मैं तो घर से बोल रहा हूँ, मुझे कोई चिंता नहीं है, और कुछ that gives a question. He's not having that hunger to make a profit.
उस टाइम तो वो भी होगा, how much money the person himself or service put into skin in the game, कितना समय उसका है.
Depends आप लोग
आप आए स्टैनली के पास में पैसा लेने के लिए, बट आपने उससे पैसे कुछ भी क्या करा है, आइडिया तो बनाया ही, और कुछ पैसा डाला, कुछ करने की कोशिश की, चाहे फेल ही क्यों नहीं हो रहा, मुंह के बल गिर रहे थे, पर आपने कुछ तो करा. That's what you करने की कोशिश करा था. So you had tried putting. एक सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट, अगर आप अपना पैसा लगाने को तैयार हैं, उससे पैसा मांग रहे हो, तो उसमें सबसे बड़ा डर होगा. You be the first one to run away if tomorrow when difficulty comes. आज अपना खुद का स्किन इन द गेम है, तो कुछ ना कुछ करोगे, डूबोगे लेकिन तैरने की कोशिश करोगे. His money also will goes into some. जैसे होता है कि आपका पेडिग्री तो है ही है उस समय इम्पोर्टेंट, बट एक्सेल शीट भी बनी, ड्रैग एंड ड्रॉप है उसमें. बट आप ऐसा दिखा रहे हो कि ना जैसे 100 करोड़ का बिजनेस है मार्केट में 90 नहीं है, उसमें पहले पूरा सा सब कुछ आया हुआ है, आपके लिए कितना मार्केट शेयर है, और इट्स नॉट दैट ग्रेट एन आइडिया कि आप ना सब बिल्कुल चेंज कर दोगे मार्केट को. उसमें आप दिखा रहे हो इतना मैं प्रॉफिट करके दिखाऊंगा यार. सो वन हैज टू हैव अ क्लियर पिक्चर. तो आपकी अपनी खुद की जो रिसर्च गई है उसमें, दैट वुड हेल्प अ लॉट. ऑफ कोर्स एज ही सेड देयर कि योर ओन पर्सन हिमसेल्फ और हरसेल्फ इसके बारे में. क्योंकि पता है क्या, एक वैसा कोई कुछ आपने ये कर रहा है, आप बोलो 50,000 5 लाख 50 लाख 1 करोड़, तो वहाँ पे ये अमाउंट उसको मिशा जाता है कि आपने ये चेक करवाया है, ये अमाउंट उसको मिशा जाता है. ड्यू डिलिजेंस के टाइम में वो पूछेगा डिलिजेंस पार्टनर से कि यार देखो कितना लगा है. वहाँ पे कच्ची पर्ची काम होती है. ठीक है, तो दैट इज आपने किए भी होंगे, जनरली किए होंगे, और पता है 6 महीने 8 महीने 1 साल और पता नहीं चलेगा कि ये थे. तो ठीक है, फिर कैसे हिसाब बैंक स्टेटमेंट लेके कोई टैली नहीं करता है, कौन के पॉइंट दे तो आप देखिए कि हर 10 डे bookkeeping is very important because that it gives authenticity of the company, the compliance of the company. कि मेरे पैसे लेके भी भाई सीधे तरीके से चलेगा. If he is not, if he is loose about managing the money, then there's a real question. So same thing, they have to keep their personal finance and their business finance को totally different, maintain it there.
And obviously आप लोग accountant रख नहीं सकते, it's very understood. But there are a lot of firms which give you virtual CFO services at a very trim pricing, 3,000, 5,000. ज़्यादा सस्ते में मत जाना, नहीं तो वो भी लौटा दो. But they can, you can get good guys with the scope of, other man grow, I will give you a full business also. So they accept everything. Or you can get in touch with us and direct. We have a lot of virtual CFO who want to.
And if you're part of an accelerator, just इधर का भी, so they would have some shared resources within accelerator itself. और एक co-working space उनके होते हैं.
5-7 हज़ार 5,000 बहुत कुछ होता है, मतलब for your stage, उससे ज़्यादा जरूरत नहीं है. इस वाला फुल टाइम जॉब, मतलब हफ्ते में 1 घंटे का काम होगा आप लोगों को, और डिपेंडिंग ऑन द स्टेज ऑफ योर कंपनी. So you don't need to shed so much money unnecessarily.
And should they, at this stage of work, they're not taking any salary, but should they book a salary when
they have to?
Charge notionally क्यों नहीं, but the maintain करना.
So you have to book your account. वो आपका accountant आपको बताएगा. Why you have to book your account is कल को books में खड़ा होगा, I have to pay X salary. अगर आपने 10,000 रुपये अपनी salary रखी, I'm just taking a rough number. तो आपको बुक करना पड़ेगा, दिस इज एन एक्सपेंस ऑफ द कंपनी, तभी आपको एग्जैक्ट नंबर मिलेगा कि मेरा बिजनेस आ कितने का है। ये नहीं है सेकेंडरी में आप एक साथ दे सकते हो 10 लोगों, बट दैट एक्सपेंस हैज टू बी बुक्ड। फॉर एग्जांपल इफ you give a loan to the company as a director, it has to be booked as a loan, और that booking has to be there. ऐसा नहीं कि मेरा ही कंपनी है, मैं दे रहा हूँ, कुछ और नहीं कहना मैं डाल दूँ, तो it has to be booked on that day. अगर ईयर चेंज हो गया तो आप बैक डेट में जाके you can't book loans.
For example, startup में तो एक अपनी income है ही,
तो आप अपनी जेब से डालते हो,
बैंक में दिखाना पड़ेगा ना कि आप 10 लाख रुपए
हाँ, तो वो तो बैंक में जाएगा तो ट्रांजैक्शन होता है, what was the document for that, what is the relation of that transaction, have you given it as a loan? नहीं, मैंने आपने अपने पर्सनल अकाउंट से अपने कंपनी अकाउंट में 10,000 ट्रांसफर किए, what is the paper trail for that, कि आपने क्यों दिया, सैलरी दिया ना,
तो वो मैंने अपने पर्सनल अकाउंट में करंट अकाउंट में पैसे ट्रांसफर किए, वो सरकार देती है to buy. So once my payment has come back, so I would buy my money, we also loan me
that depends whether you want to do that, because it should not be repeat history also, no? You can pay as a loan and then keep it for 2 years, 3 years, depending आपको investment banking में चाहिए, and then take it back one. You can't keep it doing again and again, that repeat transaction, because वो दोनों जगह volume बढ़ाएगा, 10,000 और भी बढ़ाएगा, 10,000 भी बढ़ाएगा, तो साल के आखिर में 10,000 आ तो रहे, पर वो मेरे ही पैसे और बात है, तो 1,20,000 आपको ऐसी फालतू में बड़े हो जाएंगे।
I think लोन के नाम पे डाल, लेकिन लोन के कल को आपको ना इन्वेस्टर से पैसे मिले, अब आप चाहते मेरा पैसा वापस आ जाए, वो कहते हैं वो why do you want this 1 lakh, मैंने डाले थे पैसे, it was my money and I gave it as loan, where is the paper? So whether it was all your money, it was everything was yours, but since it was not booked, when the funding comes in, you can't. But उसी में अगर सैलरी बुक करेंगे then you could probably then take
सैलरी आप बुक कर लो, you don't need to take a salary, but if you book an expense, then that's an expense that is pending. It's like मेरे किसी को 10 लाख देने हैं,
इन्वेस्टर में डालेगा पैसा, तो पहले तो यही खड़े हो जाएंगे कि हमारा लाख रुपए की सैलरी,
हाँ, तो वो कहेगा आप अपने लाख रुपए की सैलरी को इक्विटी में कर लो, मैं डाल रहा हूँ, मैं डाल रहा हूँ, आप भी डालो मेरे साथ साथ, क्योंकि टेक्निकली यू हैव लिव्ड, आप जीते आए हो ना 10 महीने बिना सैलरी के, अब ले लो सैलरी, पीछे की जो 10 महीने की सैलरी थी उसको
इसका मतलब नहीं सैलरी 10 लाख दूसरे खाते स्टार्ट कर लो,
हाँ, वो तो ऑब्वियसली कोई नहीं करता,
हाँ, so बेस नंबर कुछ लेके something which is justifiable.
So these numbers, perfecting your pitch में ना, the product, the numbers should be the two base things, and your market and your customer.
And all these are
interrelated.
equal for national and international platforms.
See, platform कोई भी, business है. Whether you sell it at Amazon.us or you sell it at Amazon.in, सिर्फ वो और selling in US is different and US is different. उनके certifications are different basically. बाकी 33%, 28%, whatever the numbers is, will be the same. क्योंकि transaction होगी, business है. तो product, customers, numbers of your company itself, gross margin of your product, line by line, unit cost, एक पीस बनाने का क्या खर्चा आता है, 10 पीस का क्या आएगा, थोक में कितना जाएगा तो कितना आएगा, तो वो number you should be very good at. One is
I have an idea of which this area में है. उसमें we have a tech जिससे हम लोग waste को biofuel में convert करते हैं. वो biofuel ultimately we want to give it to the farmers so that they use biofuel for clearing up their fields. Right? हमारा team जो focus है which is solid waste management. तो अभी मेरा जो product कोई कस्टमर बेस या मार्केट मुझे मालूम नहीं कितना बड़ा है. How will I?
Can you search out how big is the market? How big do you think will be the opportunity? Like clean tech, climate tech, they are still sustaining and trying to get the market in place. Many people are not aware of it. Right? Clean tech maybe there is a lot of plethora of subsectors. Right? So, and this market is actually not known, but as a whole industry there is a number. As an industry there is a number. But subsector में अगर आप जाओ तो नहीं है numbers. अभी नहीं है.
Subsector में नहीं है, जो हम लोग research कर रहे हैं, हमें go to the farmers and ask them
but you know the audience.
Yeah.
You know the audience.
You know the audience.
Right? You know the capacity of the audience. You know the paying capacity of the audience. So you can make a rough number. You know the population living around.
But they say that why should we change? This is not our problem. We already have some fuel. So do that. Why should we change? Maybe your fuel is cheaper, maybe it is sustainable, तो उनके लिए कहीं पर ले पड़ता हूँ.
See, they need to be educated. It's basic. It's like, ये भी हो सकता है कि आप एजुकेट कर रहे हो और जो आपके पीछे कॉम्पिटिटर्स आ रहे हो वो मार्केट को टेक ओवर कर रहे हैं.
Like I said, when I was teaching each and every villager to use ATM card, it's a ATM card. So you'll be teaching them why. And probably you should go through BIRAC on this. BIRAC is doing a lot of work in this, and some people within BIRAC, some innovators are doing. So BIRAC would be under DST, EBT, Department of Biotechnology.
So one is the product side of it and the revenue and the number side of it. Also, how will you build your team में कौन आएंगे and how will this company go ahead. Second is your numbers on the side of business. Business numbers are well watching. Third is very importantly, which is the legal side. कि what are you going to dilute? Valuation क्या रहेगी? Rights क्या दोगे आप लोग? Exit कैसे दोगे? कब तक दोगे? It's a plethora of things. बड़ा मुश्किल लगता है कि CA भी बन जाए, वकील भी बन जाए, बिजनेस भी चला जाए, और मोटा मोटी तो सब चला जाए.
As a starter, हमें कितना पता होना चाहिए कि कोई मालूम हो टाइम कितना अमाउंट तक कोई मांग रहा है इसलिए हमें मिलना चाहिए.
How will resolve who?
If we are not aware about these things, and we say right, exit and all this.
तो इसके लिए ये सब you have to be aware. See, as I said, तो सामने इन्वेस्टर बैठा है वो आपसे 4 सवाल पूछेगा. Product, numbers.
Numbers is clear, product is clear, but this thing valuation rights and exit.
Valuation rights and valuation is something that आप कितना dilute कर सकते हो इस राउंड में. That you have to decide कि मैं कितना देना चाहती हूँ. क्योंकि next round में मैं कितना दे सकती हूँ. कल as I said, founder सिर्फ visiting card पर है. 50% ज़्यादा तो लोगों के पास है.
जैसे मान लीजिए आपने कंपनी का वैल्यूएशन 1 करोड़ रुपया है. तो फर्स्ट आपने जैसे जब आप इन्वेस्टर फर्स्ट टाइम गए हैं तो इसमें आपको कितना इक्विटी इज कंफर्टेबल आपके पास? 1 करोड़ इज योर.
वैल्यूएशन के ना कोई सिंपल मैथ कि यार उस कंपनी में कितनी वैल्यूएशन लगी क्यों लगी. देयर इज नो सिंपल फॉर्मूला. It all depends how well you can negotiate with the founders and how interested is the investor to invest in it. कई बार डील टूट जाती है. I don't want to write much. I want this much shares investor नहीं होती. But that all depends कि how well you can negotiate with the investors.
उनकी नीड तो कितनी है आपकी उस समय रेस फंड्स also कितनी important है. कहीं और है नहीं दी है. Maybe you would have to take to survive.
Investor will ask you how much cash you have in. उससे वो पता समझ में आ जाएगा कि कितना मैं इनको दबा सकता हूँ कि कितनी इक्विटी मैं इनसे ले सकता हूँ, क्या क्या राइट्स ले सकता हूँ. बेसिकली दैट गिव्स यू एन आंसर कि कितना सामने वाला नेगोशिएट, उसके पास कितनी पावर्स है नेगोशिएट करने के लिए.
Which is better, grant money or investment money?
See, grant money comes simply but only to the limited number. After that, grant is always good, you're free में ले, but उसके बाद क्या?
But grant भी आपको सब चीज़ में नहीं मिलेगी ना. आपको जिस चीज़ से for example the reason why she is looking for grant, BIRAC का scheme है under which it would help her to reach maybe some research work. उनको कुछ मिल गया है, but maybe आपके level पे there is no grant at all. इस food उसमें maybe FSS है एक आपका whole facility you can come prepare food and sell it from there. उनको पूरी दे रखी है. Some level of money also there. But do you follow that? Also is not. निधि एसेट और DST निधि के अंदर बात कर रहे हैं, वो प्रोडक्ट पे देते हैं और इट हैज टू बी टोटली टेक. देन यू कांट जस्ट बी टोटली वेटिंग ऑन ग्रांट.
ये बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट आपने चुना. इसे लाइक अस एक्सपैंडिंग एमएसएन के अलावा और क्या है? बस वेयर टू चाइना.
सो फॉर रेजिंग मनी के लिए और क्या हो सकता है? सो एक इन्वेस्टिंग है, बट व्हाट वुड बी डेट फाइनेंसिंग है, ग्रांट्स हैं, और भी
व्हाट इज एन एमएसएमई. आपको CGTMS स्कीम में आप लोग ट्राई कर सकते हैं. व्हेन यू CGTMS is very easily available. MSME, if you are registered, CGTMS, SME. SME को 1 CR तक CGTMS होता है, बस हर बैंक में आपको मिल जाएगा, स्पेशली सरकारी। मुद्रा up to 10 नहीं रहता है, ये शायद 1 CR तक जाता है। Grant money of food is a very separate story. Grant money depends upon the FICCI or accelerator incubator की उसमें interest कहाँ है और वो लोग कितना दे सकते हैं, या CSR में depend करता है कि किस CSR से grant money आ रहा है। Grant money is a very different thing. ये जो CGTMS है, you'll see your 6 month bank statement की कितना महीने का revenue, या CC में भी होता है, but as an MSME if you are registered on a B2B space, तो 6 महीने में आपको सामने वाले से पेमेंट मिल ही जाएगी, वो रूल है, if you are registered with us. That's a very good, question. But then there are compliance issue for that company.
इसमें कल बस सिटी में भी they give you directly, don't have to give the collateral for the loans.
CC limit is like, it's an insured capital. कल वो डूबता भी है, 70-80% is recoverable with the insurance. The risk is only 20%.
For you, for specific for yourself, look around, a lot of competitions are happening where कुछ prize money होता है.
She got one for free.
So you have ऐसे just go ahead and apply ना. एक तो नाम होगा, you'll meet different people, learning होगी because more difficult questions would have been asked. You'll be exposed totally, what all you don't know. आप में growth होगी, जीत गए, पैसे मिल जाएंगे. So go ahead and apply as many competitions which are happening around. That's all, of course, go around building a business.
I'll just quickly tell you about the legal side. What all are very, very important rights that you should always take care of. Offhand, I'll tell you, I'm not a lawyer myself. But one is transaction. कि आप कितने पैसे पे कितना डेबिट कर रहे हो वैल्यूएशन के साथ. वो आप अपने सीए के साथ बैठ के और अपनी कंफर्ट जोन नहीं कर सकते. That how much can you actually give away of your company. सिर्फ शुरू में क्या 10-20% देने में बड़ा इजी लगता है. बाद में आधा 1% भी बड़ा बाद में लगता है. So to sit with your CA on valuation. How do you calculate valuation is उस इंडस्ट्री में क्या स्केल चल रहा है, 3x ग्रोथ है, मंथ ऑन मंथ 5x ग्रोथ हो रही है एनुअली, उसका एक ब्लेंडेड नंबर लेना पड़ेगा कि व्हाई डू यू थिंक दिस वैल्यूएशन इज गुड फॉर माय कंपनी. उसी तरह मुझे इतना वैल्यूएशन क्यों. तो डिपेंड, लाइक FMCG usually takes 4 to 7x. 7x is the highest. 4x is okay of the revenue that you do, annual revenue. So FMCG is this. Tech is 8 to 12% revenue multiple. Same valuation. First valuation एक बारी set होगी, second फिर वो revenue generate करते हैं. On the legal side, transaction में जैसे आपने पैसे लिए and for some reason you are not able to come to a valuation. Investor आपकी बन गई. To do a convertible loan कि कम से कम अगर मैंने इतने revenues नहीं किए तो इतने में convert हो जाएंगे. इतने कर लिए तो इतने में. तो आपकी भी होगी उनकी भी होगी. Convertible loan कि 6 months 12 months में मैंने इतने revenues कर लिए तो जो आप वैल्यूएशन वहाँ पर वो नहीं तो जो मैं वहाँ तो इट्स sort of get you to a middle area of settlement. That is the last resort. If you go price round तो वो भी better दे जाता है, खत्म करो. क्योंकि होता क्या है, वो कहेगा ठीक है मैं आपको 1 करोड़ दे रहा हूँ, 50 लाख ले लो, आपको पूरे पैसे एक पैर पर खड़े पैर पर नहीं चाहिए. Second tranche you come after 3 months and take it. वो after 3 months ये लगे नहीं तो evaluate कर दो, मैं दूँ या नहीं. तो वो भी एक you should be well versed with the term when you're speaking to the investors. उसको पता रहना चाहिए कि हाँ इसको पता है. और आप सीख के आओगे मुश्किल है. होता है बहुत मुश्किल होता है. Then get your lawyer along with you who can actually sit and negotiate. But you should be good with the numbers because investor को ये चाहिए कि फाउंडर से बात, बाकी कंसल्टेंट से नहीं बात करना चाहते.
मुझे ये सब मुझे कब पता चलना चाहिए और कितना पता चलना चाहिए कि अगर वो मुझे बोलता है 10% इक्विटी में देता हूँ, मुझे कैसे वैल्यूएट करके मुझे इतना 10% इक्विटी को मुझको रिटर्न करना है, इसको निकालने के टाइम पता चले मैं ही नहीं करूँ.
नहीं 10% में अगर वो 50% भी ले रहे, 49 भी ले रहे, it all depends on the rights that you do. I'm coming to the point. You go over transaction. ठीक है ना. एक हो गया board seat, whether you want the people to be on your board. Board में decision हुआ है, and you know we are taking the decision. So whether you want to see if an angel investor is investing upon 2-3 CR, तो he will come on the board. तो कोई USP कुछ होती नहीं है technically. It all depends कि आप लोग कितनी जल्दी अपना business कर सकते हैं. तो board seat, transaction हो गया, convertible and all those things. Convertible is the best, अगर negotiate नहीं हो पा रहा and you want to lose out on money. Second is board seat. Then preferences like आप लोग कैसे उनको राइट्स देना चाहते हो. So it's a long one. But 3-4 चीज़ें बहुत important होती है, like नॉन सोलिसिट कि आप अपनी एमआईएस दे रहे हो उनको, तो वो आगे ना दे रहे हो किसी कॉम्पिटिशन में कि हर किसी को पता लग रहा है कि क्या नंबर हुए हैं. एंड preferences is very important. Right of first refusal, right of first offer. Like if I am a shareholder in your company as an investor and you are a founder, if you are selling your share, investor will say कि पहले मेरे को ऑफर आएगा और मैं उसको रिजेक्ट करूँगा, तभी आप आगे जाके उसको बेच सकते हैं. तो रोफो होगा राइट ऑफ फर्स्ट ऑफर कि पहले आप मुझे ऑफर करोगे. देन रोफो होता है राइट ऑफ फर्स्ट रिफ्यूजल. यू हैव टू वेट फॉर माई रिफ्यूजल. इफ आई डोंट डू रिफ्यूजल यू कैन सेल. It's again you become in between. Go for preference shares देना है, liquidation preference. कल को कंपनी डिसॉल्व होती है या आपने फॉर एग्जांपल 10 करोड़ में पैसा रेज किया है, 2 करोड़ रेज किया, 10 करोड़ बॉन्ड नंबर बहुत नंबर से, बट कल को बिजनेस डाउन हो गया. अब मुझे दूसरा इन्वेस्टर मिल गया जो कह रहा है आप में से 8 करोड़ वैल्यूएशन में 2 करोड़ ले लो, तो टेक्निकली यू डू डाउन राउंड. तो इन्वेस्टर कहता है मैं डेली दूंगा, आप लोग डेली दो. You will end up diluting more.
You have to cover this.
So dilution rights बहुत जरूरी होते हैं. See if a financial investor is there तो वो समझेगा कि भाई जो मैंने लगाया वो भी डूब जाएंगे. Let me also come down with them and let them give them a chance again and let grow. So dilution rights, board seat, these are very important terms. जो usually पता नहीं होता लोगों को. And you just get it right. होता क्या फिर इन्वेस्टर और फाउंडर्स में आप उन्हें फिर बुला लेते हैं. बोर्ड सीट एवरी प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी हैज अ बोर्ड.
ये सब तो ठीक है एट द लेवल इनको ही नहीं ये सब इनके पास में कितनी बार्गेनिंग पावर है. कैन वी टॉक अबाउट इट. और मतलब सब कुछ मालूम है, आप बात कर रहे हो कि बोर्ड सीट होनी चाहिए, मैं नहीं क्योंकि मैं इनको इस सब पैसे की बहुत जरूरत है. So at that level, in a real world, what level do they stand on?
See, it all depends upon each other. आप लोग कितना उनसे negotiate कर सकते हैं. There is no simple level.
जब ये लोग पहुंचेंगे लोग तो उस पर पहुंचेंगे ना at a do or die level पे. कि हमको करना है.
Asking level, please दे दो.
वो आपने मेकिंग को.
वो आप स्क्रीनिंग देखते हैं.
या उसमें हमें ये देखना चाहिए कि इन्वेस्टर का कितना इंटरेस्ट है और वो कितने लेवल तक हमारे साथ.
वो इंटरेस्ट तभी आएगा जब उसमें आप यू क्रिएट दैट इंटरेस्ट. बिकॉज इफ यू शो कि मेरे आई एम हैंड टू माउथ, तो वो नहीं इंटरेस्ट दिखाएगा कि यू आर कमिंग टू द मार्केट एट द रॉन्ग टाइम. मेरे पास कम से कम 6 महीने का बैंक बैलेंस होना चाहिए टू रन द शो एंड देन टू हिट द इन्वेस्टर्स. इन्वेस्टर हर कोई पूछता है व्हाट इज द कैश बैलेंस, व्हाट इज द रनवे लेफ्ट.
तो ऐसा भी हो सकता है ना, मार्केट वैसे नहीं वाला आइडिया नहीं मानते हैं.
आइडिया तो दुनिया में कोई भी लेके भाग सकता है. वो यूनिकनेस है. अगेन इट कम्स बैक टू द फाउंडर. जैसे आप चॉकलेट बना रहे हो, एक बार खाओ, एक फॉर्मुलेशन एक्सपोर्ट करो, तो 2-4 बारी जो पूरे चॉकलेट्स को लेगा फॉर्मुलेशन बना लेगा प्लस माइनस करके. सिंपल. देयर इज नो यूनिक थिंग कोई नहीं बेच रहा हम जैसे यहाँ. सब लोग बहुत कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूशन है, तो यूनिक थोड़ी है. Technically, if you see, there is nothing unique. It all depends on the founders.
How you taking it forward?
आइडिया तो बिक ही जाएगा. वो तो आप आइडिया छोड़ो, आप ट्रेडमार्क फाइल करो, आप पूरी कंपनी का पिटारा खोल देते हो. If you file out patent, trademark, बड़ी चौड़ में बोल रहे I have 10 patent and
at the chocolate business again take it from that. So this is a member of ours who does chocolates. ना तो कहते वो गहना है कहाँ की बस वहीं की कोको यूज करते हैं, कोका और कहीं के नहीं. Now other chocolates doesn't have it, और या उसका blend होता है. Now she has created a market where only of that maybe ghana or whatever उसकी coca use करती है, nothing else, and butter also is of some place.
Again, it's an
So it's like उसने एक story create कर ली उसके अराउंड कि why this chocolate of mine is better. और आजकल वो जो fat vegan और वो सब में बात कर रहे हैं तो it's all about stitching stories at her level. अब जैसे आपका digital marketing का है, मतलब digital marketing is digital marketing, but how different is digital marketing from the others and all, and how probably you have used tech within which.
Also depends कि आप कितने clients को देख रहे हो. If you have some good clients, good brands, you can speak about people like these are the brands that I'm working for. We started just 8 months back, 8 years back, whatever the time. It all depends आपने 2 मिनट में business कितना बनता है.
आपके पास अगर 2 साल का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कर ही साइन है, 2 साल मतलब and whatever projects are good clause में.
So basically, can any of you sell your idea in 2 minutes? अगर आप नहीं बेच सकते तो then there's a problem. बाद में बंदा रियलाइज करेगा तो चिपका देगा.
So while this is important, what I've also seen within time and conversation, so you would have a great idea on this, आप उसको लिख पाओ, but preparing a good presentation is also very important. While you may have knowledge about all this, Stanley ने जो बताया उसको आप जाके पढ़ लोगे, you make your mind and you're very clear on it, but now how do you present it is very important.
वो उसी में पता चल जाता है कि कितने पैसे में चल
उस समय आपकी फिर body language, आपकी presentation skills, everything will come into picture, and what he rightly said at that time, उससे कुछ भी सवाल पूछ लिया, if you're thinking about कि मेरे को जाके check करना पड़ेगा about this, वो फिर that's a question mark.
Not prepared well.
Of course, the certain things could be the thing you may have to, but मोटा आपको तो the whole of your business should be on your fingertips. That means you are in touch of everything.
Yeah. So there's a lot of things. But ये तो बहुत बेसिक है.
अच्छा एक और चीज़ था ना, मैं ये बात कर रहे थे while they are going for fundraise के लिए, whatever level of business they are in the sense the legal entity, I mean just proprietorship है यार, what should they start working on from now? कि क्या entity लेके चलेगा, or should they wait till the first due diligence या कुछ term sheet कुछ भी उसी के बाद में change करें?
Proprietor company की due diligence कुछ होती नहीं है technically. Private limited company की हो जाती है, but it's a pain because it's a lot of compliance that's there. If India, if you don't get capital, you end up paying the CEO. Let's be practical. Right? But on a sole proprietor thing, if you're building up a business, you want to do a chocolate business or anything that you're doing, and people are interested, can you take a cover for the private limited? No, private limited खड़ी कर दो. Either you buy that proprietorship company, or you convert all the revenues to this company. सवाल
हम कब करें?
वो तो जब इन्वेस्टर
इंटरेस्ट आने लगे तब.
इससे पहले आप
should be ready about it.
See, if
get the investor, then you can convert.
If he asks you, yeah, ठीक है, okay, I'm interested.
इन्वेस्टर का तो ये अंदाजा माने कि प्राइवेट लिमिटेड है या ऐसी कॉर्पोरेशन.
नहीं तो उसमें फर्क होगा. ठीक है, स्टार्टअप आप टैक्स बचा रहे हो, आप अपने खर्चे बचा रहे हो, उससे कोई बात है. वो पूछेगा ऐसे ही चलो.
तो बेसिक तक अगर ये है कि आपका अगर इंटरेस्ट है तो I can start working on it, तो will that work?
There are two ways only. कि आप या तो सो प्रोप्राइटर को खरीद लो इस प्राइवेट लिमिटेड, बट फिर आप स्टार्टअप नहीं कहलाओगे if you buy a company. सेकेंड इज अगर आपके एग्रीमेंट्स, एम्प्लॉयज या जो भी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स हैं वो सब उस प्रोप्राइटर के नाम पे होते हैं, उसको आपको यहाँ कन्वर्ट करने में बड़ी दिक्कत होती है. तो वो जब तक सारे इधर कन्वर्ट नहीं होंगे कोई आएगा नहीं. ये थोड़ी बहुत ग्लिचेस होती है.
लेकिन उसमें तो जो पुरानी कंपनी का लेजर है वो कैरी फॉरवर्ड नहीं हो सकता प्रॉपर्टी.
कैरी फॉरवर्ड नहीं होगा, बाय आउट होगा.
बायोआउट करेंगे तो वो स्टार्टअप नहीं रहेगा.
फर्क क्या पड़ता है? वैसे भी आप लोग सीधा 7 करोड़ की बिजनेस को नहीं करोगे. लेट्स बी जो फैसिलिटीज है उसमें से कौन कितना यूज कर रहा है. लेट्स बी रियलिस्टिक इन एग्जीक्यूटिंग.
गवर्नमेंट ग्रांट वगैरह में तो फर्क पड़ता है.
ग्रांट्स पड़ता है ऑब्वियसली, देन तो इट हैज टू बी अ प्रॉब्लम. तो है, बट फॉर दैट एप्लीकेशन ओके प्राइवेट. आई एम टॉकिंग फ्रॉम इन्वेस्टर पर्सपेक्टिव. वो है. बट इफ यू एक्वायर अ कंपनी, इन्वेस्टर्स को दिक्कत आती है एग्रीमेंट्स में. लाइक आपके अंदर 4 एम्प्लॉइज है तो सोल प्रोप्राइटर में उनके नए एग्रीमेंट में कई बार उसको तो शेयर्स चाहिए. सिंपल सी बात है. इट्स वेरी अंडरस्टूड दैट यू सेविंग टैक्सेस, यू सेविंग एक्सपेंसेस, इज व्हाई यू रन प्रोप्राइटरशिप.
Always say that you don't have any issue with converting into private limited if you invest.
हाँ वो तो और कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है. वो तो आपको जल्दी मिलेगा.
But really, so this
save taxes. I don't know, I'll get an investor. Even if I get an investor, okay. So आपकी भी जो तड़ी बन जाती है ना कि ठीक है यार आप आओ ना आओ मेरा चल रहा है, मेरा भी चल रहा है. ऐसी बात नहीं कि I'm just waiting for you to come. It's very simple. Okay, you come, we'll give you your merits. Simple.
Yes, that was a very big question. I am into proprietorship. तो मैं तभी इन्वेस्ट करेंगे जब आप उसको करेंगे.
मैम अगर आपने प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कर ली.
मेरे तो सारे कंप्लाइंस कर रहे हैं यार उसकी लाइक.
नहीं वो तो दूसरी बात.
सारा 15,000 को देने ही देना.
वो तो आपके कंपनी सेक्रेटरी कंप्लाइंस हो गया. वो तो 10-15,000 का खर्चा. और कल को आपने प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कर ली, इधर ट्रांसफर कर लिया, फिर वो बैकआउट करेगा.
वो भी है.
वो ही है सबसे
बंद करेंगे मतलब 30,000 रुपये साइड वाला करना पड़ेगा किसी ने.
वो सब दूसरी बात है. बट यू नो Indian people just, you know, there's a negative verification check which you don't know, and in the end you just say no. That is where this role of SSHA term sheet comes in place, that you can't back out. If you back out, these are the repercussions. कल को आप उस दौरान कोई और बड़ा इन्वेस्टर आपको बड़े वैल्यूएशन में पैसा दे देगा, you can't also jump out. It's like that. So that is how you create an interest between investors. It's like a, you know, there are two bottles for this whole building. अब बताओ सब देने के लिए तैयार हो जाएगा जितना महंगा है. और मेरी और इनकी तय और रखी की मैं 10 रुपये नहीं लेगा. तो that is where things change. So you have to be sharp. ये बहुत basic है. See, बहुत basic है. You can't be a full-fledged lawyer and know every, you know, deep details of everything. But these are very basic things, very basic. And it's very simple. मैंने तो बताया आपको समझ में आया. ये तो बहुत basic है. ये तो मैं घुसा ही नहीं उसमें कि इसमें कितना deep हो सकता है. Drag option, tag option. These are very different terms. Like tomorrow if you want to sell a company, you can't drag. मतलब founders, if you get, you know, if a big conglomerate wants to buy you, founder बेचना चाहते हैं. Investor कह रहा है कि नहीं बेचो, तुम धंधा चलाओ. तो आप लोग क्या करो? कोई ऑप्शन ही नहीं आप लोगों के पास. तो there's a drag and tag option. कि मैं ड्रैग करूँगा इन्वेस्टर्स को. ड्रैग इन्वेस्टर होंगे. बट इन्वेस्टर्स के पास राइट होता है आपको ड्रैग कर लेंगे. क्योंकि तो 5 साल में आपने एग्जिट नहीं दिया तो वो बोलेंगे भैया चलो बेचो, इनको बेचो. तो ये ड्रैग टैग ये भी बहुत अलग है.
That also, that would be one of the scenario when all these big brands are then Villa Group is buying, or you know we said okay Pantaloon has been bought by another Villa Group or Reliance is doing. This also is a very investment करना है नहीं कर पा रहे हैं जैसे.
नहीं इस बार भी हम जो सेक्टर में वो है वो नया प्रोडक्ट लॉन्च करके मार्केट में जाएंगे, खड़ा करेंगे, खर्चा होगा. एग्जिस्टिंग ब्रांड को भी they are already there in the market, so they said कि यार थोड़ा सस्ते में हमसे पूरा टाइप कर लो, धीरे-धीरे अपना ब्रांड बना लेंगे.
और सेटअप तो बना हुआ है.
पूरा सेटअप
कस्टमर बेस बना हुआ है.
And sometimes company itself wants to sell. Like we.
हर कोई जैसे आप मतलब कोई भी फाउंडर परेशान हो रहा है नहीं हो पा रहा सेल तो you also want to sell it. Like that's this house of brands is there, Mensa, Go, house of brands. Like e-commerce में we are investing in a couple of, you know, clothing brands. But it's a very high burn cost. COD is the biggest problem. Tier 2 cities में people still use COD, right? और वो कैश आता ही नहीं, वो डिलीवरी सामान भी नहीं आता.
तो वो कहते हैं नहीं हमें नहीं चाहिए, अब ले जाओ वापस.
तो रिटर्न
आना हो जाना रिटर्न.
तो रिटर्न वेस्टेज ब्रेकरेज ये सारी चीजें कम.
तो कई बार ऐसा हुआ कि प्रोडक्ट भी वो वापस नहीं आया, कुछ और ही आ गया.
I didn't know how that's what the delivery was.
Separately there बेचना on the area of help you require. There are a couple of our members हमारे हैं who are in this business. So Himanshu Bhatta. So he used to be the CEO of Etsy. अब he's doing his own clothing brand है और Lavashan showroom. But he has a great knowledge on this. Okay, I can check it. I can forward him your request. कि इस एरिया में COD और breakage ये जो आप बात कर रहे returns वगैरह how to manage, you know. If you can sit with you for some time, and help you understand. Nitin at delhi.tag.org and I can Delhi.tag.org @delhi.tag. Okay. Very brief में आपका प्रोफाइल, what you're doing, and very brief, maybe in points, bullet points में. Dot ये मुझे हिल चाहिए, इस पे knowledge है, that's it. I'll just follow. वो लोग ज़्यादा लंबी नहीं पढ़ेंगे.
अच्छा मेरे एक और एक क्वेश्चन है. जैसे मेरे को तो बाहर ही काम करने में आता है बल्क तो इंडिया में भी ऐसे प्लेटफॉर्म हैं जिनके ऐसे बल्क क्वालिटी में लाइक आई एम ओके विद द यूनिफॉर्म विद द गवर्नमेंट प्लेटफॉर्म विद ऑल द बल्क
See, I think I don't know much about that, but India Mart and यहाँ आपको bulk orders वाले आते हैं अपने घर से।
वो भी बहुत सारे फेक होते हैं।
फेक तो मैम आपके वेबसाइट में भी जो आते हैं वो भी होते हैं जो कैसे COD करते हैं वो भी फेक ही होते हैं। तो that portion will never go.
ये चीज़ आप मुझसे पूछे ना how to manage. Maybe ONDC जो आ रहा would be.
ONDC are but again you know it's just a platform many people like them.
So how to take care of this situation is the tricky part है. उन्होंने भी कुछ करा होगा अपने तरफ पे।
ये मुझे सुभांशु आचार्य जी ने भी बताया था ONDC का।
ONDC तो गवर्नमेंट का तो ग्लोबल प्लेटफॉर्म पे
गवर्नमेंट का Amazon।
बात एक ही हो जाएगी।
आप एक जगह लिस्ट हो के आप हर जगह स्टेप कर सकते हैं।
फर्क इतना है कि 33% जॉब Amazon, Myntra, Snapdeal सब जगह दे रहे हो, यहाँ बहुत ही ट्रेंड हो, यहाँ डायरेक्ट हो।
And plus I believe working with government my payments are safe.
Not really.
Not
really. I'm working with government.
Gem.
So why you totally depend on gem? आप अपना खुद का कहना है कि you are doing everything with gem for you?
No, I'm doing everything through gem only. The reason was I did not want it to go in this Amazon kind of a thing. So I wanted because I started in COVID. So I wanted to go into some e-commerce platform only. So I thought Gem could be, because my husband is an army officer, so I was aware of Gem. So I thought maybe I should try it.
But do evaluate other, lot of women during that time, B2C businesses where they have that.
Yeah.
It's an expensive affair. खर्चा बहुत होता है। उतने
नहीं, because पहले I was doing okay till COVID was on. मैं जब से कोविड बंद हुआ और जब से चीज़ें शुरू हुई ओपनिंग अप तब से यू नो दैट द गवर्नमेंट के जो अटैच होते हैं ना जो आपको देना पड़ता है वो सब वो जो है इट इज किलिंग।
कोविड टाइम में D2C चल गया था और अब ऑफलाइन ज़्यादा हुआ।
So Stanley एक चीज़ और आप बता दें वो about pitching, how to do, what are to keep in mind. They will approach investors. But before even reaching out to the investors for funding के लिए, if you are an investor, वो आपसे पहले कैसे networking करना start कर रहे हैं without asking money and all, that people know you. और एक पहले से एक कुछ relation बन गया है. So when you go and ask, maybe से बात करते करते Stanley जैसे आपने अभी बता दिया, these are the certain aspects you need to keep in mind. वो बैठे बैठे cheat code मिल गया उनको उस investor ने मुझे क्या करना चाहिए तो before reaching out. So how do they start reaching out to investors?
नेटवर्किंग कैसे करनी चाहिए?
Without going and asking for money.
So there are plus and minus to both sides. अगर आप उनके सेशन अटेंड करोगे तो you will be able to judge and इसको क्या चाहिए होता है, what does he see before investing into any investment. But then if you well network with them, it also depends how you network. If you just tell them I'm working on some idea, I'll get back to you in 3-8 months or something like that. Just wanted to say hi or tell them. But if you network well, फिर 2 महीने में आप उनको इवेंट में मिल रहे हो, फिर 2 महीने में वो कहेंगे तो अच्छा ही चल रहा है, इसका कुछ होता है। ये भी होता है, which is very basic thing. You must be doing wonderful, but एक वो आ जाता है, इमेज आता है, ये हर जगह मिल जाता है। तो it all depends how, you know, how, what is the information you give them.
Maybe you can connect them on LinkedIn or platforms like that.
कर लो, मतलब it all depends कि आपने उनको कब कन्विंस किया अपने प्रोडक्ट के लिए।
Particular investor, so is it good that you should be knowing him and his company and
if you know him well, you will sell well.
Yeah, the past he has invested in and all.
आपके जैसे किसी business में or something related to it, maybe अगर आपको online कुछ मिल जाए कि why did they invest into it, और जैसे he's saying that there's so many events happening जहाँ पे investors आ रहे हैं, just go and meet up with them.
Okay.
वहाँ से कुछ idea लग जाए.
It's like know your customer, know your investor. See. You know who is coming. हर कोई गाड़ी लेता है, but वो कौन है ले रहा है? It depends. You just want capital, or you just want some expertise, advice also with him to come up with it.
It can be because our idea we want people who could be joining us for their passion also, their expertise, their market knowledge and everything is also required. Then the value addition to the government.
That is what largely गुड ऑन्टरप्रेन्योर होती है पैसे के अलावा मेरे को एक्सपोर्ट सोचिए तो मेरे को बिजनेस स्केल करना है तो आप कॉम्पिटिटिव लेवल उसके बाद वी नीड गुड पीपल ऑन बोर्ड who can actually help them expand the vision, thoughts, the connects, the outreach, everything. Capital will not give you everything.
So Stanley, while they're looking for funding, creating a board of advisors for themselves, a sounding board, how important is that for them? Ki aaj se.
See, sounding board is very good, but not an early stage and without equity. Without equity is better. जब आप बड़े हो जाओगे तो obviously there is some added benefits. But at an early stage, without equity, advisory is good.
As far as founders go, someone who is from tech, right? He is getting very quality, he is the founder member. Someone like me who is from operations and this thing. So, is it better that the picture should become the tech side or
Investors are interested in executive side. आपका product है, tech है, that's your product. Product तो iterate होगा, invent होगा, innovate होता रहेगा. With time, as you were saying about fashion changes, etc. आपका product भी update, phone update होता है. It's like that. That can keep on updating. But it all depends how you execute all these things. आपने tech का बनाया, for example, Ola or Uber, it's a tech. But how do you make a business around it? How do you get drivers and customers both on that platform? That is the execution.
me and my sister are founders of this idea. So she is the tech person and I am the one who is doing all the operations. So she is not the one who would like to go to and meet the investors and all that. So I think that because since I am
No,
a tech background,
investor अगर techie है, तो he will ask you about tech, which is understood after you start. क्योंकि आपकी exhibition capabilities है, product matter expert है. Oh, she is the product guy. So then she will be able to answer because then he will be asking her language.
then all the founders should go for the pitch.
हाँ, founder
Like
is
constructing also we see that.
founder is है तो
ये नहीं कि एक founder चला जाओ एक नहीं जाए.
एक भी चला जाएगा, but he should be able to answer all the questions. अब product का question पूछ लिया सामने वाले से, 80-90% चल जाता है. क्योंकि हमेशा ये होता है कि product guy is a little different. वो लोग थोड़ा बैक एंड में रहते हैं क्लास में. क्योंकि एग्जीक्यूशन वाले थोड़ा अलग से होते हैं. वो आउटस्पोकन है, वो डिफरेंट, बहुत डिफरेंट है. They can be the same also, but largely what happens. So we'll open up for questions. You will ask. ज्ञान तो चलता रहेगा. आप लोगों को कोई questions है specifically on your side of the startup or anything, we are happy to address those questions. So you feel that you came here for something you got at least. But the legal side is a very important side. Get a legal guy on place to understand these basic terms also. Basic समझ के भी चले जाओगे, investors को ठीक लगेगा. बिल्कुल ही नहीं पता होगा तो बड़ी दिक्कत होगी.
So let's take one very simple example. I have got 1 lakh, very minimum amount from my investor. So how will he or she get it back and when? Just please explain this, the whole process. In very simple, or I should say the simplest words, with the example of 1 lakh. You have given me 1 lakh rupees.
See, it's very understood. मैंने अगर आपको 1 लाख दिया है, इन्वेस्ट किया है, तो भी get out the necessity कि 5 years में आप मुझे exit देंगे, 7 years में आप मुझे exit देंगे. Numbers are not written कि कितने दोगे. We'll give you an exit. Obviously, it has to be on your side. Sometimes they also write the numbers in 3x, 5x. But then it's more like a fixed deposit. So, but usually numbers डालते हैं. ठीक है? 5 साल बाद, for example, आप see जिसे भी जो भी इन्वेस्ट किया 2 साल में चल जाता है कहाँ जाएगा. रियलिटी तो ये है. और 5 साल में आपने जो एग्जिट नहीं किया, and the company is doing good, तो बंदा कुछ नहीं हो गया. But if the company is going down, तो कहेगा यार चलो या तो वाइंड अप करो या बेचो.
Okay, down to जा रही है. So how will I give you the exit? मतलब
You can't give me an exit. In the end, you have to wind up the company. आप मुझे एक सर्टिफिकेट दे दोगे जो मैं इनकम टैक्स में भरूंगा कि मेरे को यहाँ जाना था, मैंने ये लॉस हो गया. There is no capital. But it all depends आपने क्या राइट्स दिए. क्या मतलब आपको भी लटका रखा है. If you want to start your some other company, but because you have the rights that you given to this angel investor, you can't close the company without his approval. आप इस कंपनी में भी पढ़ लोगे और नई कंपनी शुरू भी नहीं कर पाओगे, दोनों केस में कोई इन्वेस्टर आ भी रहा होगा तो वो कर नहीं पाएगा क्योंकि आप यहाँ फंसे हुए हैं। So it all depends on the rights that you give also.
So sir, somebody is not doing well after 5 years or something. That our Indian investor says, okay, you quit, you exit, I'll take care of the company. So
Then you know that depends upon the founder. Okay, how easy he actually wants to get out of it, or he can't give it. Again, the investor should have the right to ask it. ऐसे नहीं लोग खड़े बैठ बोलेंगे आप बात, ठीक है म्यूचुअल अंडरस्टैंडिंग, आपसे नहीं बोला हम ले लेते हैं, फाउंडर भी कहते ठीक है ऐसे नहीं चलो आप ले लो, but then I'll keep a stake of 5%, keep a stake of 10%, 1%, whatever. That's a negotiation. कि आपको भी क्या चाहिए. So it's again a negotiation. कोई भी इन्वेस्ट करता है 2 साल, maximum 3 years, he gets an idea कि मैं कहाँ जा रहा हूँ. तो 3 साल से ज़्यादा नहीं होता. 3 साल में तो the company is going up or down. So it's understood. And if the company is going up, and there is second round of investors coming in, then they'll give you an option to exit, being angel investors. You have to exit. But then they don't exit. They plan to stay on. तो उनके राइट्स उसमें खत्म हो जाते हैं. क्योंकि you give an option. उसके बाद कंपनी डूब गई तो आपकी लायबिलिटी नहीं बनती है. ये भी होता है ना कि I gave you an option तो बहुत अच्छे थे, सब चल रहा था, but for some reason change हुआ ना हो सकता है. All these things come under the SSP, the rights, the power that you give.
If we have a proprietary firm, so most of our clients, let's say 95% or 99%, they don't want to give GST, right? So due to GST नहीं देना तो I have to take money in my personal account. Even corporates also, वो भी GST बचाते हैं. So is it okay? मतलब how to handle it?
See, together you know getting an external guy in your company, तो सही है. But the day you get it, then there's no option. Then you have to trim your price if they want your service. Simple thing.
So actually trimming is very subjective because 100 रुपए वाला भी है, उसके लिए भी कभी महंगा हो जाता है, कई बार 100 रुपए उसके लिए सस्ता है, but we cannot say कि.
But then there's an external investor who's sitting on your capital. नहीं अगर आ जाते हैं.
हाँ.
अगर आ जाते हैं तो उनको आपको सेल्स दिखानी पड़ेगी. इस कंपनी में उनको पैसा आएगा नहीं तो सेल दिखाओगे कैसे? टेक्निकली आप दूसरी कोई साइड कंपनी खोल भी ली हो कोई ना, बट उस कंपनी में वैल्यू नहीं आएगा. वैल्यूएशन एक ही कंपनी की मिलेगा जो सेलिंग वैल्यूएशन देती है सर्टिफिकेट्स, वो एक ही कंपनी की. तो टेक्निकली आप बिजनेस कर रहे हो डबल प्राइस का, बट व्हाइट में और ब्लैक में करने वाले ऑप्शन नहीं है आपके पास. रेवेन्यू आपको दिखाना ही पड़ेगा, ग्रोथ दिखानी पड़ेगी.
जीएसटी का अपने तरफ से दीजिए, इनपुट्स कीजिए उसको
नहीं आप उसके तो जब अपनी कॉस्ट निकालते हो तो उसमें इंक्लूड कर ले, हम करते हैं जेमिनी प्लीज एवरीथिंग इंक्लूडेड इंक्लूसिव हो कर ले.
मार्केटिंग फॉर्म का
नेगोशिएटिंग बहुत मुश्किल है.
आपका प्रोडक्ट तो डिफरेंट तो सोशल मीडिया मार्केटिंग तो इस पे देयर इज नो
B2B2C. Any other questions you have? Yeah, number बहुत मोटा है ना, बहुत मोटा.
बट ऐसे क्यों है? क्योंकि कॉर्पोरेट में लोग एडवर्टाइजमेंट दे रहे हैं तो उनका एक्सपेंस
हर किसी का एक्सपेंस मिलता भी नहीं है. डिपेंड करता है किस टाइप का एक्सपेंस है, डिपेंड करता है किस स्टेट का. सब बहुत सी इंटरस्टेट हो गया, क्या हो गया, तो
एडवर्टाइजमेंट तब तो चलो आपको फेसबुक से वो सर्टिफिकेट हम वॉइस निकाल के दे देते हैं, जो हमारी सर्विसेज है लाइक ग्राफिक डिजाइनिंग है. आप कह रहे थे कहीं भी हम जीएसटी नहीं देना, हम कैश दे देंगे.
बट ग्राफिक डिजाइन में वो अपने एक्सपेंस तो दिखा ही सकते हैं.
जीएसटी तो पे कर दिया ना, वो इंटरस्टेट जीएसटी, सीजीएसटी, आईजीएसटी, तो उसका इनपुट कैसे लेंगे वो?
You guys have any other question about those question? You can always reach out to us, type to us, we can always help you.
Nitin@delhi.tie.org is mine. उसमें Stanley करने के st@delhi.tie.org. एंड इसमें अगर आप स्टैनली कर देते STANLEY उसका हो जाएगा LEY.tie.org. And my number is 98184 777 19. 98184 777 19.
My number is 981084. I think 9810658434.
I think इसके बाद ना you guys should definitely request for a session on the legal part of it. Boring session है ना. But this is going to be very interesting session as it comes up. A presentation आप उसको रख लीजिए, which you can keep referring to again and again these terms and all. इसका मतलब क्या है?
ये जो मैंने आपको terms बताया ना, आप इसको भी सीख लोगे ना, तो you will stand in front of it.
So this is very much required.
These are very basic things, very basic things. You should always, look into this.
So are you an investor as well?
Yeah.
So what do you look for in startups before investing?
It depends on the stage of the startups. It all depends on the stage of the companies. At early stage, largely idea stage, founders, credibility, and execution capabilities.
See now, if you have been smart enough in the class today, you know what Stanley wants. Because we gave you a gyan which he believes in.
Yes.
Okay. So now you know how to go and ask money from him. So he's giving you a cheat code. What does he want to do?
Like all angels, like founders. Like Zomato is in there, and like Galaxy Bazaar, any good founder, if you ask me, if you speak to them, they are good executives. बात करके पता लगेगा. इंडिया में धंधा करना इतना इजी नहीं है, पैसे मिलते ही नहीं है, सामान भी नहीं मिलता.
But do connect after all for Pyrak, we'll just try to connect you with Pyrak. There's certain things happening with Pyrak. But उससे पहले आप BBT और Pyrak की साइड पे जाके just have a look at what they are doing and how does it fit in. If there's something specific comes in, आप उसके हिसाब से मेल बना के भेजिएगा. This is the area because Pyrak does give a lot of grants in this field. And I remember there was this lady who was using some kind of a cane or something for filtration device in rural area.
Yeah.
Again, Pyrak supported business, but Pyrak has done a lot of other things. It's just not biotechnology, but others also. और एक waste management में भी था. It's very important area. And ये SDG goals के अंदर ये बहुत कुछ आता है. So India is going towards.
I think the goal is
more. I think many investors are coming into the SDG वाले area में, investing in SDG related companies.
ESG related है, ISO certification है, आगे चलने ESG भी economical social governance, all those things.
But also it's also important ना because आपको West के साथ में business करना है for some.
Zero carbon shares and all those things they're working on.
Carbon emission and internationally people are more ethical about environment friendly and all those things. It will take four odd years at least to in India to this is mandatory.
The other founder of mine, she's an environmentalist only, so she knows all these things.
So do reach out to us if you have any questions. We're happy to address them. And, technically, as I said, valuation का कोई सरकार नहीं होता. आपके ऊपर होता है, हमने कितना देना है founders को, investors को, और कितना लोग graduate करना है, and the right station.
So is it true that coming future founders are not, investors are not in the scheme, are not going to look at valuation? Because I just heard one of them, they will not even take it seriously because it's all complicated. And valuation.
Evaluation. Evaluation को कोई सरकार नहीं होता. कोई सरकार नहीं होता. डिपेंड्स कि मेरे कितना परसेंटेज चाहिए और आप कितना वैल्यू करना चाहिए. अगर आप फर्स्ट राउंड में आपने 3 करोड़ में 10% या 15% छोड़ दिया, 2 फाउंडर्स होते हैं कंपनी में, 85% इज व्हाट रिमेन बिटवीन 2 फाउंडर्स. 10% आप ESOP पूल अलग कर लो, 75%. 32.5 तो आपके पास वहीं रहेगा. Second round will be another 10, 15, 20 crores. Again, you'll end up diluting around 15-25% के बीच में. कितना रहेगा ये के बीच?
But do that also अगर आप equity और use early stage में तो valuation निकालोगे किस चीज़ का? मतलब है नहीं कुछ.
Convertible कर लो. आपके लिए ठीक रहेगा कि आपने कहा अगर मैं कुछ नहीं कर पाई तो मिनिमम इतने में कन्वर्ट कर देंगे, मैक्सिमम इतने में कन्वर्ट कर देंगे. 6 months, 8 months is a gap. But if you do tranche, then you have to make sure you reach those revenues or scale.
I think valuation and
it is overhyped.
Overestimated.
Overhyped. It doesn't matter.
It's more of an idea and the founders.
And I think while एंजल इन्वेस्टिंग ये सब की बात की, वेंचर डेट के बारे में एज दैट एज एन ऑप्शन, इज इट open for them? Should they look at it or watch a venture debt?
Venture debt comes in here if you have good revenues. आपका रेवेन्यू हो रहा है, आपका अपना पेमेंट गेटवे से पेमेंट आ रही है, आपके अपने बैंक पे ही आ रही है, तो then they'll put a lien into your account. 18% is what largely people take. But investors are sometimes fine or sometimes not even fine because it is an existing debt in the company. तो उधारी है.
बंद कर दिए कंपनी तो भी वो इन्वेंटर डेट देते हैं.
बंद कर लिए पर बंद करिए तब भी करते हैं क्योंकि आपके रेवेन्यूज आए ना, हमारे तो पैसे बन गए, आपके जहाँ बंद 1 लाख हो रहा है 2 लाख हो जाएगा, उनको उससे फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा, आपको वर्किंग कैपिटल नहीं है, आपको भी फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा, उनको चर्न चाहिए क्योंकि उनके भी रेवेन्यूज बढ़ रहे हैं.
उनका इंटरेस्ट सिर्फ आपके रेवेन्यू में है,
ऑब्वियसली वो इंडस्ट्रियल कैटेगरी
है एक ही बात. ठीक है, ये सब क्वेश्चन
वेट करना.
जहाँ मौका मिले
सर हमको कैसे पता चलेगा?
थोड़ा ऑनलाइन सर्च, एक तो आप अपने ईमेल आईडीज भेज दीजिएगा ओवर ईमेल, तो आई विल ऐड ऑल ऑफ यू ऑन आवर मेलिंग लिस्ट ऑफ टाइप, दैट मींस यू गेट टू नो व्हाट वी आर डूइंग. बट अदरवाइज सर्च अराउंड ऑन लिंक्डइन वगैरह में एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप रिलेटेड इवेंट्स, नहीं तो आप गूगल पे भी सर्च करेंगे, हैपनिंग अराउंड मी. फर्स्ट आई विल सेंड यू डिटेल्स अबाउट इट, तो यू विल गेट टू नो व्हाट इज हैपनिंग. गो एंड हेड स्टार्ट देख लीजिए, ये कुछ ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस इनके क्या हो रहे हैं, एक पकड़ेंगे दूसरे लिंक करके लेंगे वेरेवर पॉसिबल.
फर्स्ट फैब को हमारा यहाँ पर भी सेशन है,
शाम को है 5 to 8.
5 to 8
Possible
तो then we have to come directly.
I will forward it to you. Type it.
And
just
the
not type,
email
just-
IDs and all, we'll list out and you please forward it to sir so that whenever there is such programs.
And just not time events, but otherwise also कुछ अगर कहीं मौका मिल रहा है, छोटे गेट टुगेदर, मीटअप है, IIT दिल्ली के भी अपने होते हैं, उनके इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर के होते हैं प्रोग्राम, जस्ट गो एंड अटेंड, बिकॉज वहाँ जाओगे, जितना मिलोगे, लोगों से बात करोगे, आइडियाज वहाँ से आता है. बहुत सी चीज़ें तो फ्रॉम अ पीयर ग्रुप से मिल जाती हैं, यू नो हाउ दे आर डूइंग, व्हाट दे आर डूइंग, एंड डोंट शाय अवे टॉक.
So what we get on Shark Tank India, the grilling, the cross questioning and everything that happens actually not on the television but actually on the ground levels when we meet up with the investors.
वो थोड़ा सा स्टेज भी है.
अच्छा. But some kind of
So if you can jot down, just go out on YouTube and look for Young Turks Tie the Knot. Young Turks Tie the Knot करके ये हम लोग एक पिछले 12 साल से एक सीरीज करते आ रहे हैं, CNBC TV 18 के साथ में. This is our own version, Tie the Knot. Young Turks, ये CNBC TURKS, Tie the Knot. No, और YT Tie the Knot करके, you know, इसके काफी सेशन वीडियोस पड़े हुए हैं. This is our own version of Shark Tank which we have been running for past 12 years, even before Shark Tank in India came. हाँ, but ये Shark Tank का रीजन ही अलग था. Shark Tank wanted it to go into the household where grandmothers are also talking about entrepreneurship. हमारा TG was only towards startups and actual funding happens, deal flow हुई है, of course immediately हुई, but commitment जो है लोगों को funding मिली है. Just look into it, how the cross questioning has happened, how people have presented their business plan. So Raman Roy, also known as father of Indian BPO, he's been anchoring this program for past 12 years. Just go through. So ये जहाँ आपके ना pitch sessions में हैं, look at their videos, how they have pitched, and probably we can see if we can organize a session how to pitch, as in जो document कैसे बनाते हैं, the presentation how can it be made. So we have a board member by the name Geeta Dan who really helps. Maybe उनके साथ एक online session अगर आप हम organize कर सकें, you know, मतलब 12-13 शीट्स की प्रेजेंटेशन में कहीं एक शीट में कहीं बॉटम में एक फॉन्ट साइज भी डिफरेंट होगा, शी कैचेस इट. मतलब 7 स्लाइड्स, 7 लाइंस, 7 वर्ड्स पर लाइन. ओके, इससे ज़्यादा मत करो. Crisp and all.
Same. You have to follow the same एक सवाल है your presentation.
You should talk more about it, but जो details है, because अगर वो था presentation पढ़ के करना तो आप भेज दो ना, वो तो बैठ के पढ़ लेगा. So you need to explain. So just remind us, now that you have email ID, remind us, we'll send you a copy of a pitch deck बनाने का. Go through it, write it 100 times. उसको रब करो, दोबारा देखो. It will give you an idea. Those questions, when you start asking those questions again and again, उसका right answer क्या? आप पहली बार नहीं लिख पाओगे उस answer को. But more and more you start thinking about, more you start observing about it, आपका अपने आप बनेगा. But then you should know what is the format, you know.
I have a question. मतलब मुझे लगता है कि ask us what question on that. Is it very kind of interview thing? Like they will say 10 people, then they will jot down 5, then again call them, see their books and everything, then in the next round of session they'll see all that. It's like, or it's like one time only.
नहीं, ये due diligence is a long process. वो आपसे बात भी करा, फिर आप books, papers, फिर लोग आएंगे. But then yeah, there will be a group of angel investment, group of people sitting, those who show it, because just I am angel network. We send across and वो लोग फिर internally they circulate within the angels. Those who seem interested, they come and sit for the presentation only.
Also being an incubator or incubating process, you will also let us know that आपके बुक्स में यहाँ प्रॉब्लम है, इसको करेक्ट करवाओ, इसको करेक्ट करो. You have to be very particular.
ये कैसे वो someone say the part of an accelerator या incubator, someone can go through the book and tell कि कहाँ पे आपकी गलतियाँ चल रही हैं. तो उसके लिए तो फिर आपको इंटरनल अपना खुद को ऑडिट करवाना पड़ेगा. Someone to do it.
जो आपके legal advisor और
legal finance advisor है, सब कुछ मेरा on books है, I'm here on my books. But how to present that?
Present your numbers.
Yeah.
वो तो month on month के numbers होते हैं ना आपके एक महीने में. See आपका P&L statement होता है ना, वो MIS होती है, उसकी मैनेजमेंट इन्फॉर्मेशन कि मेरी रेवेन्यूज ये नहीं, अब उसमें से क्या क्या माइनस होगा. फेसबुक एडवर्टाइजिंग, सोशल मीडिया मार्केटिंग, ऑनलाइन ऑफलाइन, ऑनलाइन में कहाँ का, ऑफलाइन में कहाँ का, कितना परसेंटेज गया है, 10 लाख में से 10% गया है, 15%. Then comes your
तो मान लो during COVID हुआ ही नहीं है फिर. एक्सपोर्ट वाले की ना मर्जी
आपके इंडस्ट्री में आपके टाइप के लोगों में उनकी सेल्स भी आपकी नहीं थी. से अगर ऐसा कोई केस हुआ है चला तो क्यों ऐसा हुआ? बट समझ अभी क्या बोल रहे हैं, सबके जीरो ही था ना. जो एक्सपोर्ट होगी सब तो लॉजिस्टिक्स बंद था, शिपमेंट बंद थी. बट अगर वो बंद नहीं थी और ओके चल रही थी तो आप क्यों फंस गए थे उसमें? देन दोस क्वेश्चंस कम अप ना. बट जब इंडस्ट्री वाइड था, यू वर हेल्पलेस एट दैट टाइम. बट इवन ऑन दैट टाइम हाउ डिड यू पिवट? इंटरनली आपने क्या लोकली फिर करना स्टार्ट किया कि दैट योर रेवेन्यूज स्टार्ट कमिंग इन. तो वो पिवटिंग और बहुत लोगों ने पिवटिंग करी व्हिच वाज टेकन इन अ पॉजिटिव सेंस एट दैट टाइम. दैट शोड योर रेजिलियंस.
Don't depends how you manage the situation.
आपका रेजिलियंस कितना था? हाउ क्विकली यू कैन थिंक टर्न अराउंड ऑन योर फीट.
Which is a negative part for a company, I believe. Then your books are going down कि नहीं daily wages वालों को निकाल दिया, जो salary थे उसको slowly gradually निकाल दिया.
You can pivot something like like कहीं for example in your आपके garment का तुमने hand sanitizer शुरू कर दिया.
PPE kits बना रहे कर दिए.
मास्क का क्या
कुछ छोड़ना बोल सकते हैं सर.
नहीं करना मैं कह रहा हूँ आप शुरू कर लें, ये बिजनेस शुरू कर लें, पिवट कर लेना, क्योंकि उस टाइम पे मार्केट की डिमांड होती है
कि वो 2 साल के लिए आपने लेकिन नाउ बैक एटलीस्ट आपने को बंद ही रखा ना. ठीक है, आपको थोड़ा डाउनसाइजिंग करनी पड़ी व्हिच वाज रिक्वायर्ड. सब ने करी डाउनसाइजिंग, बट विद इन दैट वी पिवटेड, वी केप्ट रेवेन्यूज फ्लोइंग. एटलीस्ट और लोग द स्टेक होल्डर्स उनके लिए पैसा आप जनरेट कर रहे थे.
पर कोविड ऐसे टाइम आया ना जहाँ पर पैसा पता तो था नहीं कि आने वाला है, तो क्या हुआ उसका पैसा ऑलरेडी रोल ऑन था मार्केट में. कपड़े वाले को कपड़ा दे दिया, बटन वाले के पैसे बटन वाले को दे दिए, लेबल वाले को दे दिया. फिर आपका बड़ा स्टाफ था, उसको सैलरी देनी थी.
वो तो ऑलरेडी आपका एक्सपेंस हो चुका है.
हाँ, फिर वही तो रोल ऑन होना था ना वापस.
हाँ, पर मास्क एंड सैनिटाइजर्स, दीज आर थिंग्स डिडंट रिक्वायर एज मच इन्वेस्टमेंट कंपैरेटिवली. यू कैन स्टार्ट स्मॉल. एटलीस्ट जो आप 100 लोगों को निकालोगे तो आप 10 कम निकालोगे.
वो एंड वाला रहता था, मैं तो प्रमोशनल के लिए कर रहा हूँ. तो जहाँ मैं गारमेंट $4-5 का कर रही हूँ, मुझे उसको 25 सेंट का ले.
कंट्रीब्यूशन मार्जिन तो हमेशा वेरी करेगा बिकॉज ऐसा न्यू बिजनेस न्यू सेगमेंट एंड इन्वेस्टर अंडरस्टैंड किया नया शुरू किया तो दिक्कत तो होगी.
ऐसा लोग बेंच पे बैठे हुए हैं, आप उनका एक्सपेंस तो उठा रहे हो, एटलीस्ट इतना तो करो कि जो उनका एक्सपेंस जो आ रहा है एटलीस्ट वो तो कहीं से रिकवर. सो मे बी यू पिवटेड अराउंड दैट टाइम.
We did that. We made our ways, we did other things also. But the only thing is कि वो मजा नहीं था सर बिल्कुल भी. वो तो
क्या डिफरेंट चीज है.
we were just working for the running the show. एक over a period of time अपने ऊपर ही भारी पड़ेगा थोड़ा. It's like that you don't know the trade, but it's like you are not channelized like that.
And for her business, whenever it's chocolate, what we have seen is, I mean, there are a lot of very aggressive women who come, very focused. Palliative packaging hierarchy, which is which talks everything about the brand. उसमें है और एक सैंपल लेके चले गए. So this girl, वो जानवी तुलसियान करके who does health and wellness teas, उसने अपने वो छोटे टी पैकेट्स का अपने विजिटिंग कार्ड्स का तो स्टेपल कर दिया. तो वो जहाँ दे दी सबको दे रही थी. These are simple things. These are simple things you have to do. Because आपका business, आप चाहे कितना भी अच्छा होगा, तुम्हें one of the best chocolates. Until once I taste your chocolate, I can't feel the difference between yours and someone else's. Food business के साथ सबसे important है. आपका ब्रोशर समझ के मैं नहीं कह सकता कि क्या कितनी अच्छी है. मे बी उसका देख के तो बहुत ही खुश की ना. I can get best of the leads coming from her digital marketing का. I can probably do a safe assumption, but maybe not yours. आपको तो जहाँ जहाँ मौका मिले जहाँ लेके जाओ अपने जेब में और पर्स में रखो और.
This is what she does actually. She does this.
या हम तो सोच रहे थे शायद और बोलने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी.
So you have to try it in
अच्छा
30 seconds review. Yes, review. On the spot review. Selena,
so that you don't get much time to cook.
It's just that अभी वो चाय के ऊपर में वो टेस्ट इसमें आपकी ब्रांडिंग
वो अभी उस पे बहुत
ब्रांडिंग ऐसे नाम पे कुछ
have heard of business blaster program. She is one of the team who actually come to top 126 team. जब उनका त्यागराज स्टेडियम में
ये अच्छा ये बिजनेस ब्लास्टर में तो बिजनेस ब्लास्टर में टाई वाज आल्सो इन्वॉल्वड. आपको वो क्या चरण नारंग मेंटर कर रहा था क्या? Because Charan Narang, one of our members, was also talking very highly about someone with a chocolate business.
तो ये हमारे का जो पूरा 126 टीम में जिसका चॉकलेट का बिजनेस सेलेक्ट हुआ था वो दिल्ली में.
How is it, sir?
और चॉकलेट ब्रांड्स के
हाँ चॉकलेट ब्रांड बहुत
इससे हाँ एक और हमारे बराबर में था. लेकिन उनका हमारा जो यूएसपी जो है ना मेरा यूनिकनेस है कि मैं कस्टमाइज चॉकलेट प्रोवाइड करती हूँ. ओकेजनली लेके जैसे कि हैप्पी बर्थडे तो उस पर कस्टमाइज करके देना. तो मेरा ये यूनिक चीज़ें पसंद आती है.
स्केलेबिलिटी इसमें एक बहुत बड़ी इशू होती है क्योंकि चॉकलेट सेल लार्जली होता है. ऑफलाइन में डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन चैनल इज डिफरेंट पीस चॉकलेट. आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट स्केल.
सर इसकी डिमांड है सर. जैसे मैंने बेकरी पे टेस्ट कराए थे तो कह रहे थे हमें 2 बार रखेंगे इसको.
या तो मुझे ऐसा लगा मैं मुखवास आई एम हैविंग
Fun
yes
flavor. Fun flavor.
ऐसा लगा कि ना आफ्टर लंच आफ्टर डिनर के बाद ना
इसको प्रेफर तभी करते हैं.
Mouth freshener.
So
a one liner for review.
It really looks like tastes like a mouth freshener and all, and has a great chocolate taste.
Are you making sugar free also?
Yeah. I add stevia like liquid for sugar free.
Stevia maybe is not
Stevia.
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 Zevik is something or Zevik? Zevik is something that we have explored a lot. So काफी chocolate है, but yeah, Zevik is one of the एक almond brittles भी है, is also doing pretty well.
So there's this member of ours who was also won Power to SME Spirit of Manufacturing Awards, manufacturing chocolate करके. She was Prakriti Sahani. She was a dedicated surgeon or something in the US, left everything to start a chocolate business because she truly believed in it. Maybe you can look at her journey also. How did she do? You have to create a story for your chocolate. नहीं तो फिर any other chocolate में difference क्या है? Your chocolate and all. Simple things what they talk about. Kit Kat का भी. Kit Kat any other chocolate is no different. बट उसको उन्होंने रिचुअल बना दिया कि उसको निकालो, उसको पहले कट करो, फिर इसको ब्रेक करो जब तक वो आवाज नहीं आएगी एंड फिर उसके अंदर खाओ.
ऐसे ही खाते हैं. Targeting the monotone breaking
पार्ट. उन्होंने क्या किया, उन्होंने रिलीजन बना दिया उसके अंदर. इट्स अ रिलीजियस प्रोसेस देन ओनली लाइक वो कॉज कोरोना में उसके अंदर जब तक आप वो नहीं डालेंगे लेमन वेज तब तक यू कांट ड्रिंक. देन दोनों में कोई अंतर नहीं वैसे. बट हाउ डू यू डिफरेंशिएट बिटवीन ऑल. So एक religion, एक story, एक वो चीज़ create कर दिया ना. You have to think something around that. What is the story behind this kind of thing?
Thank you so much. Thank you. Everybody is better, उसमें आपको सारे उनकी टिकट से 8,000 10,000 25,000 जितने भी मेंबर साल में 2 बार आप चार्टर मेंबर से मिलोगे। चार्टर मेंबर अल्ट्रा HNIs दुबई क्लास, तो साल में 2 बार इनकी भी उसमें
It happens in Delhi NCR.
Delhi NCR